Ba-ba-da-boo-ba-da-ba-ba-da-boo-ba-da-boo. What's up? Hello. Hello? Hey, what's up? How's it going? How we doing? What's up, Hans? It's Criticalized. Let's go. Guess who's back again? What's up? Hello, Hans, Shell Owl, Daniel, Vision Vortex. Hello. Okay. I started a little bit early. I started 5 minutes early. Hey, sue me. Sue me, I wanted to start a little bit early. But that's mostly because we have some housekeeping to discuss. As you might have guessed, if you've been watching anything that's not Criticalized. I know your titles often have nothing to do with the actual stream, but this title has me excited. I'm down for God Talk. Let's do it! I mean, I figured this is the titles bounce back and forth between the takeaways and predictions. This one's kind of both. Because it's the Raven Queen episode. You know what I'm saying? It's the Raven Queen episode. So we're gonna talk about the gods. We gotta. I'm mowing the lawn whilst listening. Very nice. I used to listen. Man, that's crazy. The last time I had a lawn to mow, I was listening to John Mulaney's The Top Part on my iPod Classic. That was the last time I had a yard to mow. Oh, how technology has advanced in the meantime. Oh, you took my dog emotes away? How dare you? I didn't. Oh, because of Twitch. I'm sorry, Hoovy. So, oh my gosh, and that immediately wraps into what we gotta talk about, the housekeeping. Because we're already dropping frames. We've already dropped frames just in this little bit that we've been live. 5 minutes? Dropped 1% of our frames. We dropped 96. Now, you probably didn't notice. And that is part of the point. If things start going real wonky, like if we start dropping a lot of frames, then I will have to I'll have to stop and restart the stream to switch the stream latency. That was the only lever I didn't pull. But it might notice that I look a little bit more fuzzy, might be a little bit more choppy on your end because I lowered the resolution, I lowered the frame rate. Because right now, there's good news and bad news. Good news, I still have the canker sores, but they are very treatable. And the treatment's working. Which is great. The treatment is working. I am fairly confident that I can consistently stream while having canker sores and doing this treatment. So that's big thumbs up. There's absolutely no black lining here. What's the opposite of a silver lining? A gray lining? There's no gray lining here. It is just purely good news. Slightly middling news. It seems that we are getting not drops necessarily, but slowdowns in our upload speed for the stream. We're getting pretty extreme slowdowns. It's staying connected, which is actually very nice. When it disconnects, there's a whole lot of things on the back end that break. So that's way better. So that's why we're not on Twitch. The frame rate's lower, resolution's lower, is because I'm trying to do everything I can to lower that bit rate as much as I can. Because when the slowdowns happen, they were taking us from 15 megabits to 1. And we're still well above 1 meg up even with all of these settings, but it is going to be better. It'll allow YouTube to buffer more and to hopefully have more for you guys. The only other step would be to lower the latency, which would allow YouTube to get a bigger buffer. But it would also mean that I can't interact with you guys as quickly, which would kind of suck. So I didn't do that yet. But that said, we're going to do it as a half ep. I didn't want to do it as a half ep. What up, Valkyrie? I didn't want to do it as a half ep. But Hi, Undead King. Yeah. So it's gonna do that. G Hercub. Basically, it's not a. It might be just you. It might not. It'll. This is a point where it'll honestly depend on your browser settings, which kind of sucks. Basically, because we're not getting full disconnects, like full 2-0 disconnects, YouTube will eventually get everything. It'll when the speeds on my end go back up, OBS will crank up the speed and it'll shove all of the back data to YouTube servers. So, if it ever buffers, give it a second, go back a few seconds in the stream, and it should go smooth. I got reports from several people who were several minutes behind the last stream, and they never even saw a buffer. So YouTube eventually gets it. If you're having issues at dead zero, like at live, just try going back a little bit, which sucks, but I don't, I eventually, it sucks. That's the long and short of it. I don't want to give you guys a worse product than you could get. I don't want to experience a worse product than I could have, and I know how good it could be because, we didn't always have these issues on stream. So that sucks. I really wish that these weren't happening, but I also don't want to stop the series, both for your psychological stuff and my own. It makes me so happy to stream. It makes me so happy to do this series. And I also don't want anyone thinking the series is dead. I don't want to lose momentum on it. But it sucks because I only have one chance to react to every episode. And if we drop a bunch of frames during the middle of a big moment, I always go back to the Sun Tree moment. That would suck. But it's kind of the way of things right now. And there's plenty of CR. There's plenty of CR to go around. I need to remember that. If one moment gets messed up, it's not the end of the world. So that's kind of where we're at. Reads the episode summary to see if there are any awesome moments in this one. yeah. Goes and checks the chapters. The CR episode. I get you. I have to imagine there are. I'm this is. It does not take pre-watching or getting spoilered to imagine that the conversation between Vax and the Raven Queen is gonna be a big moment. Which is why I've been delaying this one for so long. I kept thinking I could get the issues down, I could figure them out. It's gonna be a big episode. We won't have to do a half ep. But that's just not the way the dice rolled, unfortunately. So it sucks, but it is the way. Yeah, I've had that before where I have to stay about 5 seconds behind. Yeah, hopefully that should be the worst case scenario, is that you have to stay about 5 seconds behind. That should be the worst case scenario. If it's not, we'll deal with it then. But we're also going to make this one a half ep, definitely, so that maybe I can get some resolution before the end of the episode. Because also, this is just at this point, I just have meta knowledge about the series. Typically, Matt saves the big moments for the second half, or at least the big-er moments. So I have a feeling that if that the first half won't be as momentous. So hopefully I will be able to get it fully figured out before the next half ep. I feel that momentum statement so hard. Yeah, absolutely. There were, especially when I was having the really consistent internet issues where I couldn't go live without it dropping, and then I went straight into the canker sores where I just couldn't talk. It was I totally lost momentum, which really sucked. But I've been hanging on by my fingertips. I've been absolutely hanging on by my fingertips, and I'm getting back into it, which is cool, especially with this canker sore treatment and with hopefully some solutions for the dropping of the frames. Hopefully. Will this be split into 2 parts? Yeah, it's gonna be split into 2 parts, just to reduce the risk profile. Honestly, I would prefer for it to not be split into 2 parts. I physically can do it, but I want to reduce the risk. Yeah. That's my ADHD coping strategy, is always the thing about momentum rather than individual tasks. Yeah. It's why they say, like, make your bed in the morning. That's like a rise and grind productivity hack. But it's just like accomplishing a thing makes you more inclined to accomplish more things. It's why they also say, like, work out in the morning, don't work out at night. And especially with like ADHD, like as your executive function like lowers across the day, you want to do a bunch of things in the early day that are accomplishments but don't actually require that much of executive function, so that you can build up that momentum and still maintain your executive function buffer for later in the day. Yeah. We were talking about this over on SGM stream the other day and how unfortunate these issues have been. It sucked. It's such, and it feels like I understand why people get conspiratorial. I understand why people like to blame big exterior forces. Like, even when I was very religious, I was not really one to like to think about demons as like having real world like tangible effects, even when I was very religious. But I get it. I very much get it, because it feels like stream was as smooth as butter for like a year while no one watched me. And then for like half a year when we started Critical Eyes and y'all did watch me. And then I get more time and freedom to pursue it, and it fucking crashes for no reason. It makes you feel crazy. It makes me feel like it's a weird cosmic sign. But I'm choosing to interpret it positively. It's building up resilience. It's a strength of character type of thing. There's some cool stuff in the set from what I remember. I figured at this point. It's a rare episode where nothing big happens. True, but I feel like this is going to be a little bit bigger than normal. That's at least my feel. To be fair, your meta knowledge about Matt's pacing norms are sort of a thing a critter of my time might have also picked up on. Yeah, exactly. Like, the meta knowledge that I have and that I like utilize, I only do it from the perspective of like, what would I have done as a regular watcher? If I was watching this live, I would have expected a big episode for 57. Mega knowledge. What's up, John? You can always see how the first half goes. Yeah, true. Maybe start a new stream at the halfway point. That shouldn't affect things, but you never fucking know. And that actually does. You're hitting on something that I do want to try eventually, because I don't like multi-concept streams, but I have thought about scheduling multiple events and then adding redirects from the previous one to the next one, and then scheduling them for the same day. I've thought about it, but then I have to like set times, and I'm not good at predicting how long any given thing is gonna take me. So that is a complicating factor. But maybe if I got better at like whipping up an event in the moment, maybe. If no video is lost, you probably shouldn't get distracted from cool important scenes. We're not gonna miss stuff. Yeah, and that is basically the last point of housekeeping is, if there is buffering, I'll probably know about it. So I've really appreciated when people tell me in the past, but I anticipate it happening, so don't feel the need to put it in chat if you're getting buffering. Just go back a few seconds. And if that still doesn't work, like if you refresh, you go back a few seconds, it's still not happening. Oh, we just dropped like 50 more right there. Great. But if you do all the things and it's still not working, then, then let me know. Check with people. But most likely I'm aware of it this time. And I'm going to try to just ignore it. Unless it's really, really bad. But if it's the degree that I expect, I'm just going to ignore it. Which also sucks. I don't like to ignore your guys' bad experience. That sucks. But it's the necessary thing. I've been prepping myself. I have to hold on with soft hands. So yeah. Your streams are actually an ADHD mechanism too. I know these apps well enough to not need the video, so I put on headphones and do productive things. I mean, that's like the audio portion of it. Obviously, I don't do any big visuals for myself. That's why I have Critical Eyes marked as a podcast, is because I know that people listen to Critical Role as a podcast, and I don't do anything like visually necessary most of the time, except for like the occasional note taking. But even that's normally not like huge value isn't lost if you didn't see that. So yeah, I think that is very, very fair. Also, I'm realizing that the lower resolution is blurring out the background to where you can barely tell that it's not just flat yellow. I need a different background. Ideally, I'd not be on a green screen, but that's not really possible with the current home setup. But web demons. Oh, the web demons. It's the time, quality, and money triangle, clearly. Now that you have time, the quality goes down. Yeah, that must be it. Yeah, that's true. Although my money also went down. So, man, I must have gotten a lot more time in reciprocation. Background looks like wind currents on a radar. That's what it's supposed to look like, kind of like a moving topography map, but the lines are really thin. So with the lower res, it kind of gets blurred out. I think I need like maybe something. I wonder, I mean, how does this look? I mean, there's the giant taking a break thing. I wonder, can I zoom in a little bit? That doesn't look too bad. I kind of like that. Maybe we'll do this. I mean, we're going to go into the next scene. It's not going to be necessary. But where does this background come from? I see it everywhere. It doesn't make sense as a topography map, though. Yeah, because, I mean, it changes. So it can't literally be a topography map. I believe I got it from Streamlabs. I kind of don't remember at this point. I know I got this one from Streamlabs. I paid for it on Streamlabs, and I'm pretty sure that's where I got the other one. Although maybe Eden made it? I'm honestly not sure. I can't honestly recall. I should probably keep track of that sort of thing. But it also might just be like a free online generator that's like moving line generator. I've been known to frequent those sorts of sites to try and find some stuff. So could be that as well. Let's see. Uh-oh. What the fuck? Why? It's just my forehead. Looks really nice either way. I'm glad. Let's see. Okay. All right. Sizing is back. I don't know why it got weird. Okay, let's make sure just really quick. Boom, bing, bang. That's working. Critical Role is up. And I think we're ready to go. Stream brought to you by Mega's forehead. Whoosh. I don't think I have that big a forehead, but man, when my hair's pulled back like this, it kind of does look kind of big, don't it? But I have not lost any of my hairline. I think it's just that my eyebrows are kind of low. And my eyes. Like, this part of my face is kind of scrunched towards the middle. And then there's all of this. And, like, all of the cheek. But anywho. I didn't get the comment highlight, but I talked about this. I'm not gonna do a comment highlight every stream, because I'm doing all of those shorts where I respond to comments. But in terms of the takeaway, the issue of gods. So once you introduce, I think that Keyleth's sort of personal, what do you call it? Personal feelings about gods, personal opinions, personal like stance, ideology is super interesting. I think it's really, really, really interesting for a high fantasy setting where mortals have, according to accepted doctrine, mortals have ascended the barrier and become gods themselves. I think that her stance makes a lot of sense. That said, it does introduce complicating factors for how the rest of the party handles talking to gods. It sort of introduces this issue that you can sometimes have with like big serious villains in TTRPGs. You know what? I might honestly switch back to just chatting, just for this. It introduces a similar issue that you have with villains sometimes that me and Mike sort of talked about in our interview, where it can be difficult to present something serious to your players without them taking the piss on it. You know what I'm saying? Also, thank you for the re-up on membership, Mustang. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It can be hard, like we were talking about Strahd, in Curse of Strahd specifically, where it can be difficult to really convince your players to take it serious, for them to not just walk up and make a bunch of Dracula references, say, hey, you big stupid fucking bat boy, what's up, bitch. It can be hard to get them to not do that. And for gods, that is typically, I think, subverted by the fact that the gods are so powerful that you know that not only could they wipe you out with a snap of their fingers, but it is, in a lot of settings, not demonstrably possible to like subvert a god and to take their place and whatever. It definitely happens in a lot of settings. The one that a lot of people might be familiar with, that I'm familiar with, is the Dead 3 in the Forgotten Realms. Like, it certainly happens, but it's incredibly rare. And a lot of times you don't end up interacting with those gods. And even more often, if you do interact with those gods, you end up fucking with them. A la the Dead 3. You end up fucking with them because they're taken less seriously than the gods that have, like, been there. And I think that really plays on this kind of issue of taking the piss, memeing, all that sort of thing. Yeah, it can be totally hard to resist memeing amongst your friends. It can be very, very hard. So, that is the current issue that I think Critical Role finds itself in, is it's baked in that this god they're about to interact with has reached out very personally to the party. They have not stayed disconnected, right? That's a lot of the it's a lot of the ways that gods operate in a lot of settings. I've heard it described as like a Cold War style, where the gods can't get too directly involved in mortal affairs, because then every god would get involved and then it would wipe out the entire material plane. But the Raven Queen has gotten involved very directly. She's saved Vex. And so, thank you, Valkyrie. Combining that, the Raven Queen is very personable. Like very personal. She's not super detached. And she once was mortal. According to the theology of the world, she was once mortal. And Keyleth already has this severe lack of respect for even normal gods that did not used to be mortals. I think it's setting up this kind of, maybe not powder keg, almost wet blanket on any drama or fear that Matt could stoke with this Raven Queen setup. And that's not to say that he can't, but it means he's going to have to do a lot more work. And this is the problem with that. Is when you have to do a lot more work, it means that you have to put more things in concrete detail that you can't back off on later, or you can't like wiggle around later. I kind of talked about this during my Saltmarsh prepping, where if you can keep it vague as a DM, you know, get the vibes, get the tones across without giving too much specific information, it gives you a lot of room for your improv later. It doesn't tie you down to specific details that could then be like questioned and interrogated and really examined by your players and that you have to like commit to. But because of all of these factors, when he introduces the Raven Queen, he is going to have to do extra work to make her an intimidating force and a dramatic force, if that's what he's going for, which I think it will be. He's going to have to possibly do something with her temple, maybe make it sort of like a pocket Shadowfell. But that raises all sorts of implications if the inside of her temple is this wacky, you know, fucking mystical place. That bears implications for how people of Vasselheim understand that location, the type of magics that are at effect, and if the Raven Queen's allowed to do it, might other gods also be allowed to do it, and what would that look like, especially if the gods aren't so benevolent? There's a lot of things that fall down from that. Alternatively, if the inside of her temple is not this weird liminal space, she might have to essentially not like abduct Vax, but she might have to put him into a sort of trance-like state. She might have to do something to him that allows Matt to maybe present her more like he did in Vax's dream. But if he does that, that means that she could probably do that at any point. And when does she let go? And where do the limits of that power stand? It raises a lot of questions that are not really questions you want to answer as a DM. Now, you can obviously think ahead, and I think that Matt maybe has the skill set to pull this off, and the table to pull this off more than the average DM. Like, his players absolutely will take the piss, but are very willing to be stoic and serious and to, like, take things seriously in a way that, like, the standard table might not. So I think he's got the right table for it, and I think that his dramatic abilities as a narrator, as a DM, are really strong. So I think that out of anyone, if anyone can do it, I think it will often be Matt. Let's read some comments, some chats. I've been on a thing. Lay that god talk on me. My players literally talked to the Raven Queen in person last session. This is my jam. Fuck yeah. Oh fuck, I can't chat highlight on this screen. Okay, we're gonna go back. My face is gonna be smaller. But I can I can highlight things on this one. I'm live, but also maybe SGM placed a curse on your. It's all Taliesin and SGM got together. They performed a ritual. I know. I agree. How much do you know / remember about the penance? We got notes. About the penance. Generally, I remember the entire prehistory of Tal'Dorei, and I think the entire thing is Exandria, right? I remember the entire prehistory as essentially beef between more arcane / primordial forces and divine forces. That is like most of how I remember the prehistory. Historical apocalypse, some manner of calamity. It's after the Second War of Divergence, which was the arcane versus divine war. The penance is the gods Noah flood wiping everywhere. Oh yeah, Vasselheim was implied to not be wiped. Sort of a separate oath. Oh yeah, why do I have separate misspelled? Separate oath sort of deal, also called the penance, where mortals still make up for the infraction sins of their ancestors. And so Vast sort of thinks that others are breaking the penance through arcane magic. Oh, that was speculation. So this is what I have, and it seems to be largely based on the conversation with Vord. So I have it like labeled as Vordian. So that's about as much as I know. I don't think I've learned anything that I didn't take notes on. Yeah. I'm dying. I'm incredibly stupid to mow the lawn at noon. I mean, famously a time where our ancestors went inside. So I won't say that you're not. Let's see. How does he do it? The exact line of what the gods can and cannot do in the mortal realm isn't very clear, but yeah, the Raven Queen has so far been a bit more direct than the others. Yeah, I mean, it's not, and you want it to not be clear. I think that's like the point that I'm making, is you want it to stay vague and kind of off. But every time you have to do something specific, it makes that line more and more defined. And defining that line can be dangerous. Did RQ bring Vex back, though? I think Cash did most of the heavy lifting. She just let him do it. I guess that's an interpretation. I viewed it as, I mean, she made the vague trade, so I assume that she did something very impactful, and I think that Vax also thinks that. But it isn't. I guess it isn't overly clear what the sort of share of responsibilities was between Cash and the Raven Queen. I can see that, but I think in general, you know, we're seeing more involvement from the Raven Queen than any of the other gods that we're aware of. You know, we're not seeing Cord talking to our players. We're not seeing Palor, Selune. The Raven Queen has become more involved, and that's through happenstance. But I think it still has an effect on this overall tone, you know? Raven Queen did save Vex, but she also didn't. What she really did was claim Vex. Yeah, sorta. Yeah. It's vague. It is vague, and I think that that's good. I think that gives Matt a lot more room to maneuver on this, that he kept that kind of vague. But she's definitely involved in it. I feel like death requires more direct involvement anyway. To a degree, I can see that. Like, yeah, just like the god of death in general is going to be more involved in mortal affairs. I can see that. And I think that is an argument. I think you're doing a good job of thinking through the arguments and the points that you want to keep in mind as a DM. Because you don't want to open it up to where they're trying to interact with Palor and all of these other gods in the same way that they're interacting with the Raven Queen. You want to keep that kind of a separate relationship. Or maybe you don't. All depends on what you're going for as a DM. But if you don't want that, I think that's a really good point to make of the god of death is inherently involved in mortal affairs. They are actively managing it, especially in a setting and a system and a conceit where resurrection magic exists. The god of death would have to be pretty involved. So that's a good argument. That's a really good argument that the Raven Queen could even make to Vax. Like, I could see Vax as a character saying, like, you know, if do all of their paladins talk to their gods this way? Is this how Pike interacts with Salune? Is this, you know, are all of the gods essentially this involved? Because that could feel like it's taking away some mortal agency. It makes you feel like pawns in a cosmic game, which is to some degree how Keyleth has described things. But the Raven Queen saying, well, I'm the god of death. I have to be more involved with you as mortals. My brothers and sisters are not nearly as involved. I think that's a great argument to make. Thank you for doing C today. We're going to try. We've dropped 0.3% of our frames. So it seems like lowering the resolution and the FPS might have actually had some pretty positive impacts. Sarenrae, not Salune. Right. S's. S's and bright light cleric gods. Yeah. Sarenrae. CR made a video where Matt narrated the prehistory, but I don't know when you would want to watch that. It's really good and insightful. Probably whenever it was released. If it was released after the fact, then I'll probably just wait until the end of the campaign to watch it. But if it was released at a certain point through the like timeline, like real world timeline, then I'll watch it then. This is also Occam's Razor because Raven Queen is the patron of this game, and looking for a meta reason is backwards engineering. Raven Queen is the patron of this game? Is that some... I don't know that I understand exactly what you mean. I don't know that I understand. Maybe explain with more words, and I'll understand. Because I feel like you're saying something interesting, but I don't understand it. The only other god that it makes sense for them to interact with is Sarenrae, and Ashley has been absent for most of the streamed campaign. Yeah, and that's kind of like where I'm, you know, kind of thinking about it is the fact that they haven't interacted with anyone makes this relationship special. And none of this is bad. I want to be very, very clear. When I say the issue with gods, it's not like a bad thing that Matt has set it up this way. It is just complicating factors, especially with Keyleth's current ideology. It is a complicating factor that he will have to deal with. Not a bad thing at all. There are always going to be complicating factors, no matter what you do in D&D. It's just where you choose to have those factors. The root question, I think, is if the Raven Queen had complete control over who dies, or if she's merely responsible for taking care of dead souls. Yeah, both are absolutely valid, and these are all just questions that Matt has to think about. Right? There are no wrong answers to any of these questions. What I'm saying is the current setup is going to proc questions, I think. I think it is going to proc questions, investigation, thought on the player's part, and you have to be prepared for that as a DM. I think Matt will be, frankly. I think he will be pretty prepared. But, you know, it's possible that he's not. So, yeah. I think you can make a case for physical, elemental gods, death, ocean, nature, being more present on Earth than abstract ideas like tyranny or murder or hope. Yeah, I think you could absolutely make that argument. And it all just, this is the thing that I'm saying is like, all of those arguments are world building components that you are cementing. So if you cement that as like the explanation that you give to your players, they now know that they can maybe find the nature god, or they can maybe interact with the ocean god, and that will actually have some like legitimate possibility and implications. And that's not a bad thing either. If that's exactly how you want to run it as the DM in this situation, that is well within your rights to do. I just realized that I have my like live data feed up in the top right. That's my bad. There we go. But yeah, every time you lock in or you answer a player's question with that sort of explanation, you are now locking in a piece of world building that your players can interact with in the future. Not a bad thing at all, just something that you have to deal with. And you want to make sure that the things that you lock in are the things that you want to lock in. I think that's the BG3 VM collab. Yeah. Basically, no one in VM follows chords, so he's less present. I meant the Raven Queen is the patron of one of the players in the game, meaning her role is bigger because it needs to be. I mean, I think that, and that is there's maybe a meta reasoning for this, like someone brought up earlier with Ashley and Saren Ray, of like Ashley as a player has been so absent that it makes sense for her god to also be absent. It would be an interesting alternate universe to see if Ashley was more around, would she interact with Saren Ray in a similar way? Like, is that the delineating factor? Do gods just interact with their faithful? In that case, that has some world building implications for like how much we trust high clerics, like how much we trust Kima as a paladin of Bahamut. If she interacts with Bahamut to a similar degree that Vax interacts with the Raven Queen, that does, I mean, it doesn't necessarily make her more trustworthy, but it depends on how you view Bahamut. If you trust Bahamut, that I would say would make me implicitly trust Kima more. But if there's more of a standard separation, and because all we've heard from Kima so far is that she's received visions equivalent to what Vax has undergone so far. And that's not as direct of involvement. And so that means that, you know, maybe Kima could be misinterpreting. You know, if Kima does something bad, that's not necessarily an indictment on Bahamut. She could have misinterpreted his more vague visions. Clearly, Vax didn't super clearly interpret his vision from the Raven Queen. So it's again, none of these decisions are bad. They all just have implications for the future of your campaign. And I'm curious to see what he locks in and what he doesn't. That's what I'm really curious to see, because anything we're approaching a point where I think Matt will have to lock in some world building stuff, and I'm curious to see what he does and doesn't do. Have It Pulled Now is released October 2021. Gotcha. So we're that's rocking what, like 5 years from now. Yeah, so probably not. Unfortunately, probably not on that one. Epo of Campaign 3 was released right after when looking at the dates. Gotcha. You can see this alternate universe pretty easily, actually, on HBO. That's true. That'll be sick. That's true. I hadn't even thought about that. I guess it wasn't much of a spoiler then. I wish I would have watched it before C3, though. Gotcha. Yeah. I wish I wouldn't have watched it before C3, though. Oh, I see. Interesting. Well, we have a long time before we get there. Or do we? We do. But, okay. Cool. Well, yeah. That's the takeaway. Is not necessarily that Matt has done anything wrong or like even painted himself into a corner, but we're approaching a point where he's going to have to lock in some of the cosmology world building. And I'm curious to see what he does. Let's do it. We've got these. Cannot skip this. cannot skip this. Let's see. Oh, the Pulse nightclub shooting. Got it. Got it. Okay. Oh, and it's muted. Classic. Look, I have to have the tabs auto mute by default because sometimes I pull up things and they start auto playing, and I do not want to bombard you with random audio. But gotta do it.
Welcome to
only 40 minutes. I know, and we didn't even have a comment highlight.
tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors battle traffic from E3 to get here in time to roll dice, play Dungeons and Dragons.
Video games.
All
the video games.
Thank you for being patient and waiting for us with a couple tech issues and just generally battling living in Los Angeles and having a car. Anyway, before we kick the night off real fast, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge, and I feel it's important to acknowledge there's been a lot of difficulty and a lot of terrible things happening in the world, in our country, particularly this past week or so, and us as Critical Role and this community around, I'm sure many of you agree, we just wanted to take a moment to express that we stand with the families of those that are currently dealing with this difficulty, who have lost those, and stand with the community that this was aimed at, and everybody who has come together as part of this. We are full support of this whole wonderful gathering of people in light of this darkness, and I think it's not just myself when I say that, everything this community stands for is to perpetually spread love, community, positivity, acceptance, and everything in between. So we just wanted to bring that to you guys, let you know that we're thinking about you all out there. And we have a wonderful community of critters out there as well. If anyone needs any help, assistance, or guidance, or even just a happy word to pick them up during this rough time, we're all there for you. So anyway. Then, to kick off this evening of
Okay. I want to phrase this carefully, and I I want to ask you guys a question, but I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it. Is there, obviously this is a horrible tragedy, but is there a reason that they're speaking on this one specifically? Like, do they at this because I don't really know the audience makeup of Critical Role at this point, and I don't even really know what they want their audience makeup to look like. My only kind of intuition here is that I know that Taliesin is bi. And so, they're. I'm assuming the colored pieces of paper were, specifically like a queer LGBTQIA thing. So is that why they're speaking on this one specifically? It was huge at a time, and Sierra has a huge queer audience. Okay, I was wondering if it was, and this is absolutely no shade. I'm just trying to understand the situation because it's depressing, but there were definitely other shootings during the run of Critical Role that I don't think they spoke on. So I was wondering why they included this one specifically, but this one was like a very like Pulse Nightclub had a very different factor to it. So I wasn't sure if that was the exact reasoning or if they were just evolving to the point where they felt that they needed to speak on these things. Matt is from Florida too. I see. Okay. Yeah, and that's why that's why I said I want to be careful, because I don't want it to seem like I think that they're pandering or that I'm like questioning the morality of them speaking on it. I'm not at all. I just want to understand like why this one and not the other, because I assume good intentions at this point with the CR crew. Tales by and other people in the cast have been alluded to bisexuality but aren't out. Got it. Okay. They also align themselves very much with LGBT plus. Got it. Okay. That's good. I wasn't sure if that was like a part of their identity at this point. But I definitely understand it if it is. Whilst these things happen way too often, Pulse was one of the ones that made international news. Was it? I honestly, I hear about all of them, but I don't really know what hops across the pond, so to speak. Interesting. Okay. To be fair, I don't think you need a specific audience to express support, but it was probably part of the reason. Yeah, and I don't want to make it seem like I think that they need that. It's more that they have kind of a track record of not really diving into things or acknowledging too much on stream, like with the whole Orion stuff. So my assumption was just that they did all of these sorts of statements off air, like off ep, either to like social media or to like maybe like bespoke videos. So I was kind of surprised that it was included in an actual episode, but not like I don't think it's like a problem or anything. But interesting. Pulse hits differently, kind of like Sandy Hook in terms of reach outside the US. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I was not aware of that. Because, yeah, again, I'm very aware of all of it, but I don't have a good finger on the pulse of, like, what hits international news versus just U.S. news. Also, not every shooting is a hate crime. That's fair. That's fair. But it's like, I guess to this point, like, if there was a shooting that was a hate crime, I probably wouldn't talk about it on my show. Not because, like, I don't want to express support, but just because I'm not, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, because part of this as well is me learning about Critical Role and like who they are and how they express themselves. And I know that there are plenty of streamers who very much like talk about political stuff, current event stuff, work it into their content. SGM, for example, really frequently works in political stuff and angles into his content, whereas I don't. So this is, yeah, I don't want this to come off like I'm questioning their morals or their angles at all. It's more just me trying to understand what the vibe is and like how this came off like at the time. Non-spoiler, looking to modern day, I own like 10 of their shirts. I think fully half have had their proceeds go to the Trevor Project. Gotcha. Okay. That's good. Yeah. That's awesome. Probably doesn't have a lot to do with it, but there were some people calling Matt homophobic because Gilmore almost died. Really? That's crazy. Yeah, I doubt that has anything to do with it, but I didn't know about that. That's insane. Like, I really liked Gilmore. I liked that his sexuality, while very present, wasn't like the source of conflict or drama. Very similar to Schitt's Creek. I really, really like the queer representation and display in Schitt's Creek, and that's very much how Gilmore felt to me. But in order to have that, in order to like normalize queer characters, they can't be off limits to kill. that's ridiculous. Interesting. They do a lot of public charity things and have done so since the beginning. I remember one where they each had like an individual charity, but I haven't heard about it since. That's good to know. And that's what I was trying to dig down to, is just understand more of the meta context around like who CR is at this point. Because Because just purely having watched only the episodes, I knew that there was additional context, but I wasn't able to quite draw the line. But that all makes sense. Okay. Where are we going next? 11:49. Yeah, definitely not. I agree. Cannot skip this. Yeah. Okay. 11:49. Let's see. Not really spoil it because I think it's expected, but the queer rep expands and improves definitely. Cool. Yeah, I mean yeah, I don't need, people I watch to have like queer rep. But it's good to know if they do. Like I wanna know these things so that I know how to interpret the things that they do. Because I'm the big thing that I am losing, watching this after the fact as opposed to in the moment, is I'm not seeing their Twitter posts. I'm not seeing, all of the videos that are getting posted about and to them. I'm not seeing the discussion. So yeah, trying to catch up, understand how they evolve. See, our audience definitely expect the queer rep. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. That all makes sense. Thanks. Yeah, it's hard. I don't ask what do you call it? Serious questions? No, not serious. Like I think that I want to approach that sort of discussion delicately because that sort of thing that sort of question and angle can really be a not necessarily a dog whistle, but it can be like an open invitation to slamming Critical Role, which is not at all what I wanted to do there. I just wanted to know more. There's sort of a meme realization that queer characters get killed a lot, similar to people of color in horror films. Yeah, that is absolutely true. And so I understand that. And I understand that angle and, some people being sensitive to that. But I think that most of the time that happens, the queer characters they were there to get killed. And Gilmore very clearly is not. Gilmore, I mean, I guess I don't want to say that the way that people take things is incorrect or wrong. But I don't see any hints of homophobia in that handling of Gilmore. I think every member of VM is bi-pan except maybe Gronk. But maybe even Gronk, I don't know. Oh. Hey, I mean, I guess we'll see. The only one I've seen so far is Vax. But we'll see beyond this. Grog strikes me as aromantic. I think a lot of barbarians, if they're not going overly machismo, which Grog doesn't, tend to strike as aromantic. But I don't know. We'll see. Scanlan, Scanman. Does Scanman ever go after a guy? I don't think he does. I think Scan has, at least thus far, is pretty demonstrably straight. Yeah, Pan. I mean, he gives Pan energy, but I don't think we've seen real evidence of Scanpan. Scanpan does have more of a ring to it than Scan Straight. Scan Straight sounds like a failed government program in public schools.
Welcome back. So, picking up where we last left off last week, Vox Machina, the growing troop of heroic misfits, having recently felled their first recent member of the Chroma Conclave, Umbrasil, the Hope Devourer, as well as destroying the current incursion of the Herd of Storms in the city of Westruun, you met with the remaining people of the town and began to decide a plan for its continued existence and the recovery of those that were displaced in these recent conflicts. Part of this process was meeting an individual named Cleric, who was a blacksmith who'd been in the town for a while, who unwittingly became part of this discussion.
My best friend.
Grog had spoken with the remnants of the Herd of Storms that had essentially been disbanding from the name and moving west to join with the River Maw, which had stepped off from the herd not too long ago. You guys had a Hot Springs episode in the mansion.
Nani?
Scanlan,
the roots.
you had made your way back to Kymel, in which you, along with the aid of a few of your friends, figured out a plan in which the people who had been displaced could eventually return to Western, and also found Kaylee and spoke with her. Had your somewhat tearful reunion there. You guys began to construct a subterranean portion of Western that would be protected from future dragon incursion, renovating and restructuring within the sewer system beneath the city. After this process was complete, you decided the next level of your trek, the next direction you would travel, would be towards the far western, northwestern continent of Othanzia, specifically the city of Vasselheim that you know all so well. All of you guys stepping through a tree portal presented by Keyleth, you immediately step out into the snowy exterior of what seems like the outside of the quad roads in Vasselheim. And now, we see what your next plan of action is. What do you guys want to do?
Light a fire.
What time is it?
Yeah, what time is it?
It's hard to tell right now with the cloud cover so thick in the sky, but you envision at this point in time, it's probably mid-afternoon.
Oh, wait, I forgot. A little bit of additional playback speed. Just a bit.
Or so. It's the general omniscient glow through the clouds, kind of diffused light. But based on the time that where you were and how far you traveled, you gather it's probably early to mid-afternoon.
Well, you're the one who brought us here, Vax. Where would you like to go?
I need to go to the Temple of the Raven King.
We'll come with you.
Let's go.
I know where that is. I know that you all have a lot of errands to do. I don't need everyone to come.
Okay, I have thought about something. I want to be clear right from the beginning. This is massive homebrew. There is not a shred of raw in this, but I've been thinking a lot about like more gritty campaigns and ways to do that in a fun way rather than a stats sheet notebooky type of way. And this like thought process started with Weird Wastelands and the resource dies, because I think resource dies are awesome. But I've been thinking about a lot of things. And, you know, Ron made a joke of, if they can teleport, I don't think you can say Trek. But to a degree, that does present an amount of triviality at a certain point in more gritty campaigns. It's why a lot of gritty campaigns or modules focus on lower levels, because higher leveled spellcasters, it becomes harder to run gritty stuff. It's also why in Weird Wastelands they make spells that create food and water have a material cost that has to be consumed and can't be like spell focused. I think like purify water or create food and water takes like a pound of charcoal or something. So I've been thinking about that with teleportation, and I think that there's a level 1 way to do it, which is ban teleportation. That kind of sucks. I think that's lame. Because teleportation's cool. Second tier down is ban certain teleportations, but not others. I think a really containable teleportation spell is Teleportation Circle, because they can go from anywhere specifically to a place. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like an escape rope in Pokemon to a degree. But to actually get out somewhere to get, no, it was a joke, don't tangent. No. No, the tangent. But it's like if they wanted to, you know, get out into the wilderness or something, or even to, a small town that they might have been to before. With Tree Stride, they can just bamf there. But if you make it teleportation circle only, they can basically only go to major hubs. So that's another level. Third level down, don't ban any spells, just give them all expensive material costs, which requires economy management. But I think economy management is kind of already a portion of gritty campaigns. I think it's relatively required for like a true gritty campaign. So I think that's okay if you just like build in a material cost, especially if you make it like a rare material that they would have to go someplace to get or buy very expensive. Destination-based fast travel a la Skyrim. Yeah, kind of Skyrim. Yeah, like my imagining is if you could only fast travel to the major cities in Skyrim, like the 7 major cities. Skyrim have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll call it 7.5 major cities. Yeah, teleport to previous save points. Yeah, exactly. So I think that's an option. Hard to be gritty if everyone in the party is super rich. Exactly. So economy management is an important part of it already. So I think that putting in a material cost is an okay way to go about it. Next layer down, though. This is where it gets a little wacky. And this is the idea that I've had that I think is very wacky. And if your party likes wild magic, I think they'll like this. I had the idea that you reflavor, sort of, most teleportation spells to be chronourgy or graviturgy, whichever you want. And you run them almost as like wormholes, and you make there be a variable amount of time that passes relative to the distance traveled. So for every like let's say you use a D10, and for every, I don't know, 1,000 kilometers, 100 kilometers, whatever. For every 100 kilometers traveled, you add a D10, and then when they cast the spell and, utilize it, you roll D10s, and that's the number of days that's passed. So if you want to travel in like a consistent amount of time where like, you don't want this randomness, you have to travel over land, but using maybe something like Windstride. Maybe. Or if you want to, but maybe there's, a situation where you're willing to take a risk. Like getting there earlier would be such a massive help that you're willing to gamble on potentially arriving super, super late. I think it could be fun. I don't know if it works. I was thinking about it in terms of a gritty campaign. I honestly don't know if it works for a gritty campaign because introducing essentially gambling, like time gambling, into a gritty campaign could make it feel a bit too random. And I think gritty campaigns thrive on like tight time frames, stretching your resources, those sorts of things. But as you get higher in level, how possible is that? I don't know. I think it could be kind of fun. Maybe teleportation circle's the only one that doesn't do this. You kind of combine both strategies. So like teleportation circle will always just instantly travel you there, but anything else has like this variable time to it. Could be kind of fun. Yeah, like going to the Feywild, but for every teleport. Exactly. You could even flavor it that way, that the only way to teleport is to like temporarily step through the Feywild. That could be kind of fun. They're already making Matt keep track of time zones. Don't know theory of relativity into the mix. Look, I'm not saying it's well thought through yet, but I have been thinking about it. Word of Recall? I don't know what Word of Recall is. It's probably a high-level cleric spell because it's Richard. Word of Recall. You and 5 willing creatures instantly teleport to a previous place? Yeah, I'd say, I mean, okay, that's just fun. I like that. Yeah. I'd still say I'm making a variable amount of time. But maybe for, like, each spell has a different die size. So it's like, maybe die size increases with spell slot requirements and number of dice increases with distance traveled. Could be interesting. Although the higher the spell gets, typically the longer it can go. So I don't know if that might be attacking the same factor from two different sides. I don't know. Something interesting to think about. The wormholes can also give a penalty instead of time loss. True, they could. I'm just thinking about ways to make teleportation more interesting. Because you guys know, I'm into travel, I'm into maps, I'm into exploration, and teleporting is cool. But it can also be trivial. And maybe I'm kind of realizing a lot of my thought process around like high level D&D is how do I keep challenges interesting and not totally trivial, but also allow them to selectively trivialize things. Because like trivializing something through effort is also fun. It's overcoming an obstacle. It is rewarding strategic thinking. That's cool. But I don't want free trivialization, if that makes sense. So it's like how to keep it all interesting. Because I would say that like the Umbrasyl, like we talked about like the Umbrasyl trivialization during that fight. Like I think at a certain point, even if the fight becomes trivialized, the effort that they put into it is still interesting. So I always want there to be something interesting at some point in the process. And I think that like really high level teleportation loses a lot of that. Like imagine if they had to go from Westrun to Vasselheim by like Windwalk. Like they would have to consider what happens on the ocean. They would have to worry about maybe running into a roaming dragon or a patrol of the dragons, etc., etc. And even if we go into the teleportation circle kind of thought process and analogy, Vasselheim specifically bans teleportation circles. So that provides some interesting characterization to locations that Vox Machina essentially ignores. So I've been thinking about that. But I don't know if that's the way. I don't know if that's the way yet. It's an idea. You rolled a 10. Great. It's been 10 days. Well, I need an hour break to think about how much the BBG could have done in 10 days. A lot of mental work on the DM. Yeah, you would need really solid timers. But I also think that is kind of a fundamental part of a gritty campaign is like, because a gritty campaign is so based on time passing already, I think that's okay. Like even if you go into the DMG for gritty realism, it extends the length of long rests and short rests. Short rests take a day, long rests take a week. Right? That means nothing if you don't have a robust series of timers where that time expenditure actually makes a difference. So I think that's okay. My worry is that it would just be a little bit too chaotic. But I don't know. Trivializing some things as you level up contributes to the feeling of getting more powerful. True. And I think that this is the big thing is that I think Matt is so down to trivialize travel. I don't think that travel is something that really like hypes Matt up. So I think that he is more than willing to trivialize that. And I'm the same way with certain aspects of the of D&D and the campaign. It's all DM style. Because I agree, certain things are kind of just gonna get trivialized, and it's the things that you maybe didn't find interesting in the first place that you're super down to trivialize. So like if Matt didn't find travel interesting, yeah, why not trivialize it at that point? If you already don't find it interesting, then there's no harm in trivializing it. But for someone like me, I really enjoy travel. I enjoy exploration. So that's really something I don't want to trivialize. But that's a total preference thing.
A lot of errands to do.
I thought so.
My only errand is to keep my eyes on you.
I have some errands, if that makes anybody feel better. I have some errands.
Do you need any help with your errands?
Sure. Actually, yes. I would love some help with my
Don't
errands.
let him shop, Percy. Do not let him shop.
That shouldn't be a problem.
I don't know what that means, but I'm sure I take great offense.
That's, you're getting smarter.
That eagle form really made a difference.
Rubbed off,
him,
yeah.
Spit out a feather. Looky.
So, who's off to where?
Where is this Raven Queen's temple?
We've not been here many times. Are we surrounded by people? Are the people walking about?
There are actually, it is quite a busy time of the afternoon. There is actually a bit of hustle and bustle. Looking around,
You know, to wrap it back to the video that we just reacted of the way that I don't remember her name, Deborah, introduced John Bernthal to D&D. This is still like any time that you're just like plopping your characters somewhere, even if they have a goal, but especially at like the beginning of a session, I still try to give them something to react to, which is hard in this case when they're just going to Vasselheim and like they have a goal in mind that's just, get to the temple. It may feel weird to give them something to interact with because you don't want to derail them, right? It's this balancing act of you don't want to derail them from doing the thing that they want to do by like waving a plot hook in front of their face. But I also think that you can still introduce things for them to react to as their characters that don't necessitate immediate action. So Vasselheim smelling different. Let's bring in the nose. Let's bring in the smell. Vasselheim smelling different. That maybe there's an acrid scent in the air. Like there's maybe been a fire recently or something like that. They hear something off in the distance that sounds strange, a big crash or a crowd cheering or a crowd booing. Those sorts of things, even if they're not necessarily meant to be plot hooks, they make the world feel alive and they help get your players into their PC's brains. Because now they have to think about how would my character react to that thing, and that immediately cements them within the mindset of their character. But it's tough. It's a tough balancing act to introduce something that they can react to, but doesn't derail them from the thing that they want to do. Maybe there's like a newspaper hawker that is that like you wrote up a small little newspaper as a DM, or you like come up with some improv events that are just kind of funny. And there's like a little hawker boy that's like, extra, Cord has beef with Bahamut, 2 copper. And then they can interact with the little kid. It's a 5-minute interaction, and then they move on. Something to plant them in their characters.
Just a quick glance at your vicinity in Vasselheim, you can see a lot of the bastions are out in force. Many of them are in the process of helping construct what looks like reinforced.
Classic. I paused it right before he did it. Exactly. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Give them something that's going on that makes the world feel like it's moving, that they can react to. The bastions are out in force. Perfect. Gold star. Love it.
Dragon-headed ballista. Some of the ones that you had seen towards the outside walls of the city, there are more being installed upon the inner walls, and the ones in the distance appear to be under some form of...
The only caveat I will say is that it took a player asking him I would just offer that information as a DM. That's the only caveat I'll put, which is why I originally paused. But he got there, and I can understand they're all feeling a little bit off because of what we talked about earlier. So it happens. But he clearly had an idea, and I think it's the right one, and I think he's executing on it now.
Construction.
We have rooms. Why don't we go claim our rooms, and I'm sure that they can lead us to everywhere we need to go.
We can go check in at the Slayer's Take.
And we can meet back there when everything's done.
All right. Do you need to check in at your temple? Or should we pretend you're not here so they don't try to make you stay?
Let's just pretend for a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'll check in later.
Okay.
There's no rush to
No.
get there. At least that I know of right now.
God will wait for a long time.
All right. To the Slayer's Take then.
Let's do it.
Slayer's Take.
All right, you guys continue further south.
Dr. Hoovy, I agree. I wish that we saw, and this is part of the problem with not traveling, honestly, is I feel for Matt because I think it is hard for him to display what the dragons are doing. Like, I have no idea what the dragons have done besides sit on the couch. And so it's like Vasselheim is beefing up their defenses, but also they said that the dragons would never dare attack them. But, politicians talk out of both sides of their mouth. That's understandable. But it's also not clear as to why they're even worried about it. But to an extent, to give this to Matt, if you're in a situation as a DM where you feel like you can't display that, like your players are not making decisions to where you feel like you can display the progression of the dragon's plans, like they're just not in the right locations, they're not doing the right shit, you can't figure it out. I do think that showing this from Vasselheim, like showing that they are beefing up their defenses after they previously told Vox Machina that they're not worried, fuck you, does imply that something else has happened and that the dragons are doing something that would provoke Vasselheim to beef up their protections. I think it's on the weaker side, but at least it's something. So I actually like that he's introducing that sort of thing to at least imply that they're not all just sitting on the couch watching TV. Because that's all I've gotten so far. That all that we've seen of the dragons really is Thordak sitting around and collecting treasure and Umbrasyl sitting around collecting treasure and the occasional dude at the drop site. But he doesn't seem to be doing much else. So I like this. Even considering the joke and considering the meme, I think that this is a good direction for Matt to be going in.
The quad roads till eventually you find yourself to the Slayer's Take Guild Hall. The door is partially ajar already. It appears that somebody had left it open, but it is warm on the inside. You can see a fireplace hearth on the far back and to the right is already kind of filling the area with this subtle, musty smoke smell, and the crackling of wood in the distance is a very welcoming sensation from the cold exterior of the city streets. As you enter, you do not see anybody at the front desk at the moment, but you do see a few other random individuals of the guild that are taking certain tables, and some are just eating, some are in the process of playing cards or passing the time. It seems to be a relatively casual day here at the Slayer's Take, but your rooms are still available best as you need. And what would you, anything you specifically require in this place?
Can I just grab one of the people that are here and ask them, what's all the hustle about outside? I see them installing more.
Okay, you go ahead and one of the guys closest to you, you've met him briefly in passing. His name is Voran. He's a completely bald head with a single stripe tattoo down the center. He has a very, very pointed long chin. Human, but definitely he's probably been busted in the face a few times. You can see there's just scars and what appears to be bone structure that may have been reformed at times due to blunt trauma. But he's just sitting there sharpening his weapons, just kind of doing good upon his own self, being prepared for anything. But as you come over and ask him the question, he looks up to you and goes, "Oh yeah, well, word's gone around the town recently that there's some wandering dragon horde tearing through Taldore, so they're just upping security around these places just in case."
Smart.
I hope so. I hope they make their way here.
Sighted the dragons though over here.
Not to my knowledge, but I'd love to get my hand on some of them scales, huh?
Oh,
What's your name? What's your name?
Alright.
What?
What?
Oh, Oran?
What?
Loran?
Loran.
Loran.
because that's what I remember.
Thought so.
It's
It took over 50 episodes for that to happen.
We broken.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Well, when you don't take notes when I give you a character's name originally, come back around, then it's weird when you suddenly take damage and your character starts hemorrhaging.
Oh no! Lauren was
I was just eating an apple. Why am I dying?
I'm just sitting by the fire, so.
Slayer's take. So this. We have seen this guy before.
Some of you may have seen him in passing. You haven't really had a conversation with him. He just exists within the guild. There's many members that you've come across in the
Sure,
past.
that
Probably a
exists.
dragon.
Pointy chin. Got it.
Nothing wrong with those.
How are the people doing? Is there a sense of worry, or do you guys feel pretty secure?
And as far as this town's concerned, it takes a lot more than a couple dragons to drop these wolves. Serration's been around for a long time, and I'd like to see him try.
Have you ever encountered a dragon personally, Loran?
I mean, come across a few small ilk in my days.
Sure. Yeah. Yep.
Are you hazing Lauren?
No.
Freshman.
Keelan is proud of herself because we've just killed our third, actually.
Oh, that's fantastic. I love to hear it. You half-elves are a humble bunch.
Yeah, Team Half Elf. Yeah.
Such a good
I don't want to ask Matt this, but the chick that runs the Slayer's Take, her name is
Vanessa.
Vanessa.
Syndrian.
And her husband, Merkin.
amazing.
Are Vanessa and Merkin around?
Merton. Merkin is a different thing.
Yeah, very different thing. I guess it depends on if he's shaped differently.
Really?
He looks to one of the back room where her main office is. You're welcome to go ahead and knock on the door if you're feeling frisky.
Should we try to sell Vanessa some of our dragon bits?
So, like a merchant.
Well, Vanessa, they tend to be in the...
They may have a buyer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
Let's
that you
go
asked
see-
me that question.
I know, right? What was I thinking?
Just keep a few of the scales on.
We could tell the
Of course.
fireplace and part.
But Grog, come with me.
Oh, keep the
bag.
teeth. Keep enough teeth
Well,
for
we'll,
us.
just, we'll talk about the cold bag for now and see if
Okay.
there's anything else they want to talk about.
I have an idea for teeth.
Can I go find Vanessa?
So go ahead and knock on the door. There's a brief pause. Knock again.
Vanessa!
The door
Oh, smoking out here.
swings
Okay.
open and you have to like duck backwards. It slams onto the other side of the wall there, kind of knocking a few knickknacks that were nearby shelf over, and Vanessa swings out. What was calling? Ah, it has been some time. How nice of you to come and visit. May I be of service to you, or is
Oh,
this...
well, we were wondering if we could be of service to you. We happen to have acquired a great many dragon bits, and we thought you might be in need of buying them for your sellers, buyers, your people.
Fencing them.
Fence,
I really thought you'd be better at this.
There is no fencing.
no fencing, no.
We
You're
run a legitimate business.
legal buyers.
Good. As I was hoping to hear this. Let me check my ledger. She turns around, goes back to her desk. Her tail kind of flicks behind her as she steps over to her table, leans over. That is bad. Pulls one of the books. Starts thumbing through it. It's better to think for this. What color dragon?
Black. Very
Chromatic.
ancient black dragon.
Weathered.
Yeah, you might have heard about him. Umbrasil.
Super salty.
Yeah. Gaining
Down
confidence.
Two notches.
Our druid.
There is...
Shit, I muted. Okay. I think that this is a quick little compliment. It's a little bit of a biddy. I think it's good stalling on Matt's end because I doubt that Matt was... Maybe he should have anticipated it by this point, but I don't know if I would have anticipated it, that they were going to try to sell the bits from Umbrasil so soon. Honestly, in my head, I would have assumed that they were going to try and craft with them rather than sell them. Maybe they're going to do a bit of both. But good stalling. I like it. And to go into what we've been talking about, I think it's appropriate that she does not know the name Umbrasil. I think that's very, very appropriate. And the vibes are weird today. I'm assuming for reasons. But the vibes are weird. And this is something that I've gone back and forth throughout the course of my DMing as someone who believes in timers and in like pressuring the players. But I also believe in like having floating concepts, floating plot hooks, NPCs, dungeons, locations, I want to be able to slot these things in case I need to. And this is absolutely going to be table dependent, and it has been table dependent for me. I have done both, and I don't know which I prefer. But if there is like a reason that we're all feeling kind of off kilter, or, you know, weird, or just like the vibes aren't quite there, sometimes in the past I have gotten with the players beforehand and been like, hey, do you just want to run like a bottle episode? Do you just like want to do like a quick little thing? You know, maybe we'll wrap it up next session or something, because the vibes feel a little bit weird today. I'm not quite, you know, on, you know, maybe they aren't quite on. And I don't want to do the serious stuff or like the impactful stuff or dramatic or climactic or what have you. I understand why they can't, because actual play, but that is something that I have done with players in the past. I have also not done it for certain campaigns. Like I kind of make the mental decision at the beginning, and I talk to the players about it at the beginning, and I don't know which I like more. I think they have positives and negatives both. But this is the sort of vibe where I maybe don't want to have the super dramatic climactic moment. Or maybe I do. You know, I've had the vibe be weird before and not done like the bottle episode strat. And sometimes the weird vibe is good. It kind of helps. And other times it fucking ruins it. So I don't know. Do you keep bottle episodes on hand for just such an emergency? I don't keep like a fully formed bottle episode. But I do keep, like, at any given time, I have several locations, several dungeons, maps, NPCs, plot hooks that I complete about 80% of. I complete, like, what I would call the core of them, and then I leave about 20% to either be improv'd or to be done very, very quickly. So that I can slot them in if they're needed. So like if they go and they want to talk to like an NPC that they think is going to be important and they are treating as if it's important and I have not prepped that NPC at all, I will grab one of the floating NPC concepts that I have, slot it in, add that extra 20%, maybe during like a bathroom break or something, to where it fits wherever they're expecting it. And then I have like 80% of like a really flushed out NPC. And they're like, whoa, how did you get this? Like, you expected us to go to here and you have this, you know, really thought out NPC for us? And I'm like, oh yeah, totally. Yeah, for sure. I didn't just grab it out of the ether and slot it in. So that's and that is one of the reasons that is so possible is because I am an improv heavy DM. So that extra 20%, that like last 20, that like last mile, very easy for me. It's not that easy for other people. And vice versa, the first 20%, way harder for me. That's why I have to, that's why I do floating prep, is I try to get the part that is hard for me, that first 20, 50, 80%, and I try to get that all done in prep, and then I'm confident that I can improv the next 20. So it works for me that's like where I try to focus my prep, is having a lot of options depending on where the players take me. Yeah.
There's currently no contract for a black dragon. I do have one up for a...
Oh, I also want to try something. Wait, pause. I don't think we'll do this, typically, but why did that not work? Wait, pause. Hey, there we go. Okay, so now I know that you can't see anything that I'm doing. You're not supposed to, don't worry. Wait, I'm going to rewind really quick and play the audio so that I can tell where it's coming from. You'll see.
Pulls one of the books. Starts stepping through it. It's better thing for this. What color dragon?
Black. Very
Chromatic.
ancient black dragon.
Weathered.
Yeah, you might have heard about him. Umbrasil.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Opera should be very low volume right now.
There is currently no contract for a black dragon. I do have one up for a bronze, or perhaps a white.
Okay, I found a ducking software that especially helped for music during the prep stream, where anytime I talk, it automatically ducks the volume on both of these. So I won't do that for like a standard CR episode. I do not want to talk over a standard CR, but maybe for something like a battle royale, or potentially even for combat, because we do have the subtitles. Maybe way for that to go on. I can also set the volume so I don't have to completely mute CR. I can just have it turn the volume on CR down a lot, so that we can still kind of hear it, but my voice comes out above it. Something to experiment with. I'm not going to work it into standard CR watch at any point in the near future. I do not want that to be like part of the standard way I watch, but maybe for selective points at some point. I still heard it very slightly. Yeah. It was really low. It was like 1%. So very understandable if you didn't hear it. But yeah, so that's kind of interesting. I'm kind of interesting. But yeah, I'm not going to implement that anytime soon. And actually, I just minimized it and I realized that it's still on, and I need to make sure that it is not on. There we go. All right. I think what he does here is interesting. What he does for this, yeah, let me go back because I missed a little bit while I was testing. That's my bad. Okay, going back to it.
Super salty.
Gaining confidence.
2 notches.
Druid.
There is currently no contract for a black dragon. I do have one up for a bronze, or perhaps a white, but...
White. Do we have any white bits left?
Yeah.
We didn't have white from back in the day.
What, do you want like scales or...
specifically hide, if there is white
did
dragon
we?
hide.
That
We
was
have
the
60
dragon we
pounds of-
killed for you before because we didn't bring...
No, it was before that one.
Before that one.
No, but we killed one with Zora. We killed a
Yeah,
white
they
dragon.
killed the
then
white
as well.
dragon.
That was for a different contract. This is for a newer one that came by.
We've killed 4 dragons. 4 fucking dragons. Go us.
Yes, we have.
You'll
Yes.
excuse us.
Really soft pressure towards vorugal. That's clever. It's small, you know. It's not going to be the thing that makes them go and get vorugal, probably. But after the Feywild, which I still think they're going to. If after the Feywild they're like, oh man, do we go after vorugal or Raishan? Making there be this white dragon contract and not a green dragon at least gives them some decision-making factor that they can like latch onto, which is great. And then as Matt, if I give them this little hook and maybe I give them, you know, another slight push later towards vorugal, I can start feeling confident that they're going to go to vorugal, and I can focus my prep on vorugal rather than Raishan. In a situation where they could theoretically go after either. It's not just pressure towards vorugal, but also explicitly telling them that the Slayer's Take isn't just a bank for any monsters they happen to kill. That's fair. That's also a good point. Yeah, is saying like, hey, we're not just going to accept any old bloody parts that you pull off. We have to have specific contracts. That's true. That's very, very true. It makes it much more targeted, and I would say much more interesting. I think that a just catch-all bank or catch-all merchant is less interesting than merchants that are looking for specific things or only offer specific things. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. And I'm assuming, in Sputnik, if that is what you were talking about, of like what he does here, then I agree. If not, feel free to let me know. Or wait, if it's in the future. But yeah, I really like that subtle pushing towards vorugal.
This is what we reminisce, apparently.
Yes, this is amazing, the things you've accomplished. I am blown away by the might of your capabilities. I do not require anything Black Dragon. However, if a contract comes in, I know who to call. Hold on to that, because that would save you a trip.
All right, all right.
We do have some white scales left over.
Yes,
don't
I
we?
We
think
do.
so.
Yeah, we've like
Or they
60
would-
pounds of scales.
This hide or scales?
There's scales, not hide, unfortunately.
Well, I can definitely do a bit of business for you there. The hide would fetch more, but 60 pounds, you say?
Yeah, 64 to be exact.
Of white dragon
Of
scales.
white dragon scales. Okay, I would be willing to continue at least part of this contract for this applicant for, let's say, 4,500 gold pieces.
5,000 gold pieces. I think is a fair price.
This is not about bartering. This is what the contract says, my dear. This is beyond a situation of conversation. The paperwork is already signed.
What if we gave you less dragon scales? Would you have said less money?
That's typically how it works.
Vexaria. My dear. My delightful little dragon-hating half-elf.
That's so fucking cold. I love it. No, dude, I don't even think that's bad bartering. I think that's so sick. That's fucking, I want Sigma music behind that. Like, look at this. Look at this fucking face that she makes.
A situation of conversation. The paperwork is already signed.
What if we gave you less dragon scales? Would you have said less money?
That's typically how it works.
And look, she holds it. She does not back down. Matt fucking blinks. Oh, look at that. The eyebrow raise. Oh, the fucking crazy threatening eyebrow raise. Oh my God, I love it. That's so sick.
Vexaria. My dear. My delightful little dragon-hating half-elf. We've been good to you. We've done many great things for you. You've done great things for us. This is a fantastic arrangement. Slams the book shut, sets it down. But you have signed on with us, and the deal is to fulfill contracts as they are signed, as they are written, as they are agreed upon by the person. If you wish not to accept this contract, we can just wait until somebody else picks it up, goes out and fulfills this deed at the price of which they are requesting for this. You're welcome to keep the scales.
I think we'll keep them and we'll sell them to other vendors then.
Haven't we had them for like years?
Yeah.
I have a thing I'm thinking
See,
about.
then it's easy for you to get rid of then. If they've been a problem for you, sure, this
Where are we
will be.
gonna sell these? The world's on fire.
Dude, fucking Scanlan controlled opposition out here. What the fuck, Scanlan? Don't say that shit. You're ruining our negotiating position. What are you doing?
Hang on, we know it's here.
fire.
We know it's here. There aren't that many white dragons walking around.
Certainly not anymore.
Certainly not anymore. We know it's here. Why don't we sleep on it? Think about it. If we're ever in a pinch for money, we can come back.
Sounds good.
Very-
Yes, you're so
Working on that
kind.
dragon immunity.
I'm
As
so
it-
sorry.
That is all right. Goodbye. And she like just shoos you out. Like,
Vanessa, wait.
yes, other female half-elf?
That's me. Where's the Temple of the Raven Queen?
Oh, you are looking for the Duskmeadow, Raven's Crest. It is, and she points loosely outward, kind of southeast of the direction of the Slayer's Take Guild Hall. It's kind of hard to miss. It's giant, black, ominous. You'll see it. And she kind of pops your nose a little bit with her finger. Now, please, out of my office. I have work to get done. And
Thank
she
you,
kind of.
Vanessa.
Okay, bye.
Cord strength to you.
They were
That is
worth
nothing for me.
a
Slams the door shut.
lot more than what she was offering, just for the record. They're worth so much more.
To whom? We haven't ever sold them or come across anyone who wanted them
There's
before.
just no reason to
That's
get
not
rid of
what we
something for
tried. That
wholesale.
doesn't mean we should just give them away.
We also are almost full in our bag of holding, might I remind you. And 64 pounds would free up
It's not
quite
64 pounds.
It's 64
Oh, it was
pounds.
64 pounds.
I just told you.
Pounds of
I
scales.
mean, I
Well,
can get
they're
rid of
worth
some
like
other stuff.
20,000 gold.
To whom?
I don't care.
We also have 15 cases of expensive ass bottles of wine.
I'm just going to point out, since
We should just drink those.
we should drink those first of all. Is the only thing that makes sense. But and I feel, and I apologize if it seems like I say this a lot, but I do have a castle that we can drop things at, and we can leave them there, and then perhaps get back to them at a later
To be
date.
fair, Percy, you do a lot to remind us to try and forget that you're titled. So
To be fair, have we ever gone back for something before, ever, in our entire travels?
We can't.
We needn't stay here long. I don't think what I'm here for is going to take too long, I hope. We could go to Whitestone next.
Yes, that would be, and just drop everything off.
All right.
Create a little nest.
No, don't go to Whitestone next. That's not the direction of the Feywild. Stop it. No! They're ruining it. They're ruining the theory. Also, I don't know what it means. I'm assuming I know what it means. But my understanding was not that we were in a different arc yet, but they did change background colors. Oh no. So I think that the thumbnail for this video has the wrong little dot color. I'm gonna need to change that. But I mean, it makes sense to me. It's just like, we killed Umbrasyl. Umbrasyl arc done. That feels like a fair place to cut it off, even if we're still within like the larger Chroma Conclave. It seems like Chroma Conclave's gonna be going for a while. So I wouldn't be surprised if each color, because when did this start? This started with omens. Yeah. So it's like, at this point, it seems like maybe we'll get like a color per dragon or something. Like I bet that like black or like the blackish brown gray background is maybe for vorugal, and when we kill vorugal, that's when we'll switch background color again. That's my current theory. I don't know. Color change, Chroma Conclave died off screen. Chroma Conclave all died off screen. They all tried to assault Vasselheim, but it had too many defenses. You're so right. That's my bad. Just as they prepared off screen, they die off screen. We're all spoiling it. No.
So what we need.
All right. Let's go find your queen.
The Whitestone we made alone.
You found the troll
What
deck,
do you
didn't
have
you?
in there?
There are 6 basilisk eggs.
Oh, I bet
those have gone really bad.
Reach in the bag of holding and think about one basilisk egg.
Sure, they smell
Pull
like
out a basilisk egg.
Did they just turn to stone?
Roughly
like
that
a
side. It's kind of like a dull grayish blue hint.
Can I get a
sulfuric.
It has a somewhat very, very vague sulfurous scent on the outside of the egg.
Put it back in the bag.
All right.
Oh, we could make stink bombs with it.
Yeah, we could.
idea. I
All
like
right.
that.
So what's next?
We go see the Raven Queen. You go see the Raven Queen, and we wait outside.
I didn't say anything.
Uselessly.
I didn't say anything.
Is it in the direction of where I have to go?
Where are you heading?
I need to resupply everything.
That's the opposite direction.
Okay.
You're heading to the Braving Grounds. They're heading to the Duskmeadow.
Oh, I know the sound of that. I'll go with you.
Yes, you will.
I'll come with you as well.
Yeah, 3. Who else? Any other takers while Vax gets a tattoo?
Another tattoo?
Well, I thought you were. Is that not what you're doing?
That's what he's
It is,
doing.
it
Grog.
is. I'm getting a tattoo.
Yeah.
Or is it
Just say
like
Philip Brave across the small of my back.
Philip?
Philip
Full
Brave.
name,
Yes.
Philip.
Just this is out. I don't know if this is going to be any help or anything, by the way, Bax, but just in case, I'm going to reach in and pull out the mask and hand it to you to Vax. Just in case.
Don't know. Thank you.
Percy,
Yes,
do you still have that raven skull I gave you?
I do. We'll talk about that.
All right.
But that, I found that in moments when I was feeling less than brave, that pretending to be somebody else on occasion, even afterwards, can be helpful.
Is there anything left inside of this?
Just some spit.
That's
And something that smells nice in the front that will help. It helps cleanse the air.
All right. we're gonna take a break. I missed I was originally going to take a break at the first hour mark, and we just blew past that shit. So we're gonna take a break at the 2 hour mark. But I really relate to that from Percy / Taliesin. And I know I don't have a lot of young people in my audience. I know that my audience trends like my age or older. But I did find theater to be incredibly useful for that reason. Sometimes pretending to be someone else for a little bit can help make your current situation a little bit more bearable if it's bad. So, yeah, not like intensely deep, but that definitely helped me get through some stuff in childhood. So, I relate to that. This is too nitpicky, but if things get suffocated in the bag of holding, there's no oxygen, therefore things can't rot. Is that what causes rotting? Is oxygen? Like, I know that that's what causes, like, oxidization, like rust. But I didn't realize that rotting was exclusively, or maybe not exclusively, but mainly caused by oxygen. I figured it was like a temperature thing, but maybe the temperature just slows the rate at which the oxygen affects it. Interesting. Well, we can have that discussion over the break. But I will see you guys in a second. Might be a slightly longer break. I'm gonna take the dogs out as well. So maybe like more like 5 or 6 minutes compared to the more normal like 3. But anyways, also I if people aren't saying it and they are noticing it, thank you. We have dropped a total of 563 frames. That's 0.3%. That is way better than last stream. So it does look like the measures of lowering the resolution, the FPS, everything, it does look like those are having an impact. Last stream, it was like 3 to 4%, and right now we're rocking 0.3. So we're at like a 1/10 of the frames dropped. So that's really good. I might even on another stream try to lower stuff even more. Maybe play around with some even lower bit rates, even at like the current resolutions. But we will see. So I will be right back. Goodbye. Hello. What up? Oh my gosh. We're talking about it. For people like us, D&D Overthinkers Anonymous. Bebo. Might be because there's no airflow. Don't you often die from carbon dioxide poisoning before oxygen starvation? I did know, I think so, because you use up a lot of the oxygen, and then it's just like left in the air. Anyways, I don't know much about all that. But you know what I do know about? Kinda, is Critical Role. Let's get back to it.
All right, Percival.
I don't know why I'm feeling, what would be the word, superstitious.
Oh, I was going to say giving.
She's ornery today.
Sorry.
Oh, I kind of like it.
You know,
Angry.
let's chat. Let's get this shit done.
All right. So you three are going Braving Grounds. You four.
Internet issues? I mean, we've dropped about, we're still rocking like 0.3%. We're dropping like 30 to 50 frames. Okay. Oh. Yeah, it's happened too much for me to take it as a joke. I just assume that it's serious at this point. What you know a lot about. Oh. Yeah. That's, at this point, I do know quite a bit. Karlak got blown off a cliff? Why'd you have Karlak stand next to a cliff?
She wasn't that close to a cliff. It was the nautiloid.
Oh, the nautiloid. Yeah. Have fun.
Or going to the Duskmeadow.
Yar.
Okay. All right, so you three, making your way towards the Braving Grounds. Following suit after Percival, you make your way up, not quite the Trial Forge, which is where you had your last discussion and brief showdown with Earthbaker Grun. Still seeing the large statue of Cord looming over the entirety of the realm. You can still see the large columns of dark smoke and soot coming out of the various forges, the various mining encampments, and a lot of the folks there that are working on different pieces of iron and metal. You, I assume, make your way to a very familiar abode.
Of all the options of the world that you've given me.
All right. You, okay.
This is really your fault as much as it's mine.
You come up to the outside of a familiar hovel. Previously damaged, missing part of its roof. The roof is mostly repaired. You actually see two individuals are over the top of it, hammering pieces of wood into it. Not a very fine job, but definitely enough patchwork to keep the rain and snow from pouring in. The door is partially open as you approach.
Oh.
You might be blown up if you go in there.
I know.
We wait outside.
Let's just all just be ginger. Hello? Victor, are you home? It's Percy.
Silence.
Want me to go in and investigate?
Hold on. Hello, you up there? Hello?
What?
Where is the owner of this, domicile?
I don't know, I haven't seen him.
How long's he been gone for?
Was he?
Couple hours.
Oh, he's not dead. Then.
He's dead.
Do you have any idea where he's been off to?
I haven't seen him leave.
Well, I'm gonna pop in and check really quickly. Just letting you know.
Your funeral.
I gingerly open the door. Can I check for traps?
You may make an investigation check.
We're standing right here.
Oh yeah, that's not that bad. Investigation. I've never used that. 11. 12.
12, okay. You put the door open and kind of search the ground and the area before it and the actual frame of the door itself. No traps.
All right.
Glancing inside, though, you can see a little bit of light. Looks like there's a hooded lantern across the way, and just a little bit of light that's flickering, and it's kind of going against the wall nearest to you, to your right, as you enter. The same familiar smell of fresh earth, kind of really, really, really dry dust, and a very familiar smell of explosive black powder material.
Oh dear.
Is Victor in there?
No, I don't see anybody in here.
Well, should we just purchase what you need via the honor system and leave some coin behind?
He's not necessarily always a believer in coin. Sometimes he just wants some trade. Also, I need to talk to him about some personal issues.
Poof. You see off to the side what you didn't initially notice as you entered, what appears to be a wooden kind of trap door in the far corner that.
Oh, sweet God, Zapello!
And you notice that apparently something, a large sack of some heavy material has rolled off a nearby table and is now currently holding the door down.
Okay, I'm
You're
going to go try and lift it.
Okay. You lift it up. Set it up. Fine.
What's going on? You trying to kill me?
No, hello, Victor. I was just trying to give you money. You were stuck. You had gotten stuck down. What is down there?
This is my mine I'm building.
Your mine?
It's Mayan building.
I can't
understand simple English.
Don't put things on top of the door. It makes it hard to get out.
Something's happened to him.
Are you all right?
I'm okay.
Are you sure?
No, I've been knocked down here for hours.
Grog Scanlon, come on in. He's.
Help me out!
And he raises his hands up and you can see now where once was 2, now is none.
You have to build him a hand.
No.
Just help him out. Can we not get here?
Can you lift him up? The board?
Oh, all right, yeah. I'll grab the stump and I'll pick him straight up again. I'll shake him a little bit.
I need him mostly intact.
Oh, so like on the ground?
Treat him slightly better than you would treat a member of your own
Don't
family.
shake me too hard.
More than slightly better. Much better.
Oh, don't shake him too hard.
Oh.
I'm not there.
Gas.
Sure.
I'll put him gently back.
Thank you.
And he pats you on the head with his nub. Goes over. You can see it's kind of bandage. He goes over and then pulls the ladder up that he didn't use. Closes the
Ladder.
Okay, so, what do you want?
Well, I was hoping to buy a little bit more black powder from you, if possible, and I was curious if you had anything else for sale, and I wanted to ask you a couple questions, just about other customers again,
That's a lot.
I know.
Yes, I have powder.
You do?
I can sell you more powder. Question 1. Yes, how much?
One question?
First question.
First question. Has a one-armed lady, a one-handed lady, a doctor come by to purchase?
Not a lady. I am an honorable man.
Don't insult
I know.
him.
I would never insult your honor or preferences of any kind. But
Are you saying I'm pretty?
Victor, I think you know how I feel about that. But you're a very attractive man, and
Thanks taking on me.
I know it.
I'm taken.
He's taken.
are you dating right now?
No, I'm just taken.
Okay. I can't. I'm sorry. Good.
How much?
Well, I was originally going to offer some gold if you like, but if you like, I could make you a tool that you could use with your current predicament, some sort of simple clawing mechanism for grasping, lifting, not getting caught in your mine.
Maybe trade, maybe claw.
I love trade. Trade is brilliant.
Build and bring, and we trade.
I would ask one other thing if I'm to do this for you. One
Oh,
other
so
thing.
many questions.
Victor's like going into like goblin mode. He's like forgetting how to speak English. He's not even talking crazy anymore. He's just like bring and trade. Oh my god. Oh gosh. Already what you said an hour ago. That was so long ago, Sarah. Does that mean all D&D clerics, warlocks are by definition prophets? I mean, it depends on if they speak to their god, but yeah, I'd say so.
Did you have questions too?
I do have a question.
Do you have a question?
Yes, I
I
do.
don't. None.
I like him. What's your question?
I'm just looking for a hat shop. Is there a hat shop around here?
And he's just pulling around for a second. Bunch of pile of oiled rags and shit. He pulls up looks like a small burlap sack that's torn somewhere at the opening.
Oh, God. Oh. All right. Thank you.
My pleasure. Happy to help.
Okay.
That was everything I could have hoped for. And
Don't get near the fire.
really don't.
Thank you.
Has Dr. Ripley, has a woman come by to buy black powder? One hand, one mechanical hand, one normal hand, mechanical hand.
So the one you're saying you can make?
I'm going to make you something, a nice, useful claw piece, yes.
So you're saying that this woman made a better hand than you can make?
No, I can make a better hand.
Then make me a better hand! Why would you give me a lesser hand?
You're going to need to give me quite a bit of black powder for that. And more questions.
Really? Had a bad day.
Is that recent? That doesn't look that recent. Oh, that's recent. That's wet. That's very wet.
It's pretty recent.
Okay. I can work with that. I can work with that. I'm going to go construct you something that will be perfect for your needs. I have a great idea. I will need another hogshead and a half of black powder and a little information about another customer, and then I will leave you to your work. Is that fair?
Fair!
He turns around, rushes over, and grabs the same phantom hogshead that he has lying around his place.
Eats a lot of pork.
Before he fills it with powder, he goes over to Scanlan and goes,
Too big.
fills it with black powder, carefully brings it over, kind of like holding it under his arm.
Thank you. I will put this in something reasonable. I'll be back in just a little bit with, Actually, do you have a glove that you used to wear or anything like that? Do you have something?
Yes!
Okay.
He pulls his back and pulls out the glove that was on the hand, and you can see it's blown apart and burned to cinders.
I can take measurements from that.
Fingers gone. It's just more of a sleeve with like a charcoaled edge.
I'm going to be busy. Can you cast the?
No, but Keyleth can, and I think that would save you a lot of time.
I'm not here.
No, she's not here.
No, but we can go get her and come back.
To
just fix his hand.
I don't think she can just fix his hand.
Someone can restore something.
I
Maybe
can.
I can.
Not today, but I can over
Give it a
time.
try.
Well, while I'm tempted, would you just?
Regenerate. You can regrow
I
it.
feel like I made a deal. I just don't have to sit.
I
do
think
it.
he would prefer a real hand than a claw hand.
Would you prefer a real hand or a claw hand?
Depends. How cool is the claw hand?
That's what I thought.
I would much rather you spend time on projects for us than projects for him.
This is projects for us.
It's pretty cool.
And this is sort of what I mean when I talk about when I talked about like the bottle episode earlier, is like not necessarily a one shot, but a series of interactions that don't take a lot of in-game time but can eat up a lot of out-of-game time, especially like, you know, Matt introducing like this fucking hat for Scanlan and the idea of the claw hand. You know, there's a lot of things that are being introduced here. That's not to say that I think Matt is like doing this on purpose because of the vibe of the table or anything. But this is the sort of thing that I try to make if the vibe is like really off and I can fit it into the session, I try to make several of these types of interactions. Maybe even like an arena fight, like the last time that they were in Vasselheim that Grog had. That sort of thing, where it's stuff that they can do. Covering up the green screen. It's stuff that they can do. That's not like too dramatic or matters too much, but like things still move forward. I hit my desk. Things still move forward. They still have like interesting interactions. But like I said, my success with that was mixed. Sometimes it took too much time, or sometimes them having a weird vibe was good for the dramatic interactions. So it's hard to tell. Hopefully the Death Goddess conversation isn't going to bring the vibes down. No, I can't imagine that it would. I can't imagine that the immortal Death Goddess, who is very used to seeing people right after they die, I can't imagine that that conversation would go poorly at all. I think it'll be great.
And believe me, I would like to, keeping him happy is pertinent because I can make this myself. It's just very difficult.
Regrow his hand.
Hey, Percy, he wants the claw to be cooler than that lady's claw hand.
That's very easy to do. She has no aesthetics whatsoever.
All right, well then F the old original hand and let's give him a race.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
All right. Yes, it'll be fine. And if you can't do the mansion, I know where I can go get some work done. But it'll be
Oh, you want me to make you? We have the Slayer's Take. They have a workshop, don't we?
If not, I know where I can work on something. I will be back. I will not leave town before I've delivered to you something.
He takes the hogshead.
Oh, absolutely fair. Completely.
Trade when you bring hand.
Yes, of course.
Then I deliver with new hand. Then all is well.
Yep.
No more questions.
No. That's fine. We'll be back. It'll be good.
You're small.
I need a big hat.
Can't help you, sorry.
All right.
Are you going to go find a hat shop then?
Maybe if we pass one.
All right, we will be back. Stay safe.
Okay,
Stay good.
don't touch the door, please.
Yes. No. Just. We'll be back. Bye. I'm going to go find a workshop and work on something.
Thank you. We'll see you later.
It's big.
And I'm just right. It's the thing.
I'm undecided about you.
You're not alone. So yeah, I'm going to go see if the Slayer's take has a. I cannot handle any more of that. It was just. That was brutal.
I feel like you have to have a little.
Sorry so much. I just thought you were gonna not make him not there, so you didn't have to do it.
No.
Yeah. He's just not home. Sorry, guys.
Oh, I love him.
Victor's on vacation.
So I'm gonna go see if there's if there's not a blacksmithing, if there's not somewhere where I can do a little bit of basic smithing work and technical work, then I'm gonna just go find that blacksmith from last time.
There's basic materials to do essentially weapon repairs, armor repairs, minor armor construction within the Slayer's take. If you want something that's going to be a little more to the level of what you're doing, you may have to actually rent out a facility.
Well, I'm gonna go find that young chap from before.
Okay. Yeah, easy enough to do. If you want to rent the forge for.
I will say, so this kind of goes back to the comment about trivialization that we were talking about earlier with the travel and like teleporting. Especially at the point that they're at, I cannot imagine a forge that is so expensive as to not be a footnote on their accounting ledger. They are going to be so cheap, I imagine. So at that point, you're basically giving it to him for free. But the renting, I think, makes sense. Like, I think it makes more sense to have him rent it than to just give it for free. So, like, within the fabric of the world, it's like a good world-building decision. But I can't imagine it would be a major undertaking, though. Yeah. But, like, more of what I'm saying is, like, to rent it, I mean, I guess it depends on how long he needs, which would be a conversation between him and Matt. But, like, they are so unimaginably wealthy. Like, the amount of gold that they have, if we are even remotely going by PHB and Xanathar's prices, is basically to the level of, like, an entire faction or guild and, like, their level of wealth. So, practically speaking, they have infinite money. Now, if they say, you know, this mechanical claw is going to take you a fucking year, yeah, that'll put a dent. But they have so much Electrum. So much. I do, no mechanical difference saying, yes, it's here in the take, and you'll have to rent one. Both are free. Yeah, exactly. There's no mechanical difference, but I do think that there is vibes. There's a vibes difference. Yeah, it's world building. But what I would say, especially like something that I try to do as the levels get higher, is you start to change the cost of things. So as they get to the point where they have infinite gold, sure, let that trivialize whatever you want it to trivialize. That's fine. But especially for something like this, like an intense mechanical workshop, I start to try and aim the cost of acquiring that to non-gold-based things. Say monster parts, if you want to be, you know, if you want it to be easy, or maybe a favor, or maybe like there is no amount of favors you can do for them. You have to be aligned with the right faction in the city. And if you aren't, there is no bribing or begging that will get you in that workshop. And, you know, that maybe could trigger a heist sequence. Probably not if it's going to take them any amount of time to smith. But that could lead to some more interesting interactions as they try to curry the social currency that they need to accomplish their new goals. So if Percy needs access to a really complicated setup, maybe something that there's only like one of in the world, they have to talk to this wizard. The wizard is already rich. They can conjure gold out of thin air. Maybe they're a transmutation wizard. They have no need of money or earthly possessions, but maybe they're deathly scared about leaving their tower. And so they say, like, oh, I need you to go out and do this task for me before you can get into my tower and use my setup. So, but again, that is all if you don't want to trivialize it. I don't think that at this point, and this is a good divergence point between if I was trying to make this a bottle episode, I would try to introduce that sort of hook so that it takes more time. But in this case, he wants them to go and talk to the Raven Queen. That's what Vax wants. That's what they're really here for. So might as well trivialize it. Might as well just say it costs a certain amount of gold. Bing, bang, boom, you're done. And that way you don't have this extra task that they have to complete. I need some of this special ore from this monster's cave. Yeah, absolutely. I understand your point. I wonder if that's undermining their earning gold. You have a lot of gold now. Most things no longer cost gold. There's so few gold sinks in D&D regardless. Yes, I agree. I think that basically in the way that I tend to run it, the purpose of gold changes. So I talked about it when we were when they introduced their hold in Iman. Castle Grayskull. Those are the sorts of things that I aim gold costs at, or maybe crafting a really expensive item like the carpet of flying, or the flying carpet. But I go more towards, okay, for the purposes of we're gonna stop tracking rations unless you carrying capacity is a constraint. We're just going to stop tracking rations. We're going to stop tracking, the amount of gold that you pay for a room. We're going to stop tracking all of that, and I'm going to introduce these much, much larger gold costs. And now some of that might be for this sort of thing, but it also might change. Like if you are at a point, I think in this case, it's for a workshop specifically. That sort of thing is I don't think there is a gold amount that is high enough that it would be a significant factor on their ledger. So that's when I introduce the concept of the concept of these social favors. You know what I'm saying? But if you have something where you can reasonably escalate the gold cost, then that stays as a gold cost. That's why D&D has a cost of living. Cost of living is low. Again, they've got tens of thousands of gold. I think the most expensive cost of living is 10, maybe 1. D&D cost of living. Expenses, lifestyle expenses. Yeah, I mean, even if they are living aristocratic, I guess it says 10 GP minimum, but wealthy, aristocratic, these are 4 and 10 gold piece. Again, footnotes on their ledger. Let's put it at 50. 50, if they pay a month in advance, that's 3,000 gold. That's a lot. That's what I would consider the upkeep of Castle Grayskull. And this is where this aristocratic level is where they're at in terms of wealth. And so we start working that into how do you even live as an aristocrat without owning land and shit, right? You're not gonna rent out an aristocratic room at an inn and go and eat at aristocratic restaurants. So when we get to this level, I start to make things like Castle Grayskull and base the upkeep of Castle Grayskull on going above this aristocratic limit per day. So it's not necessarily that, I guess that's fair. It's not that I'm ignoring it, but you're changing the shape of it to where it becomes easier to track at like a large level, as well as it actually starts to put a hit on their gold amounts. Because otherwise, yeah, there aren't a lot of gold sinks in D&D. But I think that this lifestyle expenses falls apart as you go higher and higher if they don't start acquiring tangible assets to put this towards. Like, I think that the idea of renting and living an aristocratic lifestyle, I don't want to say they're mutually exclusive, but unless you're in a really high fantasy setting, they're borderline mutually exclusive. So this is where I start like acquiring assets, and that's what the gold goes towards. The carpet, OMG, I think I just realized why Vex thinks those scales cost 20,000 gold. That was how much enchanting the carpet costs. It's possible. It's possible that's where she got the number from. Yeah. But that's kind of what I'm going after. And if you can't scale like in this lifestyle expenses, like, you know, kind of gradient, if there's something like a workshop where you don't think mentally as a DM that you can justify scaling up the cost of a workshop to this level, like it just like doesn't really like feel right in the fabric of the world building and like the economy, then you transition over into other forms of cost, like tasks, favors, social credit, that sort of situation. You can also use the delineation between the two to characterize the setting. So like maybe one particular area of the world is a lot more concerned with escalating gold costs, and maybe they escalate like crazy, like they escalate exponentially, compared to another part of the world where that is much more concerned about the social currency aspect. Who are you aligned with? Hey, you know, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Oh, you're friends with them? Well, hey, a friend of theirs is a friend of mine. Hey, you know, get on in here. That sort of thing. That can both be used for different things to make the world building feel grounded, and it can be used to characterize different locations. And it can be used for different strategies from the DM. If you want to increase the feel of like a bottle episode, you can introduce tasks. But if you want to make it a little bit more trivial, you can make it gold-based, because that's just an accounting thing. So yeah, there's just lots of different optionality. What are they going to pay for? In this case, we're talking about Percy paying for a workshop. If I understand the question. I might not.
For the day, to craft whatever he's looking to craft, he's charging you 50 gold for the day.
50 gold for the day. Can I use all of his tools and and just my own material?
Yeah, we have to supply our material, but yeah, I'll let you run it.
I'm gonna run find Vax, get my stuff, and go to work.
Okay. You guys.
And it also depends on how long they have to maintain the costs. Because like 50 gold a day, if you have to do that for a month, that's a substantial cost. If you have to do it for 2 days, it's a footnote. So it also, the duration of the cost, the length of the task, both also play into whether or not it is trivial or whether or not it's like an actual cost. There's a lot of levers. There's a lot of levers to pull. I think around episode 65 is really interesting approach to the money scale thing. Interesting. I'll have to keep an eye out for it. Very interesting.
You four. Make your way over towards the Duskmeadow. Now...
Trinket's out.
Drink it down?
Come on, Trinket.
Rolls his head against you and kind of licks the side of your face, happy to be out of that stuffy little necklace. So you make your way towards the Duskmeadow, which you've seen before. It's a very comparatively kind of glum-looking area of the town, hence the name that accompanies it. But this is the area of the city that contains the Raven's Crest, the Amaranthine Oubliette. It also contains the entire town's catacombs. This is where, since this town's existence, all of the dead are interred perpetually deeper and deeper and deeper beneath this part of the city. This is also one of the oldest libraries of the city is kept here as well. But as you approach the outskirts of it, you can see a very fine line between this area and the Birthheart, which is the Melora section of the city. There's a very, very wide river divide between the two of them, and it's like night and day, back and bath, very, very, very directly between the two of them. You can see on the lower side, there's just stalks and stalks of corn and other vegetation that's being grown for food. There's almost like a lush forest that curls around the outside of it that doesn't match the rest of the indigenous trees you've seen in this area of Othanzia. The entire Birthheart area where the temple is to Melora is just this kind of plucked out of nowhere section placed into it, and you move over to the Duskmeadow, and it's just like the color has left the vicinity. And there you see in the center of this part of the town this large, looming, ominous obsidian and gold structure. It's like a giant black stone eyrie. It has no intricacies from this distance you could see. It's almost like a giant square building that is just a void of light with little glimmers of gold when the light catches it at moments. It's hard to miss and definitely stands as a centerpiece to the section of Vasselheim.
The whole walk over, I've been talking a lot, mostly to Trinket. Just, scratching behind the ear, saying, "Buddy, you've been trapped in there a while. It's good to see you out." Your uncle.
He doesn't mind it. He doesn't mind being in there.
I'm sure he doesn't. I'm just happy to see him.
So he presses his nose under yours and kind of lifts your chin up and kind of like bite your lip a little from the sudden impact of this very large bear, but it's all with love. And
yeah, it's cold. You sure you don't want to go back in? No, you don't want to go back in. I know.
Hey, Pike.
Just nervous talking the whole way there.
I think Vax is talking to himself.
He's very nervous right now. It's a big deal. This temple is very, it's lovely.
It's gorgeous. It's very intimidating. Do you know anything about this? You've lived here for a while, Pike.
I've heard of it.
You've never been in?
I've never been in, no.
you do know from your time here and what little you've heard that part of the purpose of this vicinity is not just to inter the dead within part of these catacombs, and the library here is kind of a loose partnership between the worshippers of her and those who follow Ayun. It is a center for knowledge and history kept within the city. But you'll see throughout the town and the landscape, the outer wall that surrounds this entire portion of Vasselheim, there are repetitive glyphs that line this entire area. And from what you've heard, at the very least, most of these glyphs, which you see across the corners of roadways, and many which that surround the actual entrance to the catacombs, it is a perpetual enchantment that is to seal any sort of possible undeath. There once was a terrible scourge of undeath in this part of the landscape long ago, corresponded with a battle hundreds of years ago, and since then, the reinforcement has been put in place to prevent that from happening again. So the downside is that the power of these glyphs that prevent undeath also prevent any actual vegetation from existing in this area as well. So all the ground that you come across, no grass, no natural vegetation, it's just dirt and ash and dust.
Can we recognize the language in which the runes come from?
The magic itself is divine in nature, but it's based in the same very, very base draconic glyphs that a lot of arcane magic is based on. It's old magic.
It's old.
But yeah, it's based in some sort of divine ritual.
What did you say the name was of the Raven Queen's temple again?
The temple itself is referred to as Raven's Crest.
Raven's Crest.
Raven's Crest, yes.
How are you feeling, Vex?
I'm all right. I'm just gonna talk to my sister for a minute. I know you wanna. I know you wanna be here.
I know you don't want me to come.
I don't. I really don't.
I know. And I won't. If you're sure. I put you in this place and I feel terrible about it, and I know you're extremely nervous. Trinket consented too, he's very in tune with those emotions, and I just...
Listen to me. You did not put me in this place. No one put me in this place. And everything's gonna be fine.
Everything will be fine.
And I tug her sleeves and make them a little more orderly, and I move a bit of hair out of her face, and I do a button that's not done. Everything's gonna be fine.
Unbuttoned, actually.
That's all right. Just wait here. I'll be out in a bit, all right?
Yes.
Everything's fine.
I know. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
You don't need to be nervous either.
I'm not.
I will be here, waiting for you when you come out.
No. I'll see.
I love you.
You know,
I'm proud of you. You know, she's just gonna love you so much. And who knows, you might have a new girlfriend when you come out. I've heard other people have dated gods before. I've heard it's done. That cashew guy. Anyway.
You're gonna wait here for me, right?
I'll be right here.
And then I drop the smile as I walk off towards the other two.
Okay. Which, as you turn and look, when you originally approach the stairs that lead up to the entrance of this large structure, it's just empty. Doors closed. There was no guard post on the outside. It was just these two looming, almost like dark glass type doors, about 12 feet tall and about 8 feet wide on each side. They're just locked shut. As soon as you turn to walk towards them, the doors open and you see a figure standing there at the door, just looking directly at you, or at least you assume looking right at you. It's hard to see. This individual. Somewhat lithe in physicality, is wearing long, dark robes and their face is shrouded in opaque black cloth, like a death shroud that just blocks the entire face. You can see the hint of like a jawline, a nose. It looks to be a person of some background in there, but they're just standing there watching you. And as soon as you react to their appearance, the hand just beckons quietly.
You expecting me? All right. I've brought a couple friends. Is that permissible here?
1x in the temple. Got it. Can do. I do wonder why disallowing undead means no vegetation, because nothing is available to die? Potentially. Oh, I do like that image, Rebecca. Yeah. Potentially. I mean, this is why we can't get too deep into science, because, right, like, what is the delineation between plants, microbes, living things, but we do know that, like, based on the magic that we have access to reading, you know, there are delineations within the magical realm between plants and beasts and humanoids and monsters. Like, these things have some intrinsic quality that does separate them. So it's separating, no vegetation is allowed to grow, but humans are fine. That's very, very possible within the construct of the magical systems in D&D. Does imply that undead plants exist. That's sick. Fucking green-black death, or black-green death. Deck. I keep saying death. Deck. That sounds sick. It's just weird because undead are usually humanoid. At least the basic ones, like skeletons, zombies. Yeah, it's a weird quirk because, and that's why I wrote down this whole thing. It's like, it's an interesting quirk. Like, that's not something that, like, feels like it naturally goes together. Like, undead and vegetation? It's like, I don't know. It doesn't feel overly, connected. So that's why I kind of part that, like, maybe the undeath part is a quirk and preventing vegetation was the point. I'm thinking of, like, historical, like the Jewish ghettos in I went and visited the Jewish ghetto in Rome, and that feels like the sort of thing that a magically inclined society might do to an internment camp or a ghetto or something like that, and very much something that they might want to whitewash from history because it's fucked. So yeah. It's interesting. It's an interesting little bit when I am convinced that the interpretations of historical events are going to bear out to not be 100% accurate. And I have the distinct feeling that Exu Calamity takes place in the prehistory, maybe during the Second War of Divergence, maybe during the Penance. So I have a feeling that is going to be a hinge point, potentially, of Calamity, is that the history that we have been fed during Campaign 1, maybe parts of Campaign 2, is going to bear out to not be entirely accurate. And that's why I'm kind of looking for things that maybe seem a bit off or a bit weird, like they might have been historically retconned by the winners. You know what I'm saying? Sounds like an excuse for the gothy vibe. Well, yeah. Like, it's almost entirely probably that. But it does bring up questions. You've never tried my mom's Brussels sprouts. Yeah. I think it's worth 1x this early, voting for the 1x. Well, you know what? We'll split the difference. We'll call it a classy 1.1. How about that? We'll call it a classy 1.1. And then we'll slow down even more eventually. I think the general aura of death and nothing grows here makes sense, but the undead part is the missing connection. Yeah, I agree. It's interesting. You're far enough along now that you can watch Calamity at any time. I'll probably watch it when it came out chronologically. I think. I don't know. We'll see. Right now, I'm focused on C1. If we happen to diverge at some point, I'll do some polling. But right now, we're C1 focused. The description of the temple is generally one of my favorite parts of C1. Ooh, interesting. All right, let's see. Boop.
They'll keep quiet.
I turned to Vex.
Keep him safe.
I swear to you, we're all coming out of here alive.
I know.
But if like an hour passes and we don't, maybe come in. But we're all coming out of here alive, so don't worry about it. It's fine.
And I squeeze her hand. I'll make sure he gets out okay. I promise.
All right.
Okay. Please be safe.
It'll be fine. I'll just be right here.
Yes.
Waiting here with Trinket.
Okay.
Just calmly leaning against a wall. No big deal.
Okay.
We've faced way more terrifying things than a few, albeit creepy, men in robes.
I don't even think she's that bad. She's not gonna be bad.
Guys,
Just go.
Okay,
We're
We're fine.
All right. As you step up the stairs, the figure leads you all inside. And as you step into the main center of this initial walkway chamber, the figure doesn't enter with you. It just closes the door behind you. You can feel the just hint of vibration of impact as the doors close shut.
It's dark.
It's lowly lit on the inside, and it's interesting. From the outside, it looks like a black, like solid, impossible to see through building. From the inside, you can actually look out, and the entire building is made of this glass, this like somewhat warped, dark glass, and you can see almost the entirety of the outside from your position. The doors are held aloft into it. It's like a one-way type enchantment, or the construct, the material itself is somewhat translucent from this side.
Like an interrogation room, like one-way mirror type of thing?
Kind of, or like a very, very dark pair of sunglasses, but like made of naturally formed rock almost.
noticing that, I turn and just sort of look at my sister for 5 or 10 more seconds.
She doesn't see you, and she just stands there quietly, looking around, inspecting the vicinity. Pets drink a little.
Let's do this.
Do I feel anything being in here?
You just feel a natural tremble stepping into a place of powerful divine influence that is not the warm comfort of Sarenrae, which has protected you before. Now, you understand the way many deities work in these lands, and your place in it, and Sarenrae's place in it, and you know enough about the Raven Queen to know that this is not an unwelcome place, per se. Go ahead and roll a religion check.
Okay, 23.
23. You understand the Raven Queen has also not always been the one who holds sway over the domain of death, the domain of winter, the domain of fate. Once mortal, the Raven Queen ascended as essentially a follower and partner to the previous god of death, which his name has been erased from the books. This mortal ascended many, many, many years ago, pre-Second Spark, and has since taken what was once a tyrannical position of death and the afterlife of souls.
Okay. I got to go through this slowly. We maybe have to read the transcript because this is a bit of a lore dump that I think matters. Especially given, what I was talking about looking out for in this episode. Because we knew some of this, but we're getting a lot more details. Yeah. Also, what will I use my notes for? If I if I don't have notes, I will forget everything, and then that makes theorizing harder. Like, if I wouldn't have had my notes on Fenthros, I don't think I would have been able to, like, really lock in that moon tree theory. Who knows if it's right, but that's what I use my notes for. That's why I said 1x. Okay. You understand the Raven Queen. We're just gonna zoom in a little bit. Oh God, way too much. Okay, where are we? Oh my God, we're at 57. Scroll. 57, 51. Okay. Wait, no, that's too far ahead. Okay, you understand the Raven Queen has not always been the one who holds Swain? What am I talking about? Who holds sway over the domain of death? Can I just copy this? Am I able? Wait, let's see. Aha, I can. Okay, we're just gonna grab all of this because this feels important. Once mortal, the Raven Queen ascended as essentially a follower and partner of the previous god of death, which his name has been erased from the books. Just straight up proof that history has been meddled with, just saying, by the religious establishment. This mortal ascended many, many years ago, pre-Second Spark, which is, I'm assuming, pre-Second War of Divergence? Do I know that? I think I know that. And has since taken what was once a tyrannical position of death and afterlife and souls and took it instead to the natural transition that it is. However, due to lack of respect, or at least a lack of, for lack of a better term, belief or trust from the other gods, she's only gained dominion over the actual moment of transition, not the actual souls of the afterlife. Oh, interesting. So she's kind of an outsider, which does maybe play a role in why she's a little bit more involved than maybe the standard god. Okay, interesting. This is huge and matters a lot. I feel it. Yeah, we're going to 1. We're going to a little bitty of 1. Okay. I can stay zoomed in. It just makes all the elements really big. We'll stay zoomed in for a second. Maybe it's a lock-in. Are you taking notes in Adam? No, obsidian.
And took it instead as the natural transition that it is. However, due to a lack of respect, or at least a lack of, for lack of a better term, belief or trust from the other gods, she only gained dominion over the actual moment in transition, not of the actual souls of the afterlife. That influence was given to others. But the Raven Queen represents one of the most feared elements of life, which is the end of it. But you also know that that is a natural thing. Your personal belief is up to you. The sense you get here is that being an individual that worships life, that worships redemption, that worships second chances, you can't help but swallow a little hard the idea of a god that's purpose is to make sure that shifts into the next chamber, into an almost...
Shit. All right, we're back. Small little drop, but I think we're back. Yeah. Are we good? Thumbs up in chat if we're good. We had a tiny little drop there, but I don't know how it would. Mine froze for a bit. Okay. That should have been what happened. I just wanted to confirm. Fuck. See, God, that's the part that I'm. Oh. Yeah, I'll rewind. This is... That sort of shit is exactly what I'm afraid of. But we'll try. It was only a second. Okay. Yeah, we're getting into the lore. Yeah. We couldn't have a skip during any of the Victor stuff or any of the intro. Shake it off. We're fine. It's going to be good. Positive feelings. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Let's do it.
Somewhat translucent material shifts into the next chamber, into an almost deep gray and ivory ice-like interior. The dark, coal-black exterior you've seen now transitions into what feels like a very finely carved piece of architecture from ice and bone.
Do I get the sense as a druid, as an Ashari, that we've switched into another plane?
Go ahead and roll an Arcana check. Just this isn't as much a nature-based thing, yeah.
Oh,
good example of why players do not ask to make specific rolls. DMs ask to make, like, they ask to do something, the DM tells them the check to make. Because, like, obviously Marisha had an idea of, like, what check it would be in her head. It's different because Matt knows the back end. Like, he knows which checks would actually apply to this situation in a way that players might not. Good example there.
I rolled a 19. 21. Oh, dear. Oh, boy. Oh, goodness gracious.
From your understanding of transitional magic between planes, there's been no actual shift between planes. It's just the material itself is different upon the interior of this building. As soon as you enter this place, you do see another figure walking towards you. Similar long, dark robes. However, the veil has been pulled back, and you see before you what looks to be an older elven woman with very, very bright silver hair that just kind of falls long past her shoulders, down her back about mid-waist, or down to the bottom of her waist. With a smile, you can see, as she walks towards you, a very welcoming grin. As she approaches, she pays very little mind to you three, but directly to you, says, "You walk with her sight on you. You are ever welcome here."
I've come to understand my place in her sight.
And I think perhaps you are here for communion. Come, our most sacred chamber. The communion pool awaits. Only you may have entry, unfortunately.
Right. I plant a kiss on the cheek of each of the women.
Do you need anything before you go in? Any enhancement of any kind?
Just cross your fingers for me, okay?
Okay.
Oh, was it a bit longer? Okay. If that happens again, I'll rewind by like a minute or something. Something like that. I didn't have anything particularly to say about that sequence. This is my fear. Is it dropping and us missing stuff? But we're approaching the 3-hour mark. It was definitely not a minute, probably like 20 to 15 seconds. Yeah, I'm saying I'll rewind a minute just to make sure that I catch it next time, because I think I only rewound that time like 10 seconds, so it might have missed some stuff. But I'll just rewind a minute just to be safe if it happens again. Hopefully it doesn't. But I'm gonna get to the point where he goes into the pool, assuming he does. I assume that he will. And then we'll probably take a break before we jump into it, because this is the point. This is the point where I was like, oh, is the interior of, now I know it's Raven's Crest, going to be, oh, I should actually write that down, that it's Raven's Crest. I don't think I have that. Temple is Raven's Crest. It's like, oh, is the temple going to be different and like on a different plane, which Keyleth checked for, on the same wavelength, and then, or is she going to like take possession of Vax? Is something else going to happen? Is she going to appear in flesh? And it sounds like it's going to be closer to the possession thing, but it also, good, I think, choice on Matt's part. It only takes place inside of this pool, sort of like the projection pools in Outer Wilds, which localizes the effect and definitely constrains the possible questions that the players might have. Keeps it very localized, rather than if they just walked into a room and the Raven Queen just spoke into his head. Even that would have some implications. But if it's specifically like submerge into this pool, even though those aren't technically different of submerge into this pool versus walk into this room, personally, I think that they have a much different feel, and the pool feels much more constrained and not like she might be able to do this other places. The room feels like less of a distinct barrier and more of like a line in the sand. She's actually the goddess of swimming pools. So solid constraint choice on Matt's part for like how to commune with a goddess. Let's keep going. And if we'll just stop right before he walks in the pool.
I just kind of squeeze his hand.
Yeah, same. Be careful.
We're right out here on the other side of this door. If anything terrible happens, you have the earpiece. No one will stop Pike and I from getting through there if something terrible goes wrong.
Yeah, well,
Rules be damned.
I made my bed, now I gotta lie on it. I'll see you soon.
Okay.
Follow.
Come, champion. The Lady of Fates awaits. And she turns around and leads you 30 more feet to what looks to be an ascending staircase that just enters up and out of the sight of you two.
Guess we'll just hang out, yeah?
Guess we'll wait. Yeah.
You ascend a few foot behind her, about 40 or so feet, until it comes to a single large doorway of deep, deep, dark oak wood with what looks to be a dark iron ring in the center. As she steps up to it, she takes it and knocks on it twice. It just shifts open and leads into a central chamber now that looks about 100 feet high. And it is a large, steepled dome of what looks to be nothing but stained glass. It's awe-inspiring. It's beautiful. The colors, the light as it peeks through. The source of light, as diffused it is by the clouds, is sourceless in here. It seems like there are beams of light coming from all directions, and all the colors just are strewn across the floor in what looks like this perpetually shifting kaleidoscope of dots of reds and blues and purples and yellows and pinks and whites. You can see across the room there are 3 other figures that are all dressed in the same dark robes, the veils over their head, varying size. You can't make out what their racial background is per se, but they're all stationed around the center of the room, in which lies, from what you can see, a very, very large round pool of some sort of deep crimson liquid.
I have come to pay a debt, and I do so gladly and without question. What would you have of me?
You came to speak with the lady. Well, the way is before you. She gestures to the pool.
Walk slow and straight in.
Walk slow and straight in. I don't know if y'all noticed it. What are we at? 104.56. There's something very this Vex got HPV. There's something very minor that's really interesting. Yeah, 456. It's right. Yeah, right here.
Up to it. She takes it and knocks on it twice.
He changes the noise of the like the sound of the door halfway through.
It just shifts open.
Which I don't know if he changed his mind or if he wanted both of the sounds, because the is like old, doesn't get opened much, needs oil, whereas the I can't even do the gurgle. The is much more like big, heavy, ancient, monolithic, very, very grand. And I don't know if he wanted both, if he decided that he wanted one more than the other, but it is, I think, a really good example. Like, having both of those sounds right there shows how a small change in sound can change the feel of something. Like, if it was just that, to me, doesn't feel huge, doesn't feel like part of, this grand cathedral. It just feels old. It feels ancient. But the I still can't do it. The feels much more big. And then he goes in, he describes the ceilings, and I think that the gurgle was a much better, was a solid way. I don't even want to say better, but was a solid way of getting us into that. I don't think either is like better or worse. I just want to highlight it as an example of the different tones that the other senses can strike beyond the initial descriptions. I interpret it as the door creaking and then scraping. Very much could be. Very much could be. Could be that it's so old it's kind of leaning on the hinges a little bit, yeah. It's almost like a wood door versus a stone door. Exactly. And maybe he wanted it to be both. Maybe he switched his interpretation halfway through. I have no idea. But it's different. And that's the thing I really want to highlight, is that it is different and it does matter. Yeah. What about the change in smell? Unironically wish that there was a little bit of smell. I'm actually, no joke, I am curious as to what this temple smells like. Is it incense? Does it smell weirdly clean? Does it smell like embalming fluid? Which is, I think we were talking about in the Discord of like ways to characterize gods of death through smell. Does it smell like a hospital? I think that could intensely characterize this place if we knew what it smelled like. I don't know. But that's a nitpick. I think the sound was great. I think, you don't have to use everything all the time. I think that the sound, and that's why I wanted to hone in on it, I think the sound was good for the characterization. It smells like a million liters of blood. It just smells iron. It's like curdling. Probably blood. I mean, we're assuming that the crimson liquid is blood. What the heck? Why are you guys being so down about it? What if the crimson liquid is just red dye 42 or whatever? But anyways, we're going to take a quick break, and then we will be right back for the communion. I also like all of the different options and 2 converged on Kool-Aid. Oh, yeah. And we're back. We're back quick. Back quick. Let's keep it rolling. You know, since the DC, we haven't dropped a single frame, which is kind of interesting. Knock on wood. Wasn't someone just asking what the Raven Queen's domain would smell like a while ago for their game? That was in the Discord. Yeah, we were talking about it. And yeah, I mean, I think that, like, based on how the Raven Queen is characterized, I would absolutely say that, like, I think when you hear God of Death, you immediately think like rotting, corpse smell, graveyard, you know, ew, gross, nasty. But especially for a god over the transition of death, there, I think, can be a lot more nuanced characterization there. I think I recommended like a woody oak smell, because that's what embalming fluid smells like. You know, sort of give the feel of like a funeral home almost. Which I kind of think that the attendants here are kind of giving funeral home vibes. Which is kind of interesting. But like I said, I don't blame him for not doing it. I always think of petrichor, the smell of air after it rains. Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, look, the Critical Role spoilers knew that they needed to clear Sputniks out. They needed to clear this one out of chat. Ridiculous. All right, let's focus up. All the goofies and gaffies are blah, 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 out of my system. Wah! No more laughing, only serious. Let's get into it.
Straight in.
You step into it. Comes up to your ankles, to your knees. And what catches you first is the liquid is very thick. It is viscous in a familiar way. This is most definitively a pool of blood. And it is cold. It is ice cold. As you step in, you could feel as it begins to seep into your boots and begins to find its way into the crevices of your outfit. As you get down to your waist, it's just chilling, and you can't help but stand up straight as you step further in, not sure quite how deep it gets. And it gets deeper and deeper, up past your chest, up past your shoulders, and you're not even halfway into the center of this pool before it's going past your nose.
Keep going.
You take your last breath, hold it, and submerge yourself in the pool. Darkness around you, the cold sensation. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing.
I open my mouth and inhale.
As you do, you feel the blood fill your lungs, and you immediately, your lungs begin to seize with the lack of oxygen. You instinctually begin to try and reach up for the water and pool, but you can't rise. You can't get up. And at that point, the cold, piercing pain of the liquid in your lungs becomes warm. All the liquid around you becomes warm. And in the darkness, where you cannot see, you calm, as suddenly your breathing is no longer difficult. It's natural. It's like air. And it's reminiscent of being in the womb, of the moment of birth that you've forgotten so long ago, that you're just surrounded in darkness and comfort. And piercing the center of this darkness before you, you see a very faint bead of white light just begin to spark and grow and grow. And as that light widens out, it becomes a face. A porcelain face, a nose, lips, a chin. Empty dark sockets. Long, dark hair that goes to crimson and surrounds you. You see a small hand reach up behind and lift you from your legs. And from what you thought was only a few feet of liquid You look around you and it is an endless space, a space you've been before, a space that you once visited in your sleep, in your dreams. You look down below and you can see the infinite skein of threads that you were once given inspection to. As you look down, you see the very palm of the Raven Queen holding you aloft in this space as the mask pulls in close to you with a smile. The lips don't move, but you hear a voice from all directions in your head. A comforting voice, a welcoming voice. My champion, Raxeldon, you've come to me at last.
This was always supposed to happen, wasn't it?
There is destiny. But you still guide your path where it must go. Especially you, fate-touched. You're one of the few that bends the threads near and around you. That's why you're so interesting to me.
I give myself willingly to you for the bargain that was struck. Although I question if the bargain was just the surface reason for this to happen.
When one such as your unique essence walks these realms, do not think I am the only one to take interest. And do not think you're the only one either. But I was there to seize the opportunity when it arose. And as such, you are now mine. And I know that you hate me. I know that you fear me. Most do. But only because they are without understanding. Without death, life has no meaning. Finality drives change, innovation, greatness. It is the end that I bring that drives all of you gracious creations of this land to make the world better than we did, than those before me did.
I would learn your ways. I would learn your purpose. And I will serve.
Then understand the wholeness of what it is you serve and what you represent, champion. Even after death, the soul is carried to another purpose. But it is that transition where it is at its most vulnerable. It is my charge, my gift, your gift now, to safeguard that beautiful moment. There are those that find the immortal soul one of the most pure and powerful means of energy, of sourced power in this world. That is an abomination. There are those that wish to halt the process and live eternally in some form of undeath or the other. That is an abomination. There is also a difference between bending your thread around destiny, fate-touched, and perverting the thread entirely, for death is sacred. But not all deaths are destined in that moment. Some destinies require one to endure beyond the moment, to meet that moment many times before the final death is to come. We must guide those moments across this web, and as she sweeps her hand out of another, where she holds you in one palm, another hand reaches out, and the entire web of threads just glows below you in this curling wave out into infinity, into the horizons endless to each side of you and beyond. So, to bend destiny, to bend these fates, is within our sphere of influence. It's those that find a way to cheat this destiny, halt the progression, corrupt their thread to the point it sickens those around them. Undeath
wayward necromancy, perversion of the sanctity of the cycle. And our very domain is an atrocity and must be stopped and stamped out. That is our cause. Your cause now. Do you still accept this gift? You, Vax'ildan. I've had my eye on you for some time. And the smile curls into this much wider smile, to a point of being somewhat perturbing. Your dual nature, rushing prematurely towards your end, wantonly throwing your life before the flames, only to pull away in those last moments. Instinct. You test your path constantly, without knowing. You've been preparing for this mantle your entire life. My beautiful champion. The smile subsides. The face goes stone. Lack of expression. Blank. The hand pulls back, and you now can see the full immensity of her size. Her body infinitely long, looking down before it disappears into darkness. And as you look up, suddenly the mask is there before you, but normal, human-sized. You're no longer in her hand. You're standing on a floor of the same white ice bone type substance the interior of Raven's Crest seemed to be built from. And for a brief moment, you see before you the woman before the god. The ascended mortal, no larger than you. From the hair that topples down the sides, a hand reaches up and grabs the mask and pulls it away. Beneath the mask, you see a very beautiful, very sad-looking woman. Her eyes are cold and red in the iris. Her skin flawless and smooth, white, pale, sunless. Her brows thin and furrowed. She steps forward and touches the side of your face. There are those who will be frightened of you. But know what we do is one of the most important gifts of all. And she grabs your head, pulls you down and kisses you in the forehead. At which point suddenly your lungs fill once again with searing white pain. You find yourself scrambling about, instinctually spilling out liquid all around you, and you finally come out on top of the communion pool. Your eyes open and you can see just red crimson pouring in your vision. You rub it out and you're in the chamber alone. Eyes wide, swimming around. You can see the figures on the side come to the edges. They all bow. The figure that led you in stands at the mouth of this pool where you entered. She's smiling. She has her hand extended.
Take it.
She lifts you out of the pool. One of the other figures runs up and takes one of the dark robes that they have and pulls it off around them, revealing just a simple dark blue and black outfit beneath. Still wearing the veil, but wraps the dark robe around you. As the liquid is now back to its freezing cold sensation, your teeth are chattering. And they lead you back to the door you entered, down the stairs, and into the central chamber where both Keyleth and Pike await. You guys turn and see, descending the stairs, being flanked essentially by two of the members of the Raven's Crest, both the shoulders with a dark robe.
Okay, I was not certain where the break would be, but I think we've sort of broken out of the major scene. Interesting. I took quite a few notes. Let's read some chat. I was trying not to read chat during, but to be clear, you're totally cool to chat. I just wasn't reading it. Oh, that was one of the reasons chat warned me. I see. Yeah, I can imagine that moment. Oh, I actually think I remember that in the art of like the Raven Queen holding someone. I honestly didn't really connect that it might be Vex. That makes sense though. Yeah. What always gets me about this is I don't know if I would be as cool as Liam. If I had an idea for my character, I wouldn't love that one choice steers my story this much. I mean, you're assuming that he had another idea. To my senses and my viewing, this all makes pretty total sense, like pretty like linear sense for what I've seen from Vax. And I even wrote it down. Vax is very focused on the service, on his purpose. You know, we didn't really see it until the Iman mini interludes between Vasselheim and the Briarwoods, and then between Briarwoods and the Chroma Conclave. In both of those, Vax had little mini crises of conscience where he was really like concerned about if they were good people, if they were heroes, if they were like doing the things that they did for a good purpose. And to me, and I think that Vax even kind of says it, Vax/Liam, the choice that he made was just the excuse for where his plot was going to go ultimately. You know, he says to Pike, and you know, we don't know how pre-planned anything ever was, but he says to Ashley, I was going to talk to you about serving Sarenrae. I need destiny, I need tenets, I need a code to follow to be a good person, because I think that Vax feels like, and I think that Kynan is a good example of this, that when he is left unbound, untenantless, he doesn't trust himself. He doesn't trust his own internal moral compass to make good decisions, like decisions that he is proud of in retrospect. And so he wants to serve something greater and just abide by those tenets. And as long as he agrees with those tenets, he's doing good things, right? We'll see where his plot line ends, whether or not he finds solace in service, or if there's maybe some complications with said service, of maybe doing something that doesn't feel ultimately right to him. But yeah, I think we'll never know. We'll never know what Liam had planned for Vax. But to me, this feels like something like this would have always happened. Whether it was with Sarenrae, Pelor, anyone in the Pantheon. I feel like we were always headed down this road. Hey, maybe not even a god, maybe a faction like the Clasp, who he originally bound himself to and branded himself for. Obviously, that was to save Vex, very similar to this. But I think that Vax was always going to wind up in service. I think that was where his character plot was going. Now, maybe he wouldn't have wanted it to be the Raven Queen. Who knows? But I definitely don't think it was totally out of left field. I don't think it was fully, or at least maybe. I think the direction is still the direction he had planned. It's just maybe that the aesthetics are a little different. That's at least how I'm interpreting it. He's playing along with it, though. I'm sure if he went to Matt out of game and asked him the story to stop the storyline, he would. Yeah, totally. Yeah. I think Matt. I think they would have had that conversation. Yeah. I love this moment how Matt uses this conversation to explain why she allows resurrection magic, yet also gives clear direction on what is and isn't considered allowed by her rules. Yeah, I mean, she gave very distinct no-nos, which, again, by my interpretation of Vax's current character plot, that's exactly what he wanted. He wanted a code of tenets, an oath to live by. I would claim that that's why he's a paladin and not a cleric. Like, I think a lot of people will stop at the initial aesthetics of paladin versus cleric. Paladin's more of a warrior type of vibe, but clerics in 5e, very damagey, very DPS-y, plenty of upfront type bullshit. And I think that the real aesthetic delineation between them is the oath. And we see Vax swearing an oath in that interaction. And he is living by explicit tenets that we see in Paladin oaths. Paladins obviously do not have to be religiously affiliated in 5e, but they can be. They can swear an oath to abide by tenets brought on by a god. And I think that that's exactly what he was looking for, and that's why he's a paladin and not a cleric. Is because he was looking for those tenets, that moral, those moralities to follow, of saying, these things are bad. This is an abomination. We don't, the other stuff, that's other people's problems. That's other gods' domains. But if you see a lich, you stamp that shit out, and you'll be doing good. That's what Vax wanted. He wanted to know that what he was doing was good. He wanted to have a list of activities that he could undertake where he knows that he's doing good. And the rest of the time, as long as he's not breaking the tenets, he's not doing bad, at least. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like that was fun, but I don't want this to take over my character, please. Yeah, I think that if his plot had not already been going in the direction it was going in, I would totally feel you. If he had a totally separate plot line that, didn't even touch this, I would absolutely see what you're saying. Yeah. Perfectly timed bird sound effect. Oh, wait, what? My chat is... The on-screen chat is keeping up, but the streamer bot chat isn't. What the heck? Can I refresh it? Because I can see on screen that you guys have continued chatting, but they have not come into this chat. That's fine. I can pull up another one. Perfectly timed bird sound effects. The whole description of the temple and conversation is so good. It is. It was very good. It was, I think it was good that Matt had a lot that he wanted to say if Liam didn't give him a lot back. Because I think it makes 1,000% sense for Vax in this situation to not be super talkative. I do not blame Liam for that at all. But I do think that sometimes in climactic situations, I know I've been in this situation where I maybe lean too much on the collaborative nature. I don't have a monologue that I can deliver. I'm, wanting to play off the player. And sometimes, for character reasons, the player can't give that to you. Like, the player wants the character to be passive in the situation. And as the DM, you need to step in and fill that gap. And I think that Matt did an incredible job of that. Like, Liam basically just held W the entire time. He just walked forward. But that worked. That made total sense. And Matt picked up every ounce of slack and had something really, really good to deliver, which was great. It's great. But it's a complicating factor. If you have all that prepped as a DM and then your player's very active, sometimes I've seen it to where DMs struggle to back off of their monologue, which I think that Matt is really good at. Like choosing when to be in monologue mode versus interactive mode. And I think you did a really good job of that here as well. The way you describe Vax's need for service sounds like perfect bait for a cult, which is ironically what this EP feels like. Yeah, absolutely. That is exactly. I think that like cults prey on people that are in bad places in their lives and don't think well of themselves. Like, yeah, absolutely. And I think it totally works here. He was looking for destiny at the beginning of the arc. Now he serves the goddess of destiny. Could it be more perfect? Totally. Absolutely. Yeah. He was looking for destiny, for a purpose, whatever you want to call it. He was looking for guidance at the end of the day. Because he's formed this group. Him and the group go around and do things, but what's the point? Where are they going? What is their destiny? Yeah. It has always been interesting to me, though, that the Raven Queen specifically is an ascended mortal because of how much she's against people living beyond their destined time. I think it is an interesting point. It is a very interesting point. And I'll make one argument. If I'm the DM, you're a player, and you bring this point up, and I feel like I need to come up with an answer, I would say that the mortal, who she used to be, is dead. She died back several hundred years ago. She's gone. Yes, her personality has been infused into the power, and that is what we know as the Raven Queen. But her soul, that's gone. Now, who knows? That's just one explanation. Could be, totally depends on your world building. Maybe you do want to characterize her as a bit of a hypocrite. Like, that's very fair, especially given Keyleth's plot direction, given the general way that gods have been portrayed so far. Portraying her as a hypocrite is completely valid. Saying that she considers these things abominations, what does she think of herself? And maybe you'll get a sequence where she admits to thinking of herself as an abomination, but a necessary one. It was her destiny to embody this. Lots of options. There's never a wrong answer as a DM. You just have to justify it. Your word is law, and you can make your word whatever you want, as long as you justify it afterward. The Deed of Paxinarion by Elizabeth Moon. I have not. Is he a paladin already by now? I wasn't sure if that was spoilers. No, yeah, he's level 1. Yeah. He's level 1 paladin. I'm guessing she sees her destiny as being a god. Very, very fair argument. She could just say that. She could show him a fucking strand and be like, this was my destiny. It ended at godhood. And she could fucking lie about it. You can also characterize her as a liar. Maybe it's not. Maybe she is a hypocrite, but she lies to her faithful about that. Do you stay on board when you find out that the Emperor has no clothes? I don't know. That's for future writers to figure out. Yeah. Clerics, Paladins, Warlocks, all under one banner. It's really cool trilogy kind. Is a really cool trilogy kind about themes like this. Oh, the Deed of Paxinarion? Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Interesting paladin spec. My Dampier Swords Bard took Hextip to the Raven Queen as a patron, and I never considered paladin. No, she just wants an excuse to kill any vamps she could. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, like, you can... there's the Celestial Warlock. Like, warlocks can be bound to traditionally good entities. clerics, paladins, like all of them can bind themselves to the same entity, but I think there are real story implications. Just like I think that it would be different if Vex or if Vax classed into Warlock, or if he classed into Cleric, or if he cast into Paladin. Like these things are all characterize his relationship incredibly differently. Like if he was a like if right now he's a paladin, right? He's swearing an oath. If he finds out that the Raven Queen knowingly broke one of her own tenants, consider how that would affect him as a paladin. Like, if he finds out that a sworn follower of the Raven Queen, with the Raven Queen's approval, is using souls as fuel and energy, and she tells him, hey, it's an exception. That doesn't fly with a paladin. There are not exceptions to your oath. But a cleric is just bound to their god. What their god says goes. If the god switches up on you, well, that's their prerogative. Their god. You gonna question that shit? That's much more cleric. Warlock, they're in it for themselves. They understand the deal that they're striking. It's a mutually beneficial relationship. This is not about ideals. This is not about veneration. This is about someone with more power that is willing to share. If I do a couple errands. So all of the classes have very different RP implications, I think. Yeah. Living beyond your living beyond your time, gods being hypocrites is peak god behavior. Absolutely, absolutely, it is. And if that's how you want to characterize her, I think there's a beautiful arc there. Yeah. I see my destiny as being a lich. Me too. They describe the previous god of death as tyrannical. And she served him, and her mortal features, I'm just noticing, were vampiric. Tinfoil time. That's true. I didn't write it down, but they did describe red irises, which is also a vampire or dampier sort of feature. RQ has red irises and sunless skin. Possible vampire, which would also bring into question her as a possible hypocrite, because she was a fucking vampire IRL. She was immortal. If she is a vampire, ooh, eternal life or undeath, anyone? Hello? But maybe she would say, I shed my mortal skin, my mortal coil. I gave up my life or my undeath in order to embody these tenets. She's saying, I've changed, bro. I swear. Does Vax believe that? Good question. Maybe she has a reason to hate undeath. True. So, and maybe she was an involuntary vampire. That's another aspect of of hidden subversion that you can layer onto this fucking cake. Maybe she was not a willing vampire. I mean, a lot of vampires aren't. So she hated who she was. And now she directs that hate outward. Possibly. Maybe that's why she covers up her face, to hide her formerly monstrous abomination features as she sees them. She needs a mask to hide that from the world. Oh, man. The big selling point also gives away a lot of the ending. Interesting. I mean, hey, just high recommendations, fair. Who's to say the Raven Queen plans to party forever and not until she finds a suitable replacement? Also so true. Yeah. There's so much line holding on here. I'm sure. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm proud of everybody. And that's why Warlock is best. Yeah. A blood-sucking umpire. Yeah. Yeah, not all vampires choose it. Precisely, Daniel. Yeah. Yeah, she was very sad. She was very sad. And you got there before you read my message again, boo. Let's go. The original Astarion stand. Yeah. You could easily spin it. She could have not chosen to be a vampire. Yup. Absolutely. And that's why she covers up her face, is because she can't stand what she used to be. She has to have the mask. Vax nearly became an unwilling vampire? Yeah. Woo! Fun shit. Yeah, lots of really cool and fun ways you can take this. And this is, whenever I've talked about Warlock, I've always said that I think that the patron is an important part of the Warlock class, like roleplay-wise. A cleric might just be devoted to the idea of a god. They might not ever directly contact it, but the Warlock has very directly contracted with an entity. And I think that the patron is such an important part of the roleplay of that experience. For all of the reasons that we're exploring right now. You can do so much with beings of immense power. And the way that they're characterized, the way that they interact with the party and with the players specifically. There's so much good fucking fun fodder for roleplay here. I love it. It's one of the reasons, like, I love the Warlock class's design and I love its flavor. It's why it's my favorite, is because both of them are, like, maxed out for me. Yeah. I'm not sure if we know Vax could have been vampired up, but it's a logical assumption. Yeah. You have to be bitten, killed, and raised as spawn by the vampire. I honestly don't know vampiric mechanics in D&D, but that's very possible. You in chat working overtime to give Raven Queen a tragic goth backstory? Fuck yeah. Maybe she's just a wholesome sociopath who believes in hospice. Also very possible. That's why I love the, not necessarily contrivance, but the place that beings of immense power, which I'm saying as a catch-all to include gods, demigods, demons, all that shit. The place that beings of immense power hold as plot points is so immensely flexible. If you start going down the tragic backstory and your players aren't into it, they're not latching onto it, they're not interested, yeah, you can just make her a sociopath. You can just make her a fucking kind of passive god that you know, maybe talks to them occasionally, and you can kind of litmus test your players as to like what aspect they are or are not interested in. Clearly, Vax talks about the Raven Queen all the time. So he is very interested, I think, in her and serving her and what that means. So I think he would be interested. I would absolutely build out her backstory if I was Matt, because Vax seems very interested. Even in that conversation, he said, I want to know you. I want to understand your tenets. He wants to know more, so I would build out more. But if he didn't care, he probably wouldn't be here in the first place. But if he, gave some other indication that he didn't care, then yeah, you can just kind of leave her as is. Yeah, I love it. I've never played in a no Pantheon setting, because beings of immense power just are such flexible plot points. They can present issues, as the title of the stream says. They can be complicated and they can require work. But the payoffs that you can get, the payoffs could be high if you really work them in. Yeah. Maybe if Vax evolved another god, the Raven Queen would have poached him eventually. Maybe. They would have gotten into like a talent scouting bid. Maybe they trade. Like Bahamut trades him for Kima. Yeah. They've all got we all do, like, all the gods do a draft of all their followers once every couple hundred years. That'd be funny. All right, let's get back into it. We've got how long till the next break? I know that was a long conversation, so I don't know. Oh my God, we're nearly at the next break. There was a lot to talk about, to be fair. Maybe we'll just play it until it seems like there's a decent break spot, and then I'll do the next one because I'm not on an actual ad schedule. I'm just trying to take breaks for my own pacing, my voice, all that. Yeah. Anyways,
wrapped around a very cold and somewhat freaked out looking Baxeldan, who has smeared red across his face. His hair is thick with viscous crimson liquid.
Run over. I stand at the bottom of the stairs and I watch.
I got answers in there, but they led to more questions. What am I to do with those questions?
The woman who led you in there smiles and says, "That is the nature of death. We can't have all the answers, my friend. It's the pursuit of those answers that drives us. Do you trust her?"
I do.
But perhaps you'll find those answers one day.
Thank you.
Thank you. They pull the robe off, and they all head back up into the chamber, leaving you all there in the room alone.
I walk over.
I'm just gonna stay like this.
I'm shell-shocked.
You look well.
It's gonna be good.
What did she say to you? Did she speak to you at all?
Yeah. Do you speak
Yeah?
to her?
Sometimes.
Do you understand?
I don't think any of us can fully understand.
oh, and this is such a good delineation between the Paladin and the Cleric. Cleric doesn't need to understand. Cleric's devoted regardless. The Paladin swears an oath, an unbreakable oath. So he needs to understand what he's signing up for. He needs to understand the implications of his oath. Because if he doesn't, it could be very bad. Really good delineating conversation between the two. Also, very fun question. Very fun question that hits on what we were talking about earlier of like how involved is the Raven Queen versus Sarenrae.
I think if we did, then we would be gods.
Do you believe?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what. I don't know why, but this was fate.
Is that what she told you? That this was fate?
No.
You just
No. here.
Why?
Everything has led to it. You and I wouldn't be standing here if my sister hadn't stolen a broom. Where's the sense in that? What else is it? I teleported into the stomach of a dragon with a gnome, and I am still standing here. If it is not fate, what is it?
I don't know. As someone who is constantly questioning mine, I don't think I'm the right person to ask. But I do know one thing. And I grab his hands. You were amazing and talented and special way before she found you. If anything, we can call her a god. We can also call her a great opportunist. She didn't give you anything special. The Vax that I see before me right now is no different than the Vax that I saw before me 10 minutes ago. I'm not saying that what you experienced wasn't real and true. I believe you wholeheartedly.
This is real. This was meant to be. And I am on board.
Is it what was meant to be or what you just really wanted? And it found you.
It is not what I wanted. Thank you. Thank you. I need to see my sister. And I head off towards the exit.
You guys make your way.
Oh, she cut to the bone. Because, I mean, hey, maybe it's my fucking, fucking Mega is Marisha over here. But, yeah, I do think it's what he wanted. And I think that Liam is playing Vax to where he won't admit it. But I think she's fucking right. Oh man. I also something small that I forgot to hit on. These ideals are all pretty active. It's like you see someone doing this, you stop them. You see someone doing this, you kill them. And then this is like a restriction on your actions, letting you know which ones are cool and which ones are not. Really good for an assassin, I think. Like, some of the Paladin oaths would not be nearly as good for an assassin if it's like protect the innocent. It's like, okay, there's a big moral question around that for an assassin that kills things. But this is much more like he can use his existing skills to pursue these. So, nice tenants. But, ooh, that conversation gave me chills. In Vax's defense, that dragon teleport situation was really bonkers. I mean, it's very clear. It's the same thing happens in real life. People want to see reason where there maybe is none. You know, he's laying out a list of improbable events. It's like, if my sister hadn't stolen that broom, we wouldn't be standing here. What kind of sense does that make? And it's like, well, you would have been standing somewhere. But these are very like real flaws of like searching for meaning in a potentially meaningless situation and seeing all of these bad things happen and say there must be some purpose in it, especially when you know, have at this point very confirmed existence of beings of greater power as Vax. Looking at them and, you know, her being called the Lady of Fate, why wouldn't you want to latch onto that as Vax? It implies meaning for everything. It means that all of the bad things that he has done, to a degree, he's absolved of. Because he had to get here. And it was fate that he got here. And so he's saying, this is not what I wanted. But all the individual results sure feel like what you wanted. But he's still dealing with that dissonance of the things that got him here versus where he is. It's good. It's good. I like this speech from Keyleth because she's sincere and wants to help, but she's also invalidating his experience, not surprised he rebuffs her. She is, and I think that, I'm not sure, you know, this is a situation where it's so nuanced and complicated that it's hard to know what is the character and what is the player. Whether that is Marisha purposefully not making Keyleth make the best arguments, you know, and not like her after all of that, she realizes that she's to a degree invalidating the experience, and she says, I'm not trying to do that. Which does feel a bit low charisma. But yeah, but that's the point where it's like, I don't know if that's Marisha, if that's Keyleth, and I think that that's what a lot of people probably struggle with when they think about Keyleth versus Marisha. Especially because low charisma can be harder to show a delineation between in roleplay. She's also disagreeing with RQ. She said he's fate touched and he has control of his fate by saying this was fate. He's just agreeing he wants this. Yeah. But he obviously doesn't see it that way. You know? It's why, like, this is definitely the middle of an arc. And that's not even to say that, like, by the end of an arc, characters need to clear out all of their flaws. You know, I think that Grog is still a flawed character, even though we've ostensibly, at least for the time being, come to a pause in his arc, or maybe the end. He's still a flawed character. He still has flaws. So it's like, even though we're in this big climactic moment, that doesn't get rid of flaws that Vax has. Yeah. I've always thought that the fact that the gods are real, like you do here, changes the idea of fate completely, because you have proof that someone could have meddled even if no one did. Yeah, it brings a lot of questions of agency in, which I think is one of the core things that makes Keyleth uncomfortable with the gods. She, during her and Vax's conversation about it, she talks about like them being pawns of these extra beings, but you know, she wants to forge her own destiny, her own fate. And so that idea of these beings of higher power meddling in human affairs is a very... It is a conclusion that how your character reacts to it says a lot about their thought process and their ideology and their feelings and who they are. Because there's no right answer to it. But it is something that they have to contend with. Versus our world where it would all be based on faith. Yeah. What is an oath but a promise? Can't I just call my wedding vows an oath and be a paladin? Yeah, go for it. Smite the unbelievers. Your point about fate feeling like he's absolved is reconfirming an atheist. It's not. I think there is flawed behavior. Like I am not what I would call a believer anymore. But I don't have any ill will towards anyone who's a believer of any kind. I only have ill will towards people who use it as an excuse to do bad things. That's the long and short of it. And so yeah, it's like I think there are absolutely people that use it as an excuse, and I think to a degree that's a bit of what Vax wants right now. And that is flawed behavior. Absolutely. That's absolutely flawed behavior. The whole destiny versus fate touch thing is so interesting and something Liam just doesn't react to in the moment. Yeah, and I mean, it also calls into question, is the Raven Queen lying? Like, and that's what Keyleth starts to say. Like, oh, you believe her because that's what she said? And he says, no, I feel it in here. But that brings in a whole new slurry of questions of, I mean, that is fate. That is fate. And when we were talking about the Keyleth ideology of how she interacts with gods in this setting, we talked about the degree to which fate might be absent once you gain proof of the gods, of beings of higher power. Does that even require faith anymore? And Vax's answer is yes. Vax's answer is absolutely, because you don't know if they can be believed. Even if you have proof of them, you don't have proof of their motives and of their personalities, of their truthfulness. You don't have proof of any of that. So Vax's answer to the question of why venerate them, why worship them, if you don't need fate anymore. If you don't need faith anymore, he says, I still do need faith. I have faith that she's right. I feel it in here. That's faith. Yeah. Grog is not flawed. Yeah. Real characters will always have flaws. Yeah, exactly. It's more about owning and acknowledging that you have flaws and working to slowly improve them. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I like a character plot line that is not just about addressing his flaws. Like, this plot line for Vax is not about addressing any of his flaws. If anything, he is feeding them. But that can still be an incredibly powerful and potent character plotline. Whereas I think Grog and even to a degree Percy's plotline were more along the traditional lines of overcoming some of their flaws. But Vax's plotline has not been. Yeah, Vax is quite literally going through the progression of the hero's journey. Yeah. I mean, yeah, he had like the dark night of the soul. It's much more like spread out. But I can see that. Yeah, and he's coming out changed. Or is he? It's always a question. He thinks he's coming out changed. But is he actually? I use evasion. Clerics can literally ask the gods to meddle. Yeah, literally. Dilemma, what is the belief you feel in here when in a world where telepathy is real and external forces can change your thoughts and your feelings and thoughts? Yeah. That's why it's faith. Or that's why it's faith and belief. Is because he knows that he could be getting fucked with, and he is choosing to believe that he is not. That is the core of faith. That is the core of faith, that you are right. When someone, subscribes to a religion, they are essentially disavowing every other religion and all of the believers of those faiths. And if you say why, it's because they believe it in here. They have the feeling in here. That's faith. That's the core of it. Yeah. It's still faith, but another kind. I have faith in my mother, for instance. Yeah, it's trust. It's belief. You have faith in your mother that she will act how you expect her to act. And Vax has faith that this is all fate, even though he has absolutely no proof of it. Yeah. Regarding if it's faith when the gods are objectively true. Yeah. I mean, faith is just believing in something that you can't prove. I don't know how close that is to the Merriam-Webster definition, but that's how I think about it. Yeah, it's believing that something is true when you can't prove it's true. That's faith. Crazy. All right, we talked for a little bit longer. You heard him, guys. Subscribe, like, ring that effing bell. And I'm gonna take a quick break. It's we're going on 4 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break. And then we'll jump back into it. See you in a second. Goodbye. It's a quick one. It's a fast one. Hopefully, people aren't getting ads. Hopefully. Hopefully. I don't know. Are people here? Thumbs up if they're here. Because I don't know. Sometimes I click the ad, and sometimes YouTube's weird about it. Food for I am here. AI is wearing down our understanding of what is real or magic. You can't tell it's a deepfake anymore. I mean, what's the sci-fi quote? The sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. I don't remember who that quote is by. It's by someone. We'll attribute it to Albert Einstein. But yeah, I mean, even okay, to even go a little bit more high-minded, philosophical with you, we are under the impression that we are having a conversation, but we're not. Even though this is a live stream and it is giving you that impression of real-time interaction with real people, you are not interacting with real people. This is not the same as talking to someone in real life. You are interacting with the ghost of me, delayed and displayed through electricity. Even what you see is not reality. I spoke these words in the past. You're not seeing me. I mean, to an even greater extent, this is a fucking green screen. I'm not on the screen right now. It's not reality. None of it is reality. But we get tricked into thinking that it is. I get tricked into thinking that I'm having conversations with real people. You guys are names on a screen with little circles that I've learned to associate with the idea of a person. I don't think we need AI to to put us in a situation where we're divorced from reality. I think we've been there for a bit. Just fun, lighthearted conversation. Magic is just science we don't understand yet. That's a quote from the MCU. No, it's not from the MCU. Sufficiently advanced science is indistinguishable from magic. Clarke's 3 Laws. It's by a dude. It's Arthur C. Clarke. Yeah. Arthur C. Clarke. I told you it's a sci-fi quote. Very famous sci-fi author. But yeah. It's not from the MCU. I mean, it's probably in the MCU, but it's not from that. I mean, confidence is in a new information encoding methods always degrades as we learn to manipulate that medium. Yeah. Did Mega just admit that we're all chatbots? Hey, a sufficiently advanced chatbot? I wouldn't be able to tell. If you threw in a sufficiently advanced chatbot that didn't have obvious tells, they could probably hide out in here for a while. Yeah. You sound a little like you're going into beat poetry mode. Yes, sir. That's what I'm doing. I don't mean AI equals magic. I mean more like people's reaction to malleable and unprovable notions of reality is analogous. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying this whole thing that we're doing right now is malleable and unprovable. I mean, very quickly, like we have VTubers, right? VTubers have been around for a long, long time before the advent of AI, and everyone takes it on faith that it's the same person every time. You know? Like, we all take it on faith that Corpse Husband, well, maybe bad example, he has a very distinct voice, but we all take it on faith that Operator is the person piloting, what's her name? I can't remember. Code Miko. We all take it on faith that Operator is always the one piloting Code Miko, but we don't know that. Our version of reality has long since gone into the toilet of unrecognizability if someone puts in the effort. Arthur C. Clarke, but also in Thor 1. They were quoting Arthur. Damn, they didn't even give him credit. They didn't even cite. How dare they? Some dude named Clark. There actually are spam bots that attempt to evade immediate bans by acting normal for a while because a lot of spam checkers are extra strict on new accounts. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yes, we all assume that the VTuber is VTubing. Right, fellow kids. Yeah. If you don't know what a VTuber is and that analogy made no sense to you, VTuber is where it's like an animated persona. Yeah, I think this is Pokey. Yeah, this is Pokey's VTuber, I think. So they're like a virtual person that then mesh maps onto a camera feed that is recording a real person, but this animation is like put on top of it to obscure the features of the real person. You're aware of it as a concept. You couldn't name a single one. Gotcha. I was naming Code Miko. Code Miko. Probably, I would say debatably one of the most advanced VTubers that exists. She wears like a full like mocap suit when she VTubes. And then she goes by Operator. That's like her screen name. I think, if I'm remembering correctly. But like we take it on faith that she's always the one wearing the suit. But we have no actual proof of that unless she's showing it simultaneously, you know? So yeah, fun times. The degradation of reality before our very eyes. Yeah. I've done VTube streams. I'm W Beginning, but you know me. Not this name now. Oh, interesting. Are you aware of Neurosama? I am not. I honestly don't know that many VTubers. Code Miko is probably the only one that I've ever like watched and I can like remember the name of. And Corpse Husband. But I don't even know, is he considered a VTuber or is he just a faceless creator? Those are probably the only two that I can think of off the top of the dome. But anyways, what a fun tangent about the nature of reality. Yeah. I want to do more, but I have a free skin right now, and I'm not sure I want to fork over the dollars for better skins and effects. I get that. This is a fun fact. I considered VTubing at one point, but it actually places a lot of restrictions. Like you said, like dollar restrictions on like what you can portray on screen, you know? And there are like surprisingly fewer restrictions. It's the same thing with the fucking green screen. It's like this, while flexible, is more restricting. Like I have to set it up every single stream. Like it's worth it. Like the benefit is totally worth it. But it does come with like some externalities. We definitely went from lo-fi to high def real video and now back to lo-fi as a choice. Yeah, true. I thought Corpse Husband was just faceless. He might be. He might just be faceless. Or maybe he's done like a lot of like popular streamers have done like a VTube stream before. But I think he's primarily faceless. It's all just excuse though. The truth is my ADHD makes it hard for me to regularly and consistently schedule streams. I get that. I understand that. That's why I'm slowly drifting back to doing it at 11:30 every time, but I'm not there yet. But when I had the 11:30 streams, like every day before there started being other issues, that was awesome because it was just like, oh, I get up. It's late enough for me that like I could theoretically sleep in if I had like a late night, but early enough to where I still have like a day afterward. Like to like hang out with Paige or friends or whatever. And just having the like super consistent time was super helpful for me. Except consistent schedule, I cannot get that one kicked. I get it. I very, very much get it. Anyways, let's get it. Let's get it going. The critical role. And I think where's the halfway point? 2:07. So we got about a 40-minute difference? No, 44-minute difference. So probably looking at another 2-ish hours. I honestly didn't mean for this one to be so long, but there was so much to talk about. And I don't want that to sound like I'm like, ooh, can't wait for it to be over. It's more like I know that the longer the stream goes, the harder it is for people to commit that time, especially when I'm doing like a half stream. So, you know, I like to give people expectations, that sort of thing. But let's do it.
To the outside of Raven's Crest, the doors open once again. The figure that let you in is waiting for you, opens the doors. You see the doors open.
Jump up immediately. I've bitten off all my fingernails.
Rushing down the stairs, you see Pike Keyleth and your brother, a little better spirits than he was when he first entered, if a little damper and redder.
Is that blood?
It was
Is that blood all over you?
It was
Did she hurt
really
you?
weird, but it's fine. I told you I'd be fine. And
I get
I'm
out a
fine.
rag and I start just wiping everything off. You don't like that?
It doesn't make any sense, does it?
Oh my god, are you stronger now? Are you like so strong?
I think I might be a bit weaker, actually.
Oh, I don't believe it.
I have the jelly legs.
Do you want to ride Trinket for a while?
Could I?
Yes.
He's gonna get sticky.
No, he loves the taste of blood. Oh, Trinket.
This is very cute. And I mean, they're obviously both playing into it, but this interaction kind of, I don't know. It shows the depth of the relationship between Vex and Vax. Of that, Vax gets out of there, and honestly, like, you know, maybe she fumbled the conversation a bit, but I don't know that there was much that Keyleth could have said that would have, like, really helped him. Vax is avoidant. If we know one thing about how Vax deals with conflict, is he is avoidant as shit. And so I think it's very cute to see that Vex starts freaking out about the blood and then goes into rock mode. She goes into, I am stone, he will lean on me, I am support. And is like, oh, like starts like joking around, getting his mind off of it, being like, oh, do you want to ride Trinket? It's very cute. It very much characterizes them as people who know each other really well, which is cool. It's very, very cool.
Yeah.
Trinket comes over and kind of begrudgingly lowers himself so you can
Oh,
climb
buddy.
on.
Don't lick. Don't
He's
lick.
really light. Scrawny, scrawny, scrawny.
But don't lick. Drink, please.
Just one kiss.
Not good.
One good lick.
Later, buddy, later. Later. I climb on top.
Aren't you glad you got out of the Pokeball for this?
I give a quick look back at my friends. And then I kind of take a nap on Trinket.
Okay.
So everything's good then? He's good? Everything fine?
I think so. I mean, was very different, but that doesn't mean it's wrong.
You talked to her?
He talked to her.
Were you there?
No.
They didn't let us in the room.
Oh. Well, I'll find out.
We stood outside. He didn't talk much about it. Maybe you can find out more. All he said was that he knows that this was fate.
Well, good. He has a purpose.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, that's one way of looking at it.
Oh, I keep him steady and I walk next to him.
Okay. You guys eventually make it back to the Slayer's Take. The three of you guys, what are you doing while this is transpiring?
Feed my mechanical pencil.
I've sent him with a shopping list.
Okay. What have you been sent to acquire?
I'm going to need a cheap gauntlet, some saddling straps, 3 tankards, a pickaxe, and 2 clones.
Some ice.
All right. How much gold do you give him?
God, you've got...
That's right, I've got,
4 gold.
I give,
I've also got a 5-pound bag of gems.
I
Don't
do.
forget.
I give him,
Does he want
this is
mine?
what
that
happens.
Regal?
That was Regal. Don't read that. That's not. That's just,
I drew
I
a
don't.
dick on his picture.
And I need that man's dick to finish the arm. Yeah.
That'll go well.
Despite the dick on my page, I'm going to give Scanlan 100 gold to take with Grog to find some junk items that they can put together.
Oh, I'm going with Grog to shop. All right, sure.
All right.
If you're down.
Yeah. We'll go for all that stuff. Do we find success?
I want you guys to go ahead and roll. Actually, for you, just go and roll a general charisma check. Ask around and get people to give you the proper information.
I love you.
What is this? Just charisma?
You just add your charisma modifier.
18.
18. Yeah, within a very brief period of talking to the right people and smiling and getting folks to listen back to you, eventually you're sent or you're given information on where each piece of that list is able to be found. They're not too crazy items. So a lot of them general stores, general armor.
We don't even need an articulated gauntlet. It just needs to be a
Just a basic clamp gauntlet. So.
We also find a hat store.
You want another beret?
Not in the braving grounds, but you can definitely find one on your journey in the quad roads.
If I can take an extra side journey and find a hat shop, though.
Certainly. Do you go with him?
Fuck yeah.
That's Grog.
You guys make your way to the busy streets of the Quad Roads, eventually asking around. You find yourself across what's called the Sore Socket Haberdashery.
The sore socket?
Sore Socket Haberdashery.
I love it.
I love it.
And the picture outside has kind of like a caricature of a guy smiling with a giant black eye. You walk inside, and it's like a small, localized bar, not like a tavern by any means, but it has like one small little setup in there for just general beer, and just loads and loads of hats, leathers, cloth, all kinds of silly circumstances. You see some nice fancy hats, big feather plumes. You see joking hats that have multiple colors and looks to be bells hanging from them. As you step into the room, you see two other just random individuals that are looking around shopping, and in the far end, you see coming through a big thing of curtains, what looks to be a rather rotund woman in her late 40s or so, big curls in her dark brown hair, and maybe a little too much makeup on her face. Goes, darlings, what are you looking for? What can I get you? Are you looking for hats?
Oh, man.
I assume you're looking for hats.
Wow, yeah, we've come to the right place.
I was missing out on this one.
Hi, ma'am. My name's Scanlan. This is Grog. We're just, I needed one hat, but you have such a fantastic selection. Maybe we'll pick up a few. How much money do I have left over from his hundo?
After all those materials, I'd say probably asking around in your high charisma, you probably about 60.
Bro, we got money.
Let's get some hats.
My name is Deidre, dear. So nice to meet you. You're so adorable.
We've heard so much about the store.
Really?
Yes, far and wide.
Oh, I can guarantee you it's all true. And you're so big, you're so strapping.
I am.
And beard,
She kind of tussles the beer with her fingers.
Stupid.
Little food bits fall out.
I'm here to buy just one quick thing in particular, then we'll be on our way. I just want a very tall hat. Just very tall black hat with a point.
Like
Point at the top.
proportionally tall or
Like a
regular?
big triangle hat. Like a wide brim, like a wide black hat. Just like this.
She kind of thinks for a second. I don't carry anything
All right,
like that, but I
it's worth
can
it.
make you
What?
something if you don't mind waiting a bit.
I could come back for it another day, perhaps.
Oh, well, at least let me measure your head, sweetie.
Not for me.
Do you know the size of who it's intended for?
Well, her head's about a little bigger than mine.
I'll make it adjustable.
All right, great.
All right. I have to pay half in advance, a custom order.
Sure, how much?
That will be 10 gold now, and an additional 10 upon retrieval.
More than worth it. I'll take it.
All right.
Blunk. And also, can you get something for him that would really just accentuate his features?
Me?
Yes, you need a hat.
Oh, this is streamlined. This is how the look goes.
What if it rains, Grog?
But that's part of it. Like my muscles ripple in the moisture.
Nothing to block the muscles, no, not at all. But I have to say, with a fine, smooth head, it does need a little.
I'm totally lost. I have not figured it out. A black hat with a wide brim and a point. It sounds like a witch hat. Like a Is it for Vex? Is it for Vex while she rides the broom? Because that is very funny. Is her head only barely bigger than Scanlan's? I guess they don't have that small heads. That's the only thing I can think of. Otherwise, is he trying to flirt with Vex?
Little decoration, if you know what I'm saying.
Think so.
You.
Something in a yarmulke, perhaps?
I was thinking.
Yarmulke?
And she whips out looks like this fancy engraved leather cap with the two straps on the side and just shoof right over your head. It kind of folds everything in. The straps just go very long and dangle there. She takes it and snaps it underneath to where these two little danglies are now dangling from under the chin. And it just has these really intricate kind of flower patterns pushed into the leather all around.
I mean, I love it, Grog. I think you look great. We don't have a mirror in here.
I think it speaks of the sea.
Dude, this is the same face that Trinket is making in that art of when they put all the flowers in his hair. Exact same face. There has to be art of him wearing this. I guarantee it. I bet my house on it. I don't have a house, so I'm betting nothing. I'm not a gambling man. But I guarantee that there is art of him making that face with this hat on.
Is it over my ears?
Is it like one of those old school leather helmets?
It looks almost like the old football helmet.
Old football? Yeah. Okay, cool.
I mean, I don't know. Does it do anything? Like,
It looks masculine. You wouldn't believe. Hey, let me show you. And she brings up a small mirror.
oh,
Actually, I will fear you walking down the road,
please,
my
maybe more
Jade is a perfect comparison. They totally should.
like think more like war, death, battlefield. Like more.
Holy shit, a media reference I got. I've watched Firefly. Fuck yeah. I got a media reference. Let's go.
more aggressive. This is a bit more like sheep herder. Here you
Well,
go.
all right. Death battle
Maybe something with
aggressive.
spikes?
Spikes. Let me see what I can do. And she runs off down the way, gets into a back room. You start hearing things kind of ding. Something falls over. Ah, shit. Eventually, she comes out. This is less of a hat and more of a half helmet, but maybe it'll do. And she pulls forth, it looks like this very wide metal brim, almost in a Swiss shape to a point to the front. Yeah, it looks kind of like a Conquistador's helmet, but it's only the front. So it's almost like a rhinoceros horn that sticks up the front.
Oh my
The
god.
rest of it just buckles to the back of the head. So it's just a giant metallic groove to the
I'll
front.
take it. I don't even care if it fits.
Oh, that's what I like to hear.
How much is it?
This will be 50 gold.
Is the point very sharp?
Try it yourself.
And I'll reach up and I'll hit it with my finger.
It's all right. It can be sharpened. It's more for decor. It's not meant to like slice somebody in half.
It could be sharpened.
Well, I mean, what are you intending to do with this hat?
Nothing, just look sharp.
I can do that for you, my big muscly man.
That is the very ceiling of intelligence.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
see
can't
that
believe you were able to
sweet
think of
gem
that.
I just dropped there.
I did. That was a good
I've
line.
got a notebook somewhere.
They're going to be cleaning that off the floor for
So
years.
after about 5 minutes or so, she grinds down with what material she has to a little more. It does mess with some of the polish on the side, on the very tip of the metal, but it does come to a more solid point. She's like, "Be careful with that."
So is it like one piece, or is it like strap in the back, or is it just goes thunk?
It goes on and then straps tight in the back to fit your head.
Beautiful.
It's basically like a unicorn.
Kind of. It's like a big old rhino horn that curls upward to a point there.
Yeah.
Wow.
It looks a little ridiculous.
I'm so excited for the art.
What do you think? Hold on. What do you think?
Wow. I mean, your silhouette is magnificent.
Is this your variant fighting costume?
Am I fearsome?
You are. You are. We should go to a silhouette artist after this and get something drawn.
They have those.
They do. They
My
cut it
lady,
out.
you are a master of your trade.
Oh boy.
Well, so they tell me.
Our mom only gave us 60 gold to spend. Could you give us both hats for 60? We're brothers. There's something went wrong with him in birth.
Make a deception check with disadvantage.
With disadvantage.
Yes.
Doesn't matter. Well, would a 1 be bad?
He goes, you silly, tiny man. No, seriously, we have a price agreed upon. Pay it.
Yeah, no, I got it. I got 50 gold of my own.
All right. 20 for me, 50 from him.
Ooh, all up front.
both.
All right, it'll be ready for you shortly. Takes the coin. Thank you for the patronage. Return here in about an hour, and the hat shall be prepared for you, sir.
Thank you, Deidre.
What's your name?
My name's Scanlan Shorthalt.
Scan Shorthalt. All right, come soon.
See you soon.
Can I hit my head on the doorway on the way out?
You have to kind of pull it out. Yeah. You leave a nice big groove.
It is nice, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
All right. Eventually, you all gather again back at the Hall of the Slayer's Take. You guys have just settled in and are free to continue any discussion you like as you see Scanlan Grog come in. Say, since you retrieved your hat with your various wonderfully crafted accoutrements.
What's up, bitches?
Wow.
Look at that.
Whoa.
What
Look at
happened?
that.
I know, right? Wait for it.
What?
Grog is so.
Yeah,
It adds like another 12 inches to you.
I
You look
know.
so tall.
it like changes my whole battle strategy.
You fucking multi-classes into Battle Rager from Sword Coast Adventures Guide. Oh my god. I posted art of the second hat in the no spoilers. Oh yeah, I do. Okay, wait a minute. Critical roll though. Oh fuck yeah. He looks majestic. Wait. Hell yeah. That's fucking awesome. Oh man, that's a good way. You know what? That's my fucking takeaway from this episode. You want shopping to be fun? Don't just have them browse endless potions that all do kind of different shit. Have them go with a purpose. And then the people that aren't there with a purpose, give them something fun. Also acts as a nice gold sink, because I am sure that shit ain't no way it's worth 50 gold. You could definitely get more combat effectiveness for 50 gold spent elsewise, but this purchase is so much better than anything that you could have done with that. Good gold sink strategy. And fun shopping strategy. I think that's the first time that Travis has ever had fun shopping. Because he got something fun. Yeah, exactly. Grog famously hates shopping. That's what I'm saying. That was good. I mean, it helps that Scanlan went with with something in mind. But Matt still wrapped in Grog in a way that I don't think we really saw him do in like Amon. Amon, it was much more like, and I think that also is like a distinction between Gilmore's and like a random hat shop. There's not like a real expectation that they'll get something super valuable. So I think that Matt feels more comfortable putting in something fun and funky. But even in something like Gilmore's, I think that there's a really good opportunity for using something like common magic items, from Xanathar's, or your own variant of common magic items that people will find very fun, even if they're not interested in like the broad shopping activity. It's something that they can latch onto. They have fun for a second, and then you move on. I don't think anyone really made art of the first because the second one is so awesome. I can understand how the second one overshadowed the first. That's fair. I thought it was just going to be the first, and I was like, that's art fodder, baby. But then the second one is like, that does overshadow the first.
I'm now literally the point of the spear.
You're so scary.
I'm a sea monster. I'm like the most wicked narwhal of all time.
Yeah.
Give me a pool.
Can I try it on?
Yeah, you want to? I'll put it on Pike's head.
Whoa, it's so heavy.
Is it like as tall as she is? Or...
Yeah, you just see the bottom of her mouth.
Oh, Grog.
Oh, look at you. Wait, turn around 180 degrees and then run as fast as you can.
Oh, yeah, go. Go, Mike, go.
Okay, make a perception check.
Nine.
You go running straight out of the door.
No.
He was like, oh, no, Pike. She's already out the door, over the stairs. Side of the hall.
Oh, no. I'm okay.
Guys rush out to go catch her, and the helmet is actually embedded partway into the ground, and she's kind of and she's just laughing.
Bro, get me out of the jacket.
I'll pick her up by her feet. That was excellent.
As he's holding me up like that, I was trying to stab him with it.
Yeah, get up, put her back on the ground.
Vax has been laughing hysterically, giggle fits, clutching his ribs the entire time. And then is there any of the staff here?
You haven't seen
anyone else?
You haven't seen Merton. Vanessa hasn't seemed to have left.
What about underlings?
I mean, there are a few individuals here that are part of the guild hall. It's the hierarchy here is more like the few that run it, and then everyone else.
Oh man, I'm just so sad that we don't get Gremlin Pike permanently. I'm so sad that she'll have to leave. Oh, tears and pain that we don't get this all the time.
Else comes and goes as they
please. Yeah, come here. Do you have a tub? Do you have a bath? Look at me. Do you have a bath? Oh, I need a bath.
You look pretty rough.
Yeah.
We can. We got a washroom in the back if you need it.
Is it hot? I feel like I need it to be hot.
You get what you get. It's water, buddy.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. Grog, put that hat on again.
Oh yeah, hold on.
All the way down the hall to take a bath.
Crazy.
I think
Get him drunk.
So what you people did.
He just...
People respond to fear differently.
he's gone
He
insane.
kind of saw the face of a god.
Oh,
Yeah.
whatever.
He did?
Yeah, but had a...
Yeah, by the way, why is he covered in bloodbath?
I think that was part of the
Ritual?
ritual, sort of
Communion?
getting to know his
Talking?
Did he kill a lot
new
of people?
god. I think he had
obviously.
to, I don't know.
He did.
So many Grog.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It was a giant battle.
How many on two hands?
Like at least this many. That's more than 6.
A legendary amount.
I know.
Yeah.
Somewhere deep in the building, far away. This is not hot!
The gruff individual kind of chuckles. It never is. I need you to make a tinkering check.
Okay, I'm sitting with my tea and my tools,
Ding, ding.
trying to ignore these people.
Can I heat water up in the fireplace?
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, yeah,
Things
take
don't
it
explode.
Ding, ding, ding.
When I delivered the materials to him, could I have,
Christ.
Oh,
have
no,
inspired him
Taliesin.
at all when I delivered the materials?
Please.
Sure.
All right.
Please inspire.
I will inspire. Oh my God. it's
Please
not
inspire.
worth
Do it! Do it, you bloody gnome!
So when I delivered everything, I just sang him a little song to inspire him. And I sang, Percy is gone, won't you come and kill up all the dragons? Percy is gone, won't you come, won't you come?
Oh my God. All right, take your D10.
10, 10, 10. Oh my God, it's a 10!
That was
Better. Thank you.
I get excited. Sorry.
Proficiency plus tinkering
dex.
plus...
Well, your proficiency is what you get with the roll, and then 2 dex.
Okay, so proficiency, dex. Okay, thank you, God. It's 11... 23.
23, what'd you roll naturally?
a 2.
Whoa.
Plus 10.
Oh,
10.
We made it 12.
wow. All
It's
righty.
not complicated, but I've got a good design, and it has 2 nifty things.
What are the nifty things?
Fingers.
It doesn't actually have fingers. It's a mitt piece, strap on. It can lock the thumb and lock the hand, so you can open it, lock, close it, lock. It's got little flip locks. You can detach the hand and put a pick spike on for binding. It's got a binding punch.
Is it like Young Frankenstein?
It's actually it's more Dustin Hoffman hook, but
Oh, sure.
you know.
Nice. I'm just thinking
I
go-go
guess
gadget
It's got the
picture.
click, pull,
Right.
click. I can do it with all these things. I can graph it. So
No,
reasonable.
It's
not pretty.
It takes you a few hours and gets you into the early parts of the evening, but you do manage to go ahead and complete it. You managed to get it finished up. You're pretty proud of your work, actually, and you feel the whistling you're still doing as you finish the final bits. You realize the song that Scanlan sang for you, just looping in your head, happened to push you through your work and get your final piece completed.
I also carved a little message inside that will not matter unless it actually becomes pertinent.
Okay.
You don't get to know until you ask off screen.
don't know.
I'm excited. Okay.
That's right, DM.
Never happened.
Try me. Okay. Do you go and deliver it?
I do go and deliver it.
Okay, as the sun begins to set in Vasselheim, you make your way back over to the Braving Grounds, which as you look across to this dark, as the night goes dark, the Braving Grounds itself is a whole different life to it. There are so many forges and smelters going that most of the buildings have this bright orange glow through the ceiling at these various openings where,
Yeah, I think, Sarah, it was either he wanted to know for critical role stats, or potentially wanted to know if it was a 1, because they were all freaking out about it. So I think he might have wanted to know if it was a 1. But yeah, I think I mean, I don't run with skill check crits, critical fails, or critical successes. But if you do, yeah, it should only be on 1s and 20s. Whatever the original roll was, as long as it wasn't a 1 or a 20, doesn't matter if the what do you call it, modifiers get you there.
fumes and smoke and exhaust are set up from the various production constructs and such. So it has this very luminescent look in comparison to a lot of the city. It's very interesting. It reminds you of like the deep portions of Craghammer, where most of the actual fire and melted rock was being smelted and gathered and heated. So you make your way to the hovel. The roof worker's no longer there, and the door is closed.
Victor? I've got your hand.
I'm sleeping.
Do you want your hand?
You want me to sleep?
I don't see why they're mutually exclusive.
You hear a bunch of different locks fiddling. The door opens and you see Victor, clean face for the first time you've really seen him before, and he has a nightcap that's kind of in front of his face with a little like puffball at the end. He's like,
I told you I was trying. Oh, hail. Percival.
Yes, it's quite good. I love your hat.
Thanks you. It's comfy sleeping.
It looks it.
Did you bring my hand?
I did. I grabbed your hand and I will show you. It is very special.
Coming.
opens the door. You see he's wearing his long nightgown that is covered in patches and tears in it. Most of it's been just turned black through soot, but the cap is perfect. It's in perfect
I have a
condition.
special set of pajamas myself, so I understand.
They're comfortable.
He walks in, still bandaged on the arm. You can see there's like a small kettle of tea set by the small fireplace right there. There's a tiny little table and a tiny little stool that he's just kind of sitting on right there. Then he goes and he reaches over for the kettle. Tries to pick up the cup and just get into it.
I'm going to stop and attach and begin strapping this. Let me show you how this. It attaches like this. Here are the two switches. And for your mine. I grab, hit the button, twist, pull.
I just got that.
And I get the spike and attach it. Remove it, put the hand back on. T.
Tea?
Sure. Why not? Always say yes.
Need another cup.
And stands up and goes over, still holding the kettle and splashing everywhere, and he's like putting it in cabinets, like knocking pieces of glass out, and
Found it.
pulls out another little kind of ceramic cup and pours the tea in, sets it down.
To new hands.
To new hands.
It is pungent, it is bitter, it has been steeped way too long, but it definitely cleans out the sinuses. And there is a hint of gunpowder to the flavoring. You get the sense that pretty much everything in this room is marinated in the same way, shape, or form to be flammable.
Victor? Did you put hair on your balls?
Oh, probably. Has a woman been by to buy black powder? Has a woman been by?
I don't know. Weeks, maybe.
Weeks.
Did you make her hand too?
I did not. Do you know where she goes?
No. She paid well, though.
Did she? What did she pay?
Are you guys in a club now? How many people want black powder? Tell me! Tell them! Bring them more! I could use money.
How much black powder did she buy, Victor? Only counts to two, I'm so sorry.
Maybe 12 hogsheads worth.
Oh, shit.
Really? And how often does she come by?
She only come by once.
Okay. Thank you. I'm so pleased. I may stop by one last time before I leave town just to say goodbye. Thank you.
Please do. I have more tea. Many different flavors. This is, I call, dark rose.
It certainly scolded something. Thank you. That was very lovely, and that was very charming. I unfortunately have business in this.
Try the other one.
One more, and then I must go. Thank you. Yes, of course.
Like sticks it into the wooden stool on the table that kind of like breaks the wood and snaps it.
Remember that it's attached to bone. You can still break your arm. Just be gentle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night. Have a lovely evening.
Good night.
Good night. Pleasure, as always. Thank you. I leave in a little bit of a panic.
You leave and he's just sitting there staring at this long chiseled point going,
Marine.
Door slowly closes behind you.
Yeah.
Fighter's born.
Yes, yeah, just give him
There's yeah, okay. You're sticking around for a day?
I assume so. I don't know. We're gonna spend the night at least.
I'm going to take a long walk before I come back, and I'm going to walk by the Raven Queen Temple and just peek inside.
Okay. You make your way past the quad roads. At this point in night, the whole clientele has shifted. Most people come here, you hear laughter, you hear music. The quad roads is kind of the New Orleans of the town comparatively. It's still nowhere near as rambunctious as many places you've been, but for what seems during the day to be a rather dour and serious business type city, the quad roads is where the celebration of humanity hits when the evening hours hit. And so you come by and there's some taverns that are open. You see, to a certain extent, what even appears to be an adult entertainment district. You make your way beyond. It's the oldest profession. You make your way all the way to the outskirts of the Duskmeadow, and there amongst the just barely peeking through the cloud line starlight, the looming dark structure that is Raven's Crest. You may
just going to gently open the door and peek inside and see if anybody's inside.
Okay. You go ahead and push the door open. Doesn't appear to be anybody there.
Walk in just for a moment and take a look around.
Okay. You walk in. In this dark hour, looking around, the obsidian-type walls are translucent glass on the other side, though you can barely make out material or the details of the outside world due to the lack of light across the cityscape, especially here in Duskmeadow, in which the magical lantern light that illuminates some of the city streets are relatively sparse on this side of Vasselheim. You take a few more steps in. Footsteps echoing across the long, thin, dark material of the floors. Door closes behind you.
I'm going to gently look around and slowly back up and see if I can see anyone. Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello? Hello?
What do I have to pay to fix this?
This.
I leave.
You hear the sound of some sort of low, distant hit and a rumble, and you see a distant light appear in a chamber just beyond the walkway, just faint enough to illuminate and give the presence of some sort of life or movement about 100 or so feet ahead of you.
I walk briskly towards it.
Okay. You head to the next chamber where you see the interior of this structure is ivory white bone and glass, the blue hint, very much resembling the interior of a very naturally, beautifully carved ice cavern. And there's a stairway that ascends, as well as other hallways that lead out from the central kind of nerve center of the lower floor of the main structure. As you walk into the central chamber, you see ever so faintly at the very top of the stairs a pair of feet walk and disappear up the stairs.
I'm going to charge after them.
Okay, you go running up the stairway. You get to the top, and you can see at the very top of the stairs a dark wooden door with dark iron rim and what appears to be a large hanger or handle or knocker bolted to it, and it just closes as you come underneath the top of the archway and up the stairs.
I knock.
Once.
3 times.
With each hit, you can hear the reverberation of the echo of the knock through a much larger chamber beyond. As soon as you release the actual door knocker, the door just creaks open ever so slightly into a very, very dark chamber. You can see very, very little in here, other than the basic outline of what looks to be a little bit of floor, some sort of a smooth, glassy surface that refracts just a little bit of light that makes it through what looks to be some sort of broken up glass dome type structure above you. You can't make out much beyond that. It's very dark in here.
Hello? Please, something terrible has happened. I don't understand how these games work. I need help to fix something. Something terrible has happened. You obviously care little for this world. I start to back out.
As you step out of the room, you hear a whisper come from beyond the chamber, from the darkness. It says, "Is it yourself you wish to fix, or something more?"
I don't think I can be fixed. There is something broken in the world.
Then come, let us talk.
I don't understand how these things work. I'm so sorry. Where do you wish me to go?
Have faith. Step in. Join me.
I strip. And put it aside.
Put it aside?
Put my clothes in the corner. You're filthy. And I go into the pool.
All right. As you step into the chamber, freezing cold.
Okay. I've been watching the chat. I really need to understand his motivations to determine whether or not I think it's annoying. I'm going to be honest, I haven't made up my mind yet. Because I don't know why he's going to the Raven Queen. Because I mean, Percy does this. He speaks purposefully vague. We've talked about this. That is like part of Talison's characterization of Percy, is that he speaks like vaguely and poetically and expects meaning to come through rather than like fully articulating himself. But I really don't get it so far. So that's kind of what it hinges on for me, is why I think his motivation. I wouldn't go that far, Sarah. I wouldn't go that far. I would say that Percy has times where I think Percy is willing to give up a lot demonstrably with how he interacted with Smokey. And he is, whereas Vax is struggling with being a bad person. Like Vax wants to be a good person, like really desperately. And I don't think that Percy has the same reservations. Like, Percy does not desire to be a good person. He's a big ends justify the means sort of character. But he has also been characterized as incredibly intelligent. Just like thoroughly. That's one of the main things that we know about Percy, is that he's incredibly intelligent. So and he rarely does things just lull randomly. Unlike our Chaos Gremlins over here. Like, they will just do things kind of quasi-randomly. And so I'm not, to me, whether or not this is like stepping on toes kind of depends on like why he's asking the Raven Queen specifically and not a different deity. And I'm assuming that we might get the answer. We'll see. I think trying to insult Tao personally. I mean, I do think that in general I understand why that may like come off as that way, but I also think that there's a bit of a double standard there of like, I don't think that anyone had any problem with people criticizing Orion. Like, when we were watching through the beginning of this, we talked a lot about Tiberius, we talked a lot about Orion, and we talked about them sometimes together or interchangeably. And I don't recall anyone having a problem with that or talking about it in the comments. So, like, they are public figures. And I think that you can talk about how their actions seem to you. You know, if Talison's actions as Percy seem to, in your opinion, say something about Taliesin, I think that's not an out of bounds opinion. Just because we like Taliesin. You know, we can't draw separate lines for people we like versus don't like, I think. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think that there's like a clear right answer to that. But I also think that we don't, just like with a lot of the Orion stuff, we don't really know what's going on inside of his head. And especially with this sort of stuff, like we talk about with Keyleth a lot, it's hard to tell what's Keyleth and what is Marisha. So it's hard to tell. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not a fan of his game choice. Yeah. Yeah, definitely a double standard, yeah. And I mean, I think that we are all, you know, we should all try to discuss it in good faith, but also the double standard isn't totally unwarranted. Like, I think a lot of these players have proven that they have separation between themselves and their characters, so I absolutely understand crossing that barrier feeling mean or feeling icky. I totally get that because they do have more of a distinction, so it feels harder to tell than it did with Orion and Taliesin. Or sorry, Orion and Tiberius. With that, it felt like there was much less separation between the two, so I think we were more accurately able to talk about Orion than we might be able to talk about Taliesin. But how accurate you think that is going to be a personal vibe check. Yeah. But anyways, I think and I think that everyone in here are Critical Role fans. You know, we all know that we like all of them sometimes, don't like all of them other times. That's just how it is. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not totally to go back into like review and analysis mode and not and you know, less discussion mode. I don't know yet. It will, because like in my eyes, if it's like, you know, something is broken, I don't immediately think God of Death. So I'm curious as to Percy's actual intentions here. Because I do think that it feels very, very quick to be doing this and interacting with the Raven Queen after Vax's big moment. But if it makes sense, it makes sense. And I don't think that there's any sort of recency penalty, if that makes sense. If it makes sense. But if it doesn't, like if I can't like really square why he's going to the Raven Queen, then that recency penalty I think comes more into play for me. You know what I'm saying? Kind of wish May could have watched the whole scene without seeing the chat discourse. I mean, it's ruin is hard, but one of the ways that I like consuming media is through talking about it. So there's always like I could pre-record this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I could pre-record. Part of the reason that I do it live is to see the chat stuff. So it definitely puts it through a certain lens, and sometimes that lens will have positives or negatives compared to just pre-watching it. But I think that this moment would have stood out to me as like a one that I would have to weigh regardless, because I am, like I said, I'm still confused as to why he's doing it in the first place. So that's where my mindset's currently at. Like, why are we even going in here? Percy's intentions justify it. Yeah, and we'll have to see Percy's intentions. That's where I'm going with this. Like they either do or they don't, but I haven't gotten them yet, so we'll see. I've never been. It's always remembered the important day. The only pins that matter are those of the cast and how they think of the actions. I fully agree for like thinking about like home table stuff, but I also think that tends towards an argument of like artist authority for how their work impacts people, which I don't like as like a general philosophy. Like I think that how a work of art impacts its audience is part of like the value and like what makes it what it is. And they are all the artists creating the art, but it also matters how we perceive it and how we take it. As an actual play, that is totally different for like a home table. At a home table where there's no audience, I 1,000,000% agree. It just matters how everyone at the table feels about what's going on. Does not matter what shitheads on Reddit say. It does not matter what other people say. It just means, what's going on here. I mean that if the cast is fine with what is going on, then the action is okay. This is oh man. This is an even deeper well of discussion of and I'm not saying that this is a niche scenario, but does portraying a action or set of actions that might not be good in most scenarios, but is okay in this scenario because of like off-screen or like very niche reasons. And I'm not saying that this is like only a niche reason that it works in this group, but let's take the argument out into hyperbole. Is that responsible to display as something that is very like easy and normal and everyone likes when they only like it in this scenario because of some like backing reasoning? And I don't know. And this show is media analysis like second or third. So I won't even get too far into like the portrayal and how like things represented in media have a responsibility to viewers or have a responsibility of how they affect viewers. But yeah. It's a very deep well of conversation because an actual play is so complicated as a piece of art. It is because D&D itself is performative. You're all telling a story with each other and also acting in said story while you write it. And then an actual play adds another layer of audience performity, which is very complicated. And I don't quite feel confident fully dissecting.
Cold as your toes, cold people, your legs, your whole body eventually finds itself stepping into this thick, freezing liquid. You hear the whisper in your ears just as your head reaches the level that says, "Come. Come to me with your questions." Just as your head goes beneath the surface.
We're doing this.
You're underneath.
Actually, before we get into it, I will wrap this back to my takeaway. I'll wrap it back to the takeaway because, I was talking about all of the implications of how you communicate with gods, how the gods communicate back to mortals, how accessible is that? Which is not something I really hit on, but we're seeing it here of once you establish this world building of you go into the pool, you breathe in the blood, and you get to talk to the Raven Queen. Ostensibly. that does open the door for other people to try it. And this is a degree of absolvement for Percy / Taliesin, because it's like he opened up ostensibly a ritual process to contact this god. And, you know, I'm sitting here questioning, like, why the Raven Queen? Why not someone else? Well, an answer to that is Percy knows how to contact the Raven Queen now. Or Taliesin does, at least. Maybe you could call that a little bit of meta knowledge, but he saw Vax covered in blood. He can put 2 and 2 together. So this is like a way to contact a god, seemingly guaranteed. And that is like, these are the sorts of situations that you do have to consider as a DM when you bake in this world building of, this is how you contact the Raven Queen. This is how you commune, to a degree. That other players that you maybe didn't intend originally will also pursue. That sort of thing.
Darkness. Feeling around thick material, kind of just swishing your fingers around. But amongst the liquid, you still hear the whisper again in your ear.
Come. Bring your questions.
I swim down.
Okay.
Until it's uncomfortable.
You swim downward and you touch the bottom of the pool. You reach a somewhat concave, smooth floor to the pool.
I'm gonna head towards the surface. I don't know what's...
You head to the surface. There's no surface, it just keeps going.
I do not do well with this.
You do not? You begin to panic.
Yes, I do.
You begin to reach around and try and swim up and find the surface, but it just keeps going. The liquid's thick and it's hard to pull through, and you can't open your eyes and you can't see anything, and the iron-like flavor is starting to find its way to the inside of your mouth as it's seeping through your nose and your ears, and you begin to panic even further as the cold is starting to take you, and you feel your muscles beginning to shake and seize just from the onset of hypothermia. You begin to head to the bottom of the pool again, and this time you crack your head on the bottom in the middle of your, and you reach up and scream in pain. As you do, the blood fills your lungs and you begin to feel yourself drown. You begin to shake and convulse as you begin to try and find a way to force that.
You know, I've talked several times about how I don't like characterizing characters. I don't like telling them what they do, what they feel, etc., etc. But I do think I might have done like a whiz save, maybe even a con save, to determine if Percy actually panics. Because Taliesin just said, I don't do well with this. And then Matt said, no, right, you begin to panic. I think I would have added a save between those two things, but not that big a deal, honestly. And I think that a situation of panic is a situation where I feel more comfortable describing, as the DM, the actions of a character. Like, at first when he was, like, describing all of Percy's actions, I had, like, a little twinge of, like, ugh, I don't know about that. But I think for an actual, like, a panic experience, I think it feels thematically appropriate to take the control out of the player's hands. For like, a real, like, panic experience. What Matt does that I like is he gives you clues to how the environment is affecting you. It's collaborative. Yeah, I agree. I'm talking specifically about, like, taking over control of Percy's actions. Like, having him swim up, then swim down, then crack his head, then scream. Like, all of those are things that would normally be either behind saves or behind player action. But I think that this is a good example when they panic is a good example of when I think it's okay to take control of a character. It's also straying into dream vision territory. Also true. It is, like, in this pool, we're straying into vision territory, which I think does allow for more DM control of a character. Yeah.
Out of your body and you can't. And at that moment, where all of a sudden you realize this is it. This is the end. This is how the tale of Percival comes to an end. The sensation goes warm again. And it's like all that cold energy goes away.
Oh wait. Sorry, I was reading some chats that I'd skipped over, and I do agree. I don't want to, refresh the argument, but in general, when it comes to players taking spotlight, and I'm not saying whether or not he's doing that, but when it comes to that conversation, I do think that the other players' opinions matter slightly more than the DM's. Everyone's in a collaborative workspace, but the other players are going to be the ones that feel the absence of the light, as opposed to the DM. So I do think that their opinions as to whether or not that's happening are more substantial than like the DM's. But I just wanted to, because I was reading through it and I saw that and I wanted to agree with it. In the pool of a god you've already submitted, yeah, a bit. You've kind of already signed over for whatever's happening.
And you're now swimming in water and in air, and the pain subsides and you're breathing normally, but you still stand in darkness and you hear these distant footsteps, sourceless. No light, just shadow. And you look around over your shoulder, and then right behind you, you see immediately a white porcelain face. It's just standing there amongst the shadow.
Do you know what I've done?
I've watched.
I have questions.
Ask them.
First is, can we stop it? Can we stop what's been released? Is there something I can do?
Many things are released in this world. Many terrible, many wonderful, many things. Ask the right questions.
Did it choose me because I was broken, or did it break me?
The mask, which has not shown any expression at this point, pulls back a little bit from you and almost seems to grow in size. It's strange. The proportion seems to stay the same, but suddenly your vision shifts and you realize, no, it's further away from you and is just suddenly immense. Like your visual focus just changes and your whole perspective suddenly causes you to lose sense of scale and balance. The voice comes in this time louder. You were always broken, Percival. And you were preyed upon, just as it preys upon others, and will continue to do so until finally destroyed.
Can I be fixed?
Perhaps. Your deeds will guide your path to salvation or damnation. The choice is yours. You skirt that line still.
But the first deed is so... There's so much, and I don't think any of them see it. I want it to die before anybody sees it. Can you help?
I've already helped, Percival. Do not think the path that you and your allies walk goes unseen. There are many of those in this world that represent the will of us, just as there are those that represent the will of those that combat us and always have. There are a great many deeds ahead of you. It's your choice to take them. Just know, should you not watch yourself,
you may not find yourself on our side.
I know. There is nowhere I can look for healing other than deeds. I like to fix things.
All life is inherently broken from the start, Percival. Take solace in that. There is no perfection in life. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of death? It's to try and find ways to better yourself before the end. That gives us purpose. You are all broken. But also understand, at this point her voice gets very deep and very resonant. Mortals can achieve great things. I did. And the mask pulls back into the shadows, and suddenly you begin coughing, finding your way to the roof surface, pouring blood.
Ooh, that's a good. I like that. Mortals can achieve great things. Life is inherently broken from the start. Yeah. No, I like the mortals can achieve great things. I did. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. There's interesting. Yeah, interesting. I think the moment was fine overall. I think I realized over the course of the conversation, he just wanted to talk to like a god. I thought he had like a really a more specific thing in mind when he was like something in this world is broken. But he just like kind of wanted to talk about like the nature of reality with a higher being. He kind of wanted to talk philosophy because no one else in the group will. He felt lonely. And if he asks Vax about it, Vax is just going to get weird. So I get it. And he had a path. I think that ultimately this does come down to like not only did Matt facilitate it, he actively allowed the ritual to work in the same way. Like the ritual ostensibly doesn't need the Raven Queen's permission to work. And or she gave tacit permission to Percy. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I think he pointed out that Percy was going to walk away before Matt said a door opened. Yeah. Like Percy was about to leave and not do it, and then Matt invited him into it. And into talking to the Raven Queen specifically. He didn't have to talk to the Raven Queen. He could have talked to a devotee. He could have talked to anyone else. He didn't actually have to, like, Matt did not have to let him go through the actual ritual process. I thought he was going to talk to, like, a devotee within the temple, and we were going to get, and I think that is, like, it's hard to know what the actual intentions were of Percy going into that temple. When he first went in, I was pretty down with it because I thought that he was going to talk to like an acolyte at the temple or what have you, and maybe we were going to get a bit more information about the cult of the Raven Queen. And by cult, I don't mean like the modern cult definition. I mean like the historical, like the cult of Hermes or the, you know, like the it just means like a worship group. Because I don't know that you can really call the worship of the Raven Queen like a separate religion. It seems pretty explicitly like a cult in the historical context. It's okay to call them a cult. No, I want to be clear. But I thought he was going to get some additional information about the cult of the Raven Queen and potentially how they exist within the larger cosmology and religious hierarchy, and maybe be able to talk to them about all of this. But Matt was the one that really clearly led him down the breadcrumb trail of actually going and talking to the Raven Queen. Yeah. Both because it means Matt bought in, and also that Taliesin wasn't going to push it if Matt said no. Yeah, true. He has like connection with the Raven Queen temple back in the Briarwood arc. Really? I don't remember that. Interesting. Since she led him towards the pool, I'd say she gave him permission. Yeah, I agree. So it's that I would because I get it. I get the recency penalty of it, of like, we just had this big blowout moment with Vax and the Raven Queen, and it does feel weird, I think. Like, I understand the feeling of talking to the god directly after as someone who's not as tightly coupled to her so quickly after, especially when you also just had like the whole Victor sequence and all that. But also, him talking to the Raven Queen wasn't necessarily his doing. Like, we can really, we can craft a pretty plausible scenario where, as an actor that's, writing this story, he wanted this moment of desire for Percy that may or may not be met. I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that Taliesin may not have expected Percy to, like, gain anything from going into the temple, that it just wouldn't work. But Matt is the one that actually drew us into the whole sequence. And I think if I was running it, I do think I wouldn't have had him talk to the Raven Queen, even though the conversation was cool and was good. Just because, again, of that recency thing. So I get it. I don't know. It's a tough one, though, because it is a good conversation. But I think I would have used that more as an opportunity to characterize the other followers of the Raven Queen and, like, kind of who Vax has aligned himself with now. But it's also hard because the it's also hard because the conversation was dope. So I don't know. I'm very split. I'm very, very split. I imagine the Raven Queen probably has a more open door policy. That's fair. Yeah. I don't think the RQ would push him away realistically, TBH. I think that's what Matt's thinking. Possibly. Yeah. I like to think that Matt realized my girl has more things to say. Why not? Let's give Percy an audience too. Also very possible that, because Percy was taking a much more active role in the proceedings than Vax was. Vax was very passive, which I think makes absolute sense for Vax to have been a little bit more passive in the conversation. But Percy was a much more active participant. And I think that Matt might have seen this more as like the Raven Queen's moment, like at large, rather than a specific Vax and Raven Queen moment. And by that token, having a conversation with Percy makes total sense from that perspective. I think I would have probably given him something, but not a direct speech. Yeah. Potentially. And that is like a tonal difference. And it also depends on, I'm sure that Matt has talked off table with Vax about what Vax wants out of this, or at least like some generalities of like what he's expecting to get. So there's very good reason to believe that this is not coming out of nowhere. Like, this sort of interaction between Percy and the Raven Queen is not coming out of nowhere for Liam. But that's total speculation. We're diving deep into the well of speculation here. But I think, yeah, it's hard because it's not what I would have done, but it wrapped out to a good moment with some very cool words and quotes. Yeah. And if Percy wanted to try, when was he going to get the chance again? They might not be staying in Vast that long. Also true. Yeah, he now knows how to contact a god. Why not try at this point? Yeah. Yeah, that's very fair. The outcome of the Percy RQ conversation isn't that important for their goals, but it does characterize the RQ a lot. Yeah, it does. And I think it's less about the moment's utility in the story, and it is how it is, as a plot beat, is characterized, and the pacing between other plot beats. I think that it's fair to say that conversation between her and Vax was built up a little bit, and so by having another conversation so quickly afterwards, it diminishes it by proximity. It makes it less unique, less scarce, you could say. I think there's an argument to be made there from a plot point pacing perspective. But pacing is hard. Pacing is very hard, especially in the moment if a player is catching you off guard. So it's like, especially if I put myself in Matt's perspective of potentially the Raven Queen might have had more to say, and the player's giving you an opportunity to say it, you might take that as a more, not broad, but like as an opportunity to continue to characterize the Raven Queen, especially to a third party, and maybe slightly diminish the previous plot point. But it's already such a huge plot point that the diminishment isn't that substantial. I don't know. As an RQ stan, I gotta appreciate the characterization. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed they didn't say something about the sunken tomb. Percy kind of got Vex killed in her temple. I don't know. It's tough to say. In my theory, in my prediction about what would happen this episode, I definitely thought it would be way more centered around Vex. Like, which isn't, it definitely isn't a requirement by any stretch of the imagination, but I definitely expected it. The conversation did barely, only implicitly even touched on Vex. Despite her being like the thing that got them together. But I will say, and maybe this is me constructing it based on what happened. I still think that's a fair criticism. But to a degree, Vax kind of said it. The thing in the sunken temple, that was just the excuse. That was the trigger to get us here. In his head, he was always headed here. So, to an extent, the situation with Vex kind of doesn't matter. With how he is internalizing all of this, with him latching on to this, like, fate aspect of things, it kind of doesn't fucking matter that Vex is dying is how they got linked up. Which is weird. It's weird, but it's very particular characterization, which is cool. Sometimes weird things are cool. Strange. I think Matt avoids that by having the RQ take a much different tone with Percy than Vax. She did feel like a different thing. Like, it felt like a different conversation. Yeah. If she talked to him the same way, I might agree with it feeling like it diminished her discussion with Vax. It is, yeah. And, yeah. It's tough to say. It's very, very tough to say. it's really hard when I like something, like I like how it went, but I wouldn't have done it that way, and I don't think that it should have been done that way, but I liked how it went. And it's a very tough situation to be in. When I can't recommend something, but it went so well. I don't know. Yeah. In hindsight, isn't taken into account by the players in the moment. That's true for all actual plays. Actual plays are I'm realizing over the course of watching Critical Role that actual plays are maybe one of the hardest media formats to review because there are so many layers to what is going on and like where potential issues could be and how things could be good given a specific confluence of events that just like there's not nearly as many factors in other forms of media. But like that's also, I mean, to an extent, that's D&D. There are so many factors to consider, which is why it can reach the heights that it can, but also what makes it so complicated to talk about, like what is good and bad play. So complicated. Yeah. There's so many small things that we get confirmed here about the gods. Yeah, true. True. There's like implied omnipotence there. Or not omnipotence, omnipresence? Is omnipotence all powerful? Because she's definitely not all powerful. I don't remember. All knowing. Yeah. It's very interesting. Talking budget. I know. Talking budget's almost out. But I think, yeah, we're 3 minutes from the break. We can get there. Yeah. I think we're near the breakthrough. Yup. Leave it to the guys making Vex's death all about themselves. Just leave it to them. Omniscience. Yeah. That's the thing. Interesting.
Blood out of your mouth and coughing, and eventually you find your way over, breathing heavily to the side of the pool, and pull yourself out to the side, cough the rest of it up. A little bit of moonlight peeks through, and you can see the beams refracting through the purples and reds and blues, and just hints of specks of light that just shimmer across the surface of this dark glass-like floor.
I'm going to take my sword, and I'm going to very carefully scrape my body clean of the blood, as much as I can. And I'm going to take the back of my shirt and clean my hair off as much as I can. I'm going to take a vial of the blood in the pool. One tiny bit. Okay. I'm going to put my clothes back on. And I'm going to cast Hex on myself for my walk home and banish it before I come in the door.
Okay. Alrighty. So, as Percival finally wanders in, is there anything else anyone wants to achieve before the evening's done?
I'd like to go to the Raven
No?
Are we next morning or we're still evening at this point?
We're still evening at the moment if there's anything else you wish to achieve
I've been
otherwise.
slowly heating water and giving it to Vax to put in his bath.
You do manage to draw a comfortable bath for your brother and wash him clean.
I don't wash him. I just give
You
him
aid him in
fucking
washing
water.
himself clean, to specify.
Thanks, man. Thanks, man.
Do we see Percy when he comes in?
I'm going to
It's gonna
walk
be late.
quiet and late and go tinker on a little thing for a minute until I pass out.
Okay. You do notice Percy enter. Looks a little frazzled, but doesn't
Do I
seem
see
to
any of the blood?
You're in the
Passive perception.
Make a perception check. I want you to make a dexterity check.
Oh, sorry, Charles.
You got him.
32.
You got it.
32?
Yeah.
Oh my god, what? I couldn't have rolled that. Like, that would have been a natural 20, would have been the only way around that.
You see, just faintly behind one of his ears and the edge of his collar on his coat, just a bit of familiar crimson and a look of
a distant stare that is familiar. All right. Do you all wish to rest for the evening?
No, I would like to take 12 hours to read my book.
Okay. So the first 12 hours are completed, but you do not sleep?
No.
It's a page turner.
Alrighty.
Lots of centerfolds.
Don't be stingy. Share
Written
it.
by John Cleese. It's a wonderful piece.
I also spend a lot of time that night reading, but I'm reading the book about the Raven Queen.
Okay. Doing Raven Queen.
Pretty much have it memorized at this point with the amount that I've read that for.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. You guys all find yourself to rest, except for Scanlan, who takes a point of exhaustion for going through the night without sleep.
I don't know what that is, but someone will tell me.
You'll find out.
Yeah. Maybe basically any ability checks, any skill checks until you get a full night's rest are a disadvantage, yeah. All right. As you find yourselves to rest, most of you, the morning light comes, greeting you to a new day, and we're going to go ahead and take a break. We'll be back here in a few minutes, guys. Reminder.
Oh, all right. Oh, shit. Good ep. I mean, not good half ep. We still got plenty of ep left. That's crazy. I am surprised that all that happened in the first half. We had 2 god conversations. We had a victor interlude. We shopped for hats. We did a lot. Now on to the better half. I don't know. That was pretty good. I think Matt did a lot in that I really liked. Like, comparatively to things that I have criticized him for in the past, a lot of it was done really well here. Yeah. Shit. Can't forget the hat shopping. No. Hat shopping is integral to what's going on. We were just talking this morning about how you just said the second half is always busy in this episode that bucks that trend. I know. Which maybe that's why they actually end relatively on time for once in a very blue moon. Oh, man. I generally don't remember what happens in the second half. But that was big. That was a big first half. Lots of shit. Oh my God. I think this is maybe some of the most notes I've taken in a recent ep. Actually, I don't even think that's like that's not even a question. This is definitely the most notes I've taken. Which, like, some of this is like, you know, me like talking wordlessly, but there was a lot going on there. A lot going on. Let's think about this. I also, Oh. I'm also interested. This really stood out to me. Or wait, no, not this one. I mean, this one did stand out to me as an implication that Percy is potentially has in the past or will in the future betray one of the Raven Queen's tenants, and implying that Smokey's still around, or maybe not Smokey, because maybe, according to one of my currently active theories, I think Orthax is cursed weapons, if I remember right. Yeah. My theory is that the list was a sort of vessel for Smokey. It only held a piece of him. The more lives the list takes, potential soul fuel, the stronger and more sentient that piece within it becomes, or sentient, sapient, whatever. And then I thought that Craven Edge was another piece of Smokey, Orthax, whatever. And that does imply, because the Raven Queen said, it preyed on you, it will continue to prey on people. This is the quote right here, Daniel, from the Raven Queen. Percy asked, am I broken? it was within that conversation where she said it preyed upon you. It will continue to prey upon others until finally destroyed. That's present tense. That's, to me, that's big implication that Smokey's still running around. And that, I mean, maybe you could also maybe imply that the only other piece left is in Craven Edge, if you think that Craven Edge is also Smokey. So maybe it's just Craven Edge in the pocket dimension, or the Emperor dimension, or the Dread Emperor dimension, or maybe not. Or maybe he still has a little bit inside of him. Maybe it wasn't just inside the list. I don't know. I will keep my mouth shut on my personal understanding past there. That's fair. That's fair. That's totally fair. Was I broken or did it break me? Yeah. Exactly. So that is incredibly interesting to me. What else? Oh, someone said this is a very rich kid thing to say, which I thought was funny. Ripley bought a shitload of gunpowder, we now know. Yeah, this whole Raven Queen vampire stuff, I think will get teased out. I don't really think it needs to get worked into any theories. Unless it, like, I guess was its own theory. Its own, like, standalone theory. Yeah. And then this is all of the characterization of the Raven Queen herself, or like the historical stuff. She is the domain of death, the domain of winter. The domain of winter. Oh no, not Frostweed. Frostweald. Domain of winter. Domain of winter. And Ripley seems to be a problem. Yeah, and I wrote it in the notes. Percy / Taliesin is so interested in Ripley that I do not think she's going away. She's not going to be a loose end that just never gets tied up. She's gonna be involved, but I don't know how. I have a feeling that she's gonna be like teased for a while. It's a mini theory. It's a mini theory. Don't take it to the bank. But I feel like she's going to be just like kind of around. Like they're maybe going to like find evidence of her when they kill Thordak or Rayshawn or whatever. And then she's gonna like try to become like the right hand. I have two differing theories of how I think the campaign is going to end. Either fighting the Primordials or fighting VECNA. Those are my two current theories. It's either going to be a fight against Primordial Titans or VECNA. And the mini theory is that Ripley is going to be a lieutenant of one of the two of them. She's gonna make like a warlock sell your soul type of deal. It'll mirror Percy's own selling of his soul and like the extreme end of that spectrum, what he would have become. Maybe she's like a Cronenberg abomination at that point. Either tied into like primordial magic or like death magic with VECNA. And she's gonna be like the mini boss before the big boss. It's gonna be like if the campaign ends on episode, like, I don't know, 100, and 100's the I don't know when it actually ends, but sub in the actual number. It's like campaign ends on 100. That's a victory lap episode. Episode before that is defeating VECNA / Primordials. Episode before that is defeating Ripley. So 99 is VECNA / Primordials. 876 is defeating Ripley. So 4 or 5 episodes before the end will be the final Ripley fight. She'll be like a Cronenberg gun abomination. She's like a sentient cannon or something. Something fucking crazy like that. She's the Gunomancer, and she's like attached like other like fleshy arms. Maybe they go back. There's like some foreshadowing about how like what's it called? The place where they started. Fuck, what's it called? The dwarf city under the mountain, and then they go into the Underdark from there. Craghammer. They get like news trickled out in like the second to last arc that like Craghammer was like burned to the ground. It was overrun with abominations, and the party's like, what? But how? We killed I can't remember what his name was. The first big bad. The first big bad, the beholder guy. The Kima. I don't remember his name. I keep just thinking Thordak. I definitely have it over in the notes. Kavarn. They're all gonna be like, what? But we killed Kavarn. How could Craghammer be overrun by abominations? And then they're gonna go like fight through the wreckage, maybe during like an interlude between arcs. It'll be like a little mini segment. And at the core of it, they find Kavarn's old laboratory. The island of the Mind Flayers is totally wiped out, and they see gunpowder. And maybe they see like evidence of Ripley being there. Ripley took over production. She started doing the experiments. That's when she glues the arms on herself so that she can hold 4 guns. How you gonna beat that, Percy? You can dual wield, but I can quad wield. Maybe she can't make a gun as good as Percy's, but she can get more of them. So that's my stupid theory. Yeah, she's an Oath of the Minigun Paladin. That's my theory for how Ripley's story ends. You are all about giving Ripley more arms? Yeah. Well, it's a quantity versus quality storyline. You know what I'm saying? Like, he cares about it. His guns, his creations. He's an artiste. And she can't compete with that, so she just has to get more. Wait, this, oh God, what is it? It's like it's a blue-black card. Magic, the Gathering, Hubris. No, it's not. No, it's not that. This one. This one. I've been playing a little bit of Magic recently. I don't know if you can tell. Wait. But this is essentially what I'm picturing. Is Oleg Ludovic's Hubris, which has it's a 2-sided card. It's Ludovic the Necro Genius, and then the other side is Oleg Ludovic's Hubris. This is what I'm picturing. Final form of Ripley is this disgusting Cronenberg monster that wields all of these guns. And she's the second to last boss. That's what I'm picturing in this. Yeah. Yeah. Mega declares Matt Mercer's villains are forgettable. No, that's not what I mean. So General Grievous, yeah, exactly. She's General Grievous, but with gun. I twin spell the Glock, yeah. I did not think I'd see MTG cards on a mega stream. I play Arena a little bit, very recently. Yeah. Yes, a true lieutenant of checks notes, the primordials. Well, hold on. No, I can make this work. Each arm is a different element. So she got 4 arms. She got water arm. She got fire arm. and yeah. That's how, it is a bit more of a VECNA leading theory now that you say it. But I think I'm also, in general, in my theorizing, I'm leaning more towards VECNA than the primordial stuff. Because while I think that the primordial is a really good theory, I've just pat myself on the back really quick. While I think it's a really good theory... For the world building at large, I think for this story specific, they've focused a lot on death and undeath and all of that, especially with these Raven Queen interludes. See you later, Valkyrie. Have a good one. Especially with these Raven Queen interactions, they're focusing way more on death and undeath. And I think that that's, that's actually a bit more substantial than I originally thought. Wait a second. Wait. I gotta write this down. Okay. Now that the Raven Queen, the god of the transition of death and famous hater of undeath and using souls, using souls as energy, I think that directs a lot more attention towards VECNA. And from my perspective, is an undead abominated demigod who also sounds like she, or is VECNA a he? VECNA's a he. Potentially god of guns are often called firearms. Gods of trans rise. Oh, transition. It took me a second to get it. I got firearms immediately. But who also sounds like he potentially needs souls. Or wait, no. Wait, no. Who potentially tried to supplant RQ. Potentially tried to supplant RQ. But failed. RQ would definitely have it out for him. Also, unclear if the black hole ritual needed souls or pain to fuel it. with like all the bodies. Probably souls, but probably souls. There's no shot that Matt talked about which hand the Raven Queen held Vax with. There's no shot that he explicitly said that it was the right hand, right? There's no way. I refuse to believe it. It couldn't have happened. He did not draw that distinction, did he? No way. Because if it's the right hand, that draws a direct comparison to the left hand of that we saw in the ritual chamber. Ascended, shifts into the next chamber. You are ever welcome. 100 feet high. You step into it. It covers your ankles. It becomes warm. Aha, okay. You can see the infinite skein of threads that you were once given inspection. As you look, you see the very palm of the Raven Queen holding you aloft in this space. A small hand reached up behind you and lifts you from your legs. Small hand. Doesn't specify if it's the right hand. Damn! Oh, I really thought I was cooking with that one. Ooh! Okay, but either way. Probably souls, which RQ also has beef with. No. Even potentially possible in a sympathy for the monster sort of way that VECNA was the original god of death. And the histories have been rewritten to portray him as the usurper rather than the usurped. I don't think I spelled those right. Either way, regardless, I feel much more confident about VECNA being the big bad, given the Raven Queen's more substantial involvement in the party now. Because this is like a perfect excuse for like, what do we do after the Chroma Conclave? Like, we just need to defeat the Chroma Conclave because they've taken over the world. But what do we do after that? Oh, also, VECNA revived Briarwood Silas. Big no in the RQ tenants. Also made him a vampire, which, if we're right about her RQ being, or RQ's old mortal identity being a vampire, could proc extra beef, especially if it was unwilling. Right? Because it's like, after the Chroma Conclave, if we're still tight, if we're still cool with the Raven Queen at that point, it's so easy with all of this potential beef between Raven Queen and VECNA for Matt to direct them in the direction of VECNA. Now, the question is still, is she just going to be, or is VECNA, is VECNA just going to be the next arc? Or are they the big bad? I'm putting my money on Big Bad because we haven't talked about any of the primordial beef since the whole Vortian monologue. So I'm putting my money more on VECNA as being something that was like continually foreshadowed throughout all of this, and we're drawing even more connections and parallels to, as opposed to the primordials, which I think do still work as a villainous concept, but they're also kind of represented with the chromatics. A little, at least. Or did he fail? Maybe they've been talking to VECNA the entire time? That'd be crazy. When Mega said black hole and paused, am I the only one in my head who said, black hole sun, won't you come? As I remember, the Raven Queen switched hands. Interesting. It's not proof negative? No, it still could have been right-handed. Still could have been the right hand. VECNA being the original god of death is a pretty interesting theory. Honestly, that one I'm less confident about than the rest of it, but it's just an interesting thing that could potentially have happened. And so, like, when she supplanted, because, like, how it was explained to us, I believe. Actually, let me just get my VECNA note. VECNA. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I have it in deities, I think. Yeah, VECNA. Some manner of lich death god. Has a lot of left eye imagery. Old and classic D&D villain. I think I didn't take the full note on this, but I believe that it was described that VECNA achieved a level of like half deity, like half deification, trying to supplant the god of death and failed. And like that's why they're kind of on the outs, if my memory serves. But it's also really easy to say that as the official histories, even the official secret histories. And Raven Queen described the original god of death as a tyrant. So maybe it's possible that VECNA's the original. And oh, wait. Okay. We have a connection between V and vampires, Fever Vendetta, with Silas becoming one after he was resurrected. RQ's mortal identity seemed to have some vampiric traits. RQ was a follower and devotee of the original god of death before eventually supplanting him. Or them, I should say. What? Wait. What was the beef with the second spark? Traditions, cultural events. Divergence, the Second War. Dark gods distance themselves from the rest of the gods. Okay. They questioned the purpose of creation, embraced the primordial chaos they once fought against. They taught mortals magic. Magic corrupted, split people from the gods. The arcane dark gods versus divine cool gods. Dark gods got banished to other planes. Oh, the lines feel like they're connecting, but I can't quite get there. She was a follower and devotee of the original god of death before originally supplanting them. This supplanting occurred sometime around the second spark. Is that divergence? Second war? That war was about dark gods teaching mortals magic. Then the dark gods were banished to other planes, which kind of implies that the cool gods, like the divine gods, are on the material plane? That doesn't make sense. Okay, whatever. That's what I wrote down. That's what we're going with. Dark gods were banished to other planes, which might be why they needed to do the ritual on Winter's Crest, the time of year when the barriers between planes are weakest, because the original god of death, VECNA, one of the dark gods, was banished. Could be that that RQ's original identity, the gods chose to go elsewhere. The gods chose to go elsewhere. Interesting. The bad gods were banished. Oh, the bad gods were banished. The good gods then left later. Right. That's during the penance, I think. Maybe during vestiges. Yeah. But I know exactly what you're talking about. You're right. So all the gods were chilling on the material plane. Bad gods get banished. Why they might need Winter's Crest to get back. Good gods went up to wherever they went. Could be that the RQ's original. We need a name for the RQ's. We need a name for the RQ's mortal identity. What do we call her? Sad girl. Sad queen. Raven sad queen. We'll call it original identity, who we'll call sad queen. Sarah, Metatron. I'm gonna call her sad queen for now. Could be the RQ's original identity, who we'll call sad queen, was resurrected with the help of Megatron, please. Was resurrected by, I don't know, a loved one with the help of V. After her resurrection, much much like the prior woods, she not fell, but she began to worship V as a devotee. However, during the war, she betrayed V, siding with the cool divine gods. And when the bad gods were banished, she was allowed to take V's place. Or at least a part of it. Because can you ever really trust a double agent? The gods, the good gods, don't fully trust Sad Queen, knowing that she's willing to betray those she's devoted to, so they slim down and restrict the domain that she's given not precedence, sovereignty over. They slim down and restrict the domain that she's given sobriety. I don't know how to spell sovereignty. Well, I'll know what it says. That she's given sovereignty over. Because we know that, right? Where is it? Belief or trust. At least for lack of a better term, belief or trust from the other gods. Because can you ever trust someone who's flipped? Anyone who's watched Survivor knows that if you flip on your alliance, how can your new alliance ever really trust you? You flipped once, you could do it, but you could do it again. So they slimmed down and restricted the domain that she's given sovereignty over. Not all of death, just the transition. Resurrected by the loved one with the help of V, turning her, and also when she got resurrected, into a vampire, just like Silas. What's the thing with Winter's Crest? Why did Winter's Crest start again? Historical in the modern day, coming of spring. Legend says it was a planar melding event, and then on Winter's Crest they're the weakest. Huh. But we don't know exactly what caused Winter's Crest. Because I was wondering with the domain with the winter domain stuff, you know? Oh. The identity of the original god of death is supposed to have been removed, but we're led to just assume that means they're dead / not remaking their name again. Very possible that VECNA is not the god's original name. Or possible that the erasure is just that name is not the god of death anymore. You know, it could just mean historical meddling, you know, rewriting history. The prime gods chose to leave the material planes after the banishing the bad gods. Yeah. Sarah sounds like too much like we might like we actually know something. I prefer a name that's obviously a pronoun. That's fair. Why do you not have the same qualm with Megatron? I hope we eventually find out her name and it was Megatron. Megatron McRaven. Winter's Crest is basically Halloween. Yeah. Yeah. I feel it. I feel it. The only two vampires, and we don't know that Raven Queen is a vampire. We don't. But sunless skin is a very particular wording for it. And I clocked in on the red irises a lot. I was like, red irises? That's... At first I was like, it's just the blood stuff, right? It's just the blood, it's death, whatever. But it's very possible that she's a vampire. She was an unwilling vampire. She got resurrected by a loved one, much like how Delilah resurrected Silas. She became a vampire. She became a devotee. And clearly, the Briarwoods weren't like, yeah, VECNA fucking rules. She's like, man, I broke the world. Which we still don't really know what that means. But she's like, I broke the world for you. So clearly, VECNA's followers, their his devotees, aren't like happy-go-lucky folk. They're not the Saren Ray followers, that's for sure. You've also heard VECNA is associated with secrets. True. It's a flimsy piece of evidence, but it's a piece nonetheless. So I like it. And that would make a lot of sense. Why, like, she's the goddess over this transitionary period. Maybe that was just because that's the thing that she felt the strongest about. That was the thing that abhorred her so much about VECNA and his practices. That was what was so disgusting to her. And so her belief, her conviction, made it such that the other gods couldn't strip that away from her. They tried. They took as much as they could and assigned it to other people. But they were bound by certain tenets when they made the deal to ascend her to godhood. And so they couldn't back out on everything. And that's why those are her tenets. The fuel source that VECNA uses. The goals of VECNA when he uses said sources. And what was the last one? What was the third tenet? This isn't even a setup. I unironically don't know what it is. Bending fate. Bending fate versus redirecting it. How does that fit into VECNA? I mean, it could be this aspect of tyranny, of he was impressing his will too much upon the land. Bending the fate of, or redirecting the fate of mortals to his own ends. That one's really flimsy. I don't know about that one. Maybe we'll get an evidence point for that later, but that one's not the best. Dude, this makes me want to go back and re-watch the Briarwood fight to re-look at the whole VECNA sequence, because I feel like there's a silver bullet here somewhere. I feel like, because right now it's a lot of circumstantial evidence. It's a lot of things that make sense. But my memory is tingling. And I feel like there's a silver bullet that I can't quite remember. Ooh. There's so much I want to say. This is painful. Keep your secrets. Keep your secrets. Good. I will say this much. There is at least one part of your theory that is now canon in my world because I like it so much. Let's go. We get there. Woo. Is it that her name is Sad Queen? Is that the part that's canon? Maybe VECNA was really bendy and could touch his toes. Yeah, he was really flexible. He did a lot of yoga. Shit. Okay. Look, no matter what, despite all of the theorizing, I do feel confident at this point that VECNA's gonna be the big bad. I will need active, not assuance. What's the word? I need active, like reasons that it's not. Actually, wait. Okay, it's only 5:50. We got time. This is morphing into a little bit of a mini theory stream, but I have something I want to check. Wait. Where's the playlist? When did they fight the guy? So this is Underdark, this is Vasselheim, this is Briarwood. Gunpowder Plot, Against the Tide of Bone, Reunions, Race to the Ziggurat. I'm not going to rewatch the whole thing, but I want to rewatch. It's either Echoes of the Past or Omens. Wherever they fight,
online,
or maybe it's even before Echoes of the Past. Wherever they fight the last VECNA devotee. Because I remember him saying some shit that might have some implications. Some of the things you're theorizing about are things we still don't know, so you could be right about them. Let's go. Oh, dude, what if Matt comes out and is like, Mega finally cracked it? I've been waiting for 8 years for someone to crack this. Could be. Shame. I'm gonna hate to leave behind the 6-gun Ripley Elemental Lord Lieutenant theory. Look, you don't need to leave it behind. Work it into your world. 6-gun Ripley is for the people. You're implying that Matt watches you? Wouldn't that be crazy? Daniel, are you Matt? Is that your real name? Okay, wait. Is this the one where they fight the guy? You know who I'm talking about? The last guy. What was his name? Riskel. Yeah. When did they fight Riskel? Was it in this episode? Was it in Echoes of the Past 38? Now we see eye to eye. You know what? Honestly, I can just pull up the transcript and then Control F Riskel. It's a very unique name. Daxio. Showdown with the traitor Daxio. Yeah. Oh, this is during the recap. Well, let's watch it anyways. We'll see.
Planning to do any terrible business within the guild and managed to convince them to let them go about their way. And Vox Machina had a showdown with the traitor, Riskel Daxio, within his...
So this would have been, this showdown happened the episode before. So if we need to find it, we can.
Before he was supposed to be ushered out of the city, given a new name, and essentially be given free reign in the world. The party...
A new name, like VECNA's new name?
Then beat him down pretty hard. And are currently dragging his bleeding, unconscious corpse towards the Cloudtop district to turn him in.
That's right.
So,
you're perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. This is exactly the scene I want to see. I want to see when he actually.
It's an unconscious corpse, which means
is central wall that surrounds South. Exactly. We'll go ahead and put up the chain of command to make sure that I'm doing my job. That.
Wait, we'll get there.
Oh my gosh, slow.
The guards approach once again. And the main forward a few steps, and all the guards flooring of
Might not wanna.
of trusted for so long together to the back as with the thrones. Wake him up.
Wake him up.
Us?
Someone. I don't care.
I
Wake
got
him
it.
up.
I'll walk over and I'll slap the shit out of him.
You may kill him. Oh, he's dead.
Oh.
What I'm looking for is a reference to fate. Of VECNA holding our fate in his hands, or something to that effect. Because that would address all 3 of the Raven Queen tenants.
With a resounding slap sound, Riskel sends a spatter of spittle
Or even something to the effect of like, our fates are not our own. Or
blood that kind of coasts across the floor. His head shakes. As he looks up at you, you can see his teeth that were once white, now glistening with fresh blood across the entirety of his.
Hello, gorgeous.
Do what you will. He looks up and sees Uriel. My liege, what would you have of me?
And Uriel just takes a moment of just intense staring at his face. And
for so many years, you've played me and my family. You've played the people of this city, of these lands. You've forsaken the name of your father, who plucked you from nothing. How? How can you live with this?
Riskel kind of takes a moment and chuckles to himself, this throaty gurgle as he's still kind of trying to breathe through the blood that's pooling in the back of his throat.
Life is but a stage in our existence. And when you all will die, I will rise again. For I am his blood.
You are his blood?
Uriel kind of...
I am his blood. When you all die, I will rise again. During the interrogation. Oh, I remember that. Oh, bro, how does he do it? We did talk about the toes of VECNA. And now we know that maybe he's really bendy. He can touch his toes. How does he do it? I am his blood. That just hit. That hits on basically everything that we already know.
Steps back up on his throne, sits down.
Riskel Daxio, you've been found guilty of treason to the peoples of Taldore. I command that your sentence of death be held immediately.
Sovereign, if I may, can we just ask him a few questions before you do what you gonna do?
Quickly.
He's talking crazy. We should find out why, right?
Who's talking crazy?
He said, I'm born of his blood. What do I...
One of Vecna's children? Are you one of his priests? Are you one
You're
of
the
his...
chatty Cathy. Get with the
I don't know
talking.
what I'm asking.
You never do.
As you're asking that,
There are many parts to our one to him. I am but his blood, but there are many, many different pieces that make the whole.
Where are these pieces located?
Oh, everywhere. Good answer.
So, when you say you are his blood, you actually mean more literally? For once? Is that what I'm getting?
his eyes narrow, and he looks for a moment, almost disappointed in confusion.
Just kill me now. I grow impatient with this existence.
That's not a problem. Is there somewhere where you would like to go after you die? Or are you going to wake up, like, right after you die?
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, and are you gonna wake up like a baby? So we have like 20 years before we have to worry about you again?
Or you're like a zombie, straight away, just hopping at him.
You might come back like as a dog.
Please, kill me now.
Wait. They're meant... No, wait. Blood like the pool in the Raven Queen Temple? I mean, she is a god of death, so like blood kind of makes sense, but also it is a little weird, I would say. Like, it makes sense if you don't squint at it, but like if you also squint at it, you're like, well, like a whole pool of it? Really? Wait. You've been found guilty. Life is but a stage of our existence. Life is but a stage of our existence. Wait. Wait. You're gonna squint at my theories. No. I'm saying that your theory makes sense when you squint at it. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if you don't squint, yeah, sure, it's a pool of blood, whatever, it's a god of death. But if you squint at it, you're like, well, a pool of blood? I'm saying that yours is, I'm saying if you think more critically, I'm on with you. Wait. Hold up. Do not think I'm the only one to take interest. Now this seems... So mine are as plausible as yours? Absolutely. I'll say so. RQ says, when one such as yours... Right. Look at all this. RQ says... Oh, no. Okay, we got it. Do not think I'm the only one to take interest. When one such as your unique essence walks these realms, do not think I am the only one to take interest, and do not think you are the only one either. But I was there to seize the opportunity when it arose, and such you are now mine. This could be total coincidence. In fact, seems like total coincidence. Unless you believe in fate. At which point, it's a bit interesting, given these comments, that Vax is the one that gets bitten by Silas and is the one that is charmed over to their side during race to the ziggurat. Uh-oh. Interesting. And I know you hate me. Without death, life has no meaning. Finality drives change. There was something else that I was looking for in the Raven Queen speech. Gracious, then before me did, I would learn your ways. Right here.
Yourself to rest, except for Scanlan, who takes a point of exhaustion for going through the night without sleep.
No! What the fuck? No, it redid it. No. Okay, wait. I opened my mouth and him fails. Some destinies. Perverting the thread entirely. To understand the wholeness. I would learn your ways. Aha! Right here.
And what do you represent, champion? Even after death, the soul is carried to another purpose. But it is that transition where it is at its most vulnerable. It is my charge, my pulse.
Rise again.
There's a bit of mirroring there. Life is but a stage of our existence, and when you all die, I will rise again. Even after death, the soul is carried to another purpose, another stage, you might say. But you gotta squint at that one. Some potential mirroring between Ep 38, 1810 and Ep 57, I think. 57. 57, 1, 10, 42. Doesn't necessarily draw a line between VECNA and Raven Queen, but is two separate historical accounts of the process of dying and the thereafter, which makes it generally more credible in the situation we're currently in. One where I thoroughly suspect a substantial portion of the world's history has been whitewashed at best, rewritten whole cloth at worst. You might say. Put those tinfoil hats on. You'd say I'm reaching? This sort of evidence is always hard to feel confident about. Is it similar language because there's a connection, or just because Matt ad-libbed both characters? Yeah, I'm not even... It's that they describe relatively similar processes. And in this scenario where I don't really trust the words, or even like the purported words or the actual words of the gods in this setting, like I do not fully trust that they are telling the truth. Two separate accounts from ostensibly two different beings of power related to death gives more legitimacy that there is something that happens to the soul. There are more stages to existence than purely life on the material plane, which is not a guarantee. So this is more solidifying cosmological constants, you might say. So that if someone claims that this isn't true at some future date, we can view them with more suspicion, because we have it on some authority that it is true from two different sources, two different historical sources. But it is a bit of reaching. And you know what? Fuck it. We still got a bit of time, but we got to go fast. I'm going to go back to the race to the ziggurat. I'm going to go back to it.
Fantastical?
Fantastical. Pull your arrow, aim carefully just outside the doorway. I want to hear Delilah talking. I want to hear her talking. Now, I know that her speech is not where we got a lot of the information, but I want to hear her speech. So this is outside the pit. Is this a half or a full? It's a half. It's a half. Not necessarily because I absolutely couldn't do a full, but because we're having internet issues and I want to try to segment things as much as possible. I'm not too concerned if we have a drop during theorizing portions. I can always re-explain it. Silas. I'd like to go into, I'd like to go into a frenzied rage. So let's pull up the transcript as well. Because again, I feel like I'm on to something. You marked his wife. What a waste. Silas is distracted. Okay, wait. My love, we are not ready, but the timetable's been pushed. We have no choice. Totally. Counterspell. And that's the sound of a no fucking with your spell. Okay. She's casting it at 5th level. This is where they're talking about the mojo. I want to see both the time of death to see if she says anything other than I broke the world for you. As well as the segment where they actually talk to her. Am I still Percy? I don't even... let's see. What's the saving throw? It's your turn, Scanlan. Shit. God, combats take so long. It's so hard. Wait. I can literally search the word broke the world. Broke. I'm sure if I search world, that'll take me. When I see her, the most important person in the world, act on Lady Briarwood, I'd be like, what's up? What's up? That's Lady Briarwood. Kill her? The whole world's come undone. Wait, what?
It's come undone.
Interesting. On the other side of the world. Ah, there it is.
In there, she just screams out, "You can't! I broke the world for us! No!"
That's the end of your turn?
Okay. Okay, so she doesn't say anything else. She doesn't say anything else. Okay. But then we have to go to essentially the very end, after they fight Orthax. If that's the left hand, which I would assume because of the left eye imagery, it's holding it on its palm. No, it's not. If it's the left hand, it would be pushing it down, not holding it in its palm. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Do they have the... Oh, they have the Orthax fight next step. Okay.
Hello, and welcome.
Because it's after the Orthax fight. And this is them talking to Percy's sister, Cassandra. 35. Percival, don't do this. We made a deal.
The deity of Siege. You do know that...
Wait.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
You do know, and Pike relays this too, in particular, VECNA is known as, for lack of a better term, kind of the patron saint or lesser god to those who worship as the deity of secrets. Dark secrets, things that wish to be kept.
It's just something I'm going to add really quick. VECNA, I know we brought this up kind of already. VECNA, patron saint of secrets. Potentially more fodder for VECNA being related to the Second War. A war where gods gave mortals dark, magical secrets. Side theory? VECNA and Sad Queen were both devotees of the same former death god. Sad Queen's ascension was successful. VECNA's was less so. They were friends. Also possible.
Out of the knowledge.
Things in...
She almost killed VECNA.
Only thing in my head.
Your thing.
I really like Sad Queen as her name the more I hear it. Hell yeah.
Talking Percival much longer.
dream
with
revenge.
wasn't.
It keep rolling.
Your
Episode called Whispers.
Online.
Reading this.
25.
20.
Yeah, this is the Orthax
It's
fight.
played. Okay. Your turn. And it,
He hasn't gone yet.
That's correct.
8 seconds.
It's in.
Understand.
And you.
God, combat's
Action
take
there,
a
cool.
long time.
At the end of that.
Our body.
Dude. Come on.
One.
This entire episode is
Very
basically
fire.
this
Beautiful.
fight.
Rather than
And I'm almost positive that they talked to Delilah
Nice.
after the
Yes,
fact.
nice.
Delilah's gone.
You're the only one who really saw the direction she's going.
154. Cannot believe we left her. Have they already? Not gonna kill the smoke beast. That's so funny. Is Delilah sprawled out with a single dagger sticking out of her back? Oh, she's dead. Did they not get the chance to talk to her after they captured her? Or did they talk to her before the Orthax stuff? Or is she not dead? Oh, it's still just more. It's still just more combat, more combat. And she's there, and she looks, that's Cassandra. Okay, wait. So we're talking. Blood spilling out of the corner of my mouth, coughing. You could have been my daughter. Cassandra's a Derolo. Really? There was no more discussion with Delilah. Interesting. I could have sworn that they talked to her more. Okay. We'll call it there for now. Maybe we will learn more about VECNA. Maybe we have learned more about VECNA because I feel like I remember learning more about VECNA than I have written down or than I've found in here. I feel like I remember learning more. And my gut tells me that the more that I'm forgetting is important, but I can't find it and I can't recall it. So, that'll be it. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. I appreciate it. That was a fun one. And you know what? Honestly, if that is how the drop frames go, I think I can manage it. I think I can deal with it. I'm still going to try to fix it. So don't expect part 2 tomorrow or even like Friday or Saturday. I'm going to try to get at least some sort of fix or solution in place, which normally takes a few days. But if I can't, and this is where we're at, I think we can make it work. The dropping didn't seem too bad. And I can always lower the res even more. So, thank you again. I'm perfectly fine with 20 seconds to drop frames personally, but I know you aren't. It's the risk of when those frames drop is the tough part. It's the really tough part, and like the fear within me is that those 20 frames will be during an incredibly important segment, and then I have to rewind and I cut the pacing all up, and it just kind of sucks. So that's what I'm saying, is like, if this is how it is, we'll make it work. But ideally, I can fix it. Cross your fingers. But with that, I'm gonna peace out. I will see you all later. Thank you so much for joining. I'll see you next time. Goodbye.